the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was...
Welcome to Identity 5 IVC 2022 Southeast Asia region. You have your casters here, Chocho and Eli the Turkey. And today it will be the last day, which is also day 6 of the group stage, where all the top 8 teams will be finalized by today.
Yeah, absolutely. The winner of today's matches will be going into the top 8, which is next weekend, and the winner of that will go on to compete in the offline finals in Thailand. So it's really come down to the wire here. The last few teams trying to make their way into the playoffs here for the Southeast Asia IVC tournament, and we are going to see the first 2 matches, or the 2 matches we have for today. The first 2 teams playing will be GH and BL here. So that's going to be a very exciting matchup between 2 teams we've known to be. It's kind of the 2 staple teams that we've seen gone to these main COA events for the past few years from the Southeast Asia region. So I think that's going to be very exciting to see overall. Of course, GH in the past has had more success than BL. However, it's anyone's game here going into this matchup, so it's going to be very exciting. We'll have to see who ultimately will come out on top. Before we get started, we are going to look into some artwork done by some of these fans as well. So this is the Team GH artwork, which is actually really cool. I tell people this every day. I cannot draw, so if you're able to draw like this, this is very impressive, and it's very awesome to see.
And we can see that it's pretty much drawn by a fan of GH for sure. I mean, with their new members for 481, Nerukun, and Zhao Kan, Seichu. So yeah, and I don't think this is just the members that are participating this time around. I think the coaches also included in the pictures as well. So cheer for your whoever team you guys are cheering for. Even though you can't draw like me, like and Eli. Yeah, but just support the teams that you have here today. And the next one.
The next one is Noir Oxygen. Then Yuki. I don't know how do you pronounce that?
Yukina.
Oh wait, that's obvious. Yeah. Anyways, again, excellent artwork again. Very nice detail. I don't know how people actually draw. You know how it's has the light on the hair? That's pretty cool. I don't know how to do that. I think I was taught how to do that in art class in middle school, and then I totally forgot. So this is very impressive that people can actually can actually draw like this. Something that I've actually noticed is in a lot of these Identity 5 communities throughout the world, artwork and stuff has been a huge factor for a lot of people, a lot of fans. So that's very nice to see, just the artistic skill that can come out from a lot of these viewers.
And fun fact, Oxygen is actually a guy, so that album was like a Wings Club kind of version for Oxy. And moving on will be a ZT fan art.
Is it ZT? It's hard to see, but yeah.
ZT.
Okay, is ZT. Yeah, we have the Dream Witch, the Heat Wave, I believe is what that skin's called. That's also the one that Dongshuan uses. So I think that's also for Kuga as well, right? Uses that skin, I think, probably. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna see that, and then also on the right there we have the new Entomologist, which is pretty cool. And then also Seer, and I believe that's Mercenary in the bottom left, and then Patient as well. So yeah, actually, very excellent. It's really nice to see how you can incorporate all the skins, not just the characters, but also a lot of these skins that we see get utilized in these tournaments. So that's definitely very cool. What I've noticed a lot with these fan arts is that you often will see the skins that a lot of the players use be incorporated into the artwork, which is really cool as well. So it really gives them that uniqueness that sort of separates them from the rest of the teams and the rest of the players.
Exactly, Eli. And today's matchup is gonna be pretty exciting. We have GH and BL here. The lineups will be shown soon, and we will be seeing the players' introduction, I believe. Oh no, we'll be seeing the rankings for the Group A, B, C, and D. For the first one, for Group A, is pretty much finalized because today it will be mainly on Group C and D. So Group A, we have MP and WP most likely advancing, followed by Group B's Ryu. Many of you probably know their name, and SG Sugar Team. Today will be Group C. BL and GH is pretty much finalized in top 8 already because they will be versus each other. It's just whether who will be getting the rank 1 and rank 2 for Group C. And then for Group D, we have Nor and ZT. Nor is currently leading in Group D, and after today's match, we'll be seeing whether these 4 teams will continue in their same ranks or will there be certain movements.
Definitely, yeah, and again, it comes down to a lot of these matchups as well. GH and BL, again, very close matchup. We're going to see first ZT and Noir. This is definitely very interesting. I think going into this event, after watching a lot of these previous Southeast Asia community tournaments such as IVA, we've seen ZT really kind of just come out and be one of the best teams in Southeast Asia. Of course, it's always been GH at the top, but this is the first tournament where you're seeing kind of another team really come out and just kind of take over, and that is ZT02. So I think that's definitely going to be something that we'll have to watch out for. Up against Noir, again, a very well-known team in the Southeast Asia region, a very strong team. But on paper, ZT going into this one is definitely going to have an advantage. It's going to be a tough matchup for Noir, to say the least. But, of course, we still have our first matchup, GH and BL, which, again, close matchup, two teams that have kind of been the COA qualifiers for Southeast Asia region over the past few years. However, I think BL, the team has shifted quite a bit. We see a lot of new players for BL, so I'm not really sure how that's going to work out for them. GH, still very similar in terms of a lot of the players that they do have some new additions as well. But looking at the Hunters here, we do have Godjay. Of course, Godjay known to be Breaking Wheel Sculptor player, definitely the strongest Hunters. Listed as Clerk here, which may be something that he'll bring out here, but I think it's definitely less likely compared to the round 1 Breaking Wheel and the round 1 Clerk we've seen him utilize so far. So we'll have to see how that actually comes out here. How that's going to affect this matchup.
Exactly, and for BL side, we have number 5. I believe this guy would be F Sign, which is a new hunter that hasn't come out in the entire duration of IVC at the moment. So this will be his first time on the stage. So keep a lookout for him. We can see that he has a Wax Artist at 60.6% win rate. Not too sure what character he mains at the moment, but we'll see in BO1 later on.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, getting a very exciting matchup. I think going into this as well, Godjay known to be one of the strongest hunters out of this region as well. So it's always very exciting to see, this player just being played in tournaments for sure. We're looking at the next survivors. We do have Captain Kun. Again, another player that's known really well in the Southeast Asia region for a lot of kiting potential, a lot of support potential, entomologist, acrobat, two of the very strong characters we see get utilized from Captain Kun as well as the Seer, if not banned, which in the Southeast Asia region often ends up not being the case. We do have BL Mini Blue, which is one of the veterans of the BL team. We saw Mini Blue play back in the Call of Us 5 global tournament with BL. So BL Mini Blue, not one of the new additions, one of the older players of BL. And we'll see how that matchup plays out. Again, two very strong players here. Captain Kun known to be one of the main kiters, Mini Blue as well. So again, this matchup is just it's really just comes down to the hunter gameplay. Of course, we see Godjay being very, very strong. How well can the BL survivors, the newer players, come in and play against a strong hunter like Godjay? We are going to have 481, which listed as forward, also known to be play the acrobat, which we've seen get utilized a little bit as well. When we do see Captain Kun on the entomologist, 481 is usually the acrobat player. Well, let's see how we'll see how that combinations of characters works out for GH here.
And for BL, we have Potato with the Magician at 40.6% win rate. I mean, we do know Potato is an S-Batch Magician, but however, Magician hasn't been picked on BL side for the entire duration of the tournament as well. So may not be a pick by them. And Potato will most likely be going with its... Potato has been playing Priestess and Patient, more of the kiting and support characters. So we might see it, but let's just keep a lookout for Potato also. Just right now, talking about Mini Blue just now, I mean, Mini Blue has been showing amazing performances using his acrobat since was it the day before, I believe. And I think we'll expect to see a lot more. And right now, we'll see acrobats again. So on GH side, we have Little Boy with the acrobat. Knowing Little Boy, he is an S-Batch Priestess also, plays Priestess very well, has been the team member of GH for the longest time, even during COA. So expecting to see what he can bring to the table this time around, because knowing GH, they also have another Priestess player. And support-wise, I believe GH might be stronger for their Priestess. So we'll see how that goes. And for BL, we have Panda. Panda used to be an ex-member of NOR actually. So with a 35.7 rate on his acrobat, it's quite surprising because I know Panda personally, and Panda actually mains the forward. So however, his performance hasn't been really up to par, but I'm expecting to see what he can bring tonight, to see if he can really push himself a little bit more to show what he can really do during it, because he can do much more than this during rank, during training. Maybe it's too much nervousness, so mistakes are made, but we'll be moving on to GH and BL. It's Zhao Khan and Ram.
Yeah, Zhao Khan, known to be one of the main harassers of the team. We see batter forward, being two characters utilized a lot by Zhao Khan. Also has an option to go with that mercenary as well, being one of the rescuer players overall. This really just goes to show how strong this GH team is overall. Typically, when you see the main rescuer, the mercenary player, is usually known to be... sometimes with these teams, obviously, a lot of the time you put, obviously, your best rescuer on mercenary, but sometimes you'll see players who lack hiding skills on mercenary as well. But with the GH team, it's just so well-rounded, but that's not even the case. Zhao Khan typically being very strong in terms of harassment, in terms of kiting overall, and seeing that on the mercenary as well just goes to show the testament of GH. Now, a big factor for this matchup here, I think that's going to be very important for GH, is that how well can this team, you talked about their support being very strong. Something that I noticed with this team is they tend to over-support as well, and they lose a lot of Cypher decoding progress coming up. There's a fine line between being able to support properly and also still promoting Cypher Rush in an adequate manner. And that's something that GH has tends to struggle with. They have excellent support in a lot of situations. They have the game sense, they have the understanding to play at a sort of like what we call a China team IVL level. But the problem is they often will over-support to a point where they lose Cypher Rush. It's kind of an understanding of how well can you support while also not losing out on too much decoding progress, and that can be a huge game changer for this team. So I think that's gonna be really important. Of course, GodJ going out always has a lot of win potential on the Hunter side. Very, very strong Hunter out of this region. But for the GH survivors, again, the key factor is can they support and still promote Cypher Rush to an adequate manner, and putting themselves in situations where they can actually still win games. That's going to be very important here, and let's see how it actually plays out for them.
Actually, it makes a lot of sense now that you talk about it, like, because that time, because of the cooperation, the Cypher progress very slow, and because of that, Clark kind of counters them entirely during the late game. That's why they got consecutively 4K at both Sacred Heart Hospital as well as what was it again? But anyways, they got consecutively 4 killed, and you were totally spot on exactly what they were lacking in, and we can see from there. And for BL side, the survivors hasn't been in the best condition as of yet. They have been they're getting more of 3 kills, 4 kills in most of their matches, and I'm hoping to see whether they are able to, keep up with the pressure that Gotji is going to give up to them, because Gotji, he has been known to bring out Sculptor during his BO1, and he has been getting 4 kills 100% of the time. So will BL be able to counter that? So that is the question here. And we have been seeing Gotji for many times in the GH team. We do know there's another hunter in GH, which is Seichu, and Seichu also hasn't come out the entire duration of the IVC tournament. But maybe tonight, just maybe, we might be seeing Seichu for maybe BO2 or 3. So I'm hoping that, because Seichu, he's a very high potential hunter as well.
Yep.
Aisha, he's keeping up with the meta very closely. So hoping to see Seichu tonight. And for GH side, they have Jalkan, Neru, and Seichu, which were ex-members of NM team. And NM did get a during IVA June period, they did get a 2nd place. And then for BL side, we have Mini Blue Potato, that was in QTO, Team QTO, and they got 3rd place in the same tournament. So this is a pretty close fight in terms of probably skills and placements in their previous rankings. So I'm excited to see whether the survivors or the hunters are going to get the advantage on both sides.
Yeah, definitely as well. And we are going to see we did see the map pick and ban there. We did see Ever Sleeping Town being selected by BL. Of course, GH is banning that Arms Factory. That definitely makes a lot of sense. Of course, GodJ going into this round 1 situation, as we mentioned, it's known for a few hunters such as Sculptor, also has Breaking Will available. And, Arms Factory, when you have a hunter that's known to be just completely, veers away from Dreamwitch such as GodJ and sticks to things like Breaking Will and Sculptor, we always see Arms Factory get banned for a few reasons. One, you can't play Wheel on Arms Factory pretty much. It just doesn't work. There's too many windows. It's very hard. It's very hard to control in a lot of areas of the map. It's not a good. It's probably one of the worst maps for Breaking Wheel. And you look at Sculptor as well. Sculptor is actually not too strong on Arms Factory because of the open transition areas between each of the kiting areas. It allows for basic hits to be utilized a lot easier. Allowing for basic hits instead of getting statued. A lot of Sculptor players don't necessarily like Arms Factory. You would definitely prefer something as Ever Sleeping Town because it's easier to hit statues. You have those narrow alleyways where you can block off the kiting routes. And it just, Ever Sleeping Town uses, it opens up a lot of possibilities for a hunter like GodJ, which is actually interesting because BL actually chose this map. So this is a little bit of a surprise. They're sort of playing into GodJ's hand here, but it really does. It would also, I guess, work for BL's hunter side as well. When you go into a match like this and you have that round 1 map selection, a lot of teams will pick map based off what's best for their hunter. And you also have to consider, of course, what works for the opposing hunter, and you want to try to play around that. But I think in this situation, BL's really just picking a map that's going to benefit their hunter more than anything.
And currently, you did say BL choose Arms Factory, am I right? So
they chose Ever Sleeping Town.
Ever Sleeping Town. And GH survivors have no idea whose BL hunter is and what character pool he has. So it's gonna be difficult knowing they don't know what kind of team comp they're gonna use to counter whatever hunter he has because they have no idea. But I predict GH is probably gonna pick a team comp that can really counter pretty much most of the hunters. Basically, they're gonna pick meta characters like Acrobat, Forward, Priestess, especially the Priestess because this time around we have Capcoon, 481, which is Nerukun, Little Boy, as well as Zhao Khan. 481 and Little Boy is actually very strong Priestess mains with strong sense of wanting to support their teammates. So, and maybe they might pick I don't think they're gonna pick better, especially with the current debuff. It's not gonna be very possible. And afterwards, they would know what hunter is gonna come out. So it really depends on them whether they want to bring Flying Wheel this time because that is the current meta right now. But we are not too sure still because. Yeah, but however, GH Hunter as well as BL Survivors, they've known each other for quite some time already. Very familiar faces, except for maybe Panda, but shouldn't be a big problem. For actually on BL side, they actually had an ever slipping match against TMX during the group in the one of the matches, and actually they did get a one escape unfortunately. And this time around on Friday, they actually had a match with Icon, and they also only got a one escape at Ever Sleeping, which makes you wonder why they pick Ever Sleeping if it's not a survivor. It's not too ideal for their survivor side.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, again, you're picking a map that's playing right into Godj's favor, right? We talked about Ever Sleeping Town. It's a good Breaking Wheel map. It's a good Sculptor map. So I don't really know. It's interesting, and obviously the Arms Factory map ban definitely makes sense because that's not a map you want to play on as Godj. But then, I mean, it's got to be, you got to think they're not playing Dreamwitch. I feel like if they're going for a Dreamwitch character pick here, they wouldn't have picked him. I mean, Ever Sleeping Town, of course, is good for Dreamwitch, but Dreamwitch has more versatility than Wheel. So you can easily pick a map like Red Church, which isn't bad for Dreamwitch, and it's also really bad for something like Breaking Wheel. So I feel like maybe that would have been more beneficial for BL if they were going that route. So I'd imagine with the Ever Sleeping Town pick, we're probably seeing something like a Sculptor or a Wheel here. Yeah, again, we'll have to see here. Looks like BL is going to be on the Hunter side here against the GH Survivors, and we'll see what the first ban is. Typically, we can tell what character is going to get utilized based off of that first ban. Of course, the most standard first ban here would be Seer for a lot of Hunters, but the Southeast Asia region continues to surprise me every single time. So we'll have to actually see what the first ban is here. And again, based off of this ban, we will most likely be able to tell. It is going to be Seer. Okay, so this opens up a few options. A little bit less likely to actually be a Sculptor. More likely we're going to see something like Breaking Wheel or the Dreamwitch based off of this. But I guess anything's still on the table here. Forward Priest is going to be the first two lock-ins for GH, which is very, very standard and something we would definitely see as the first two lock-ins on a map like Ever Sleeping Town.
This very standard bans and picks, so really not too much to say, but I mean, through the next few characters, survivor characters being banned, GH will most likely have a clearer idea on a highly likely hunter that F9 is gonna pick, because right now he's picking a mercenary to be banned. So maybe he is a camping hunter. He could be a camping hunter, but could it be Bonbon? Could it be X-Boy? But not. I mean, we're not too sure also what this hunter is, but we'll see the survivors picking another character soon. Honestly, it's kind of scary on the survivor side because you don't know what the hunter is gonna pick. You don't know if whether your character that you're gonna pick is something that is gonna be counted. For example, hunter is a bomber main. You have no idea of that. You pick an entomologist, and the hunter comes straight to your face. You might die immediately.
Yeah, and we're gonna see mercenary, of course, being the mercenary band here as well. This is kind of interesting because, considering this, it usually means that this is typically something that a Dreamwitch would ban next when we have mercenary as the next ban. Entomologist actually is gonna get locked in here. It's less likely, and it is gonna be Dreamwitch. Okay, so it's less likely that we see Bonbon get chosen with a Seer ban first. Typically, we wouldn't see that. We would see something like Forward or Priestess, especially on a map like Ever Sleeping Town. Priestess more likely to be locked in, but. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see exactly what happens here. And Patient being the last one as well. Patient is interesting. Typically, wouldn't see Patient get banned, right away with a Dreamwitch, but it's also not bad. I mean, you can transition around out of being trapped by those followers. And then, Entomologist is just a well-rounded character in general. So, yeah, we'll have to see how this Dreamwitch is able to play against here. They did not actually pick a second main rescuer character, so they have a pretty, balanced team comp here for going into Dreamwitch, but could have seen something like Gravekeeper. We didn't, so now it's going to be definitely very interesting to see. And yeah, the Dreamwitch here, I mean, obviously round 1 Dreamwitch is great, right? You have a lot of win potential. Dreamwitch is the best round 1 hunter in the game currently. However, doesn't really make sense for the Ever Sleeping Town pick, of course. Not to say that Dreamwitch is bad. Dreamwitch is great on Ever Sleeping Town. It's just that you could have easily picked another map that also works for Dreamwitch and works less for Godjay. But I guess BL just going straight in, giving the best possible map for their hunter, and just hoping their hunter has a very successful match, and then the survivors can at least play fairly decently against Godjay on the survivor side.
GH Survivors, they are a very veteran team already. They know exactly how to counter Dreamwitch. So I believe there wouldn't be too much surprises to seeing how they're gonna go about Center Cypher to be popped, to avoid their Bermuda Triangle Cyphers to be formed. So these are things that I think today's matches are gonna be very intense, because these teams know exactly what to do. It's not gonna come out with very immature mistakes. So I believe that GH will be able... I think this team comp against the Dreamwitch is actually... it's not too bad. Acrobat can use the ball to kite, Entomologist with his bees, very, very high mobility as well. So, as a support by the Priestess, this team comp is going to be very difficult for F-Science to really try to get his first chase, or the first kill, or first down, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what to say. I mean, again, this is why you go Acrobat instead of Psychologist. You know, if you know it's gonna be a Dreamwitch, teams can easily pick something like a Psychologist. But when you don't know going into a matchup like this, you have to go Acrobat, because if you go Psychologist, you could play right into a Breaking Wheel. You never want to give that as an option. So Acrobat, of course, very well-rounded overall. Priestess support's going to be very strong forward, very good. Entomologist is a little bit weaker against Dreamwitch here, but Entomologist can be used in situations as well. The nice thing about Entomologist is that you can, if you're being followed by two followers, you drop the bees, you can get them both stuck in the bees and create distance. So I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see here. Also, Entomologist support can be very good for helping someone kite out a patroller. That's also very important, but that requires a lot of coordination, a lot of teamwork. We are going to see the corner house gate spawn from the Dreamwitch, immediately rotating towards middle, actually going towards Geisha and corner house instead. Does find the Entomologist first. This is probably arguably the best find here for the Dreamwitch. Obviously, you don't want to chase Priestess on this map. Acrobat's never ideal, and forward being a rescue character. He's going to get his trap in here, and he's going to be able to get an early hit here. It is going to be a... Oh, no, he's able to dodge it. Can he get the bees? He is going to eliminate the bees right away here. Captain Cook does have that flywheel available, so he might actually be able to utilize it here. Let's see if he's able to time this properly. Goes for the swing. Does not actually use flywheel here, interestingly enough. I would have expected that to utilize, but he's going to take the hit and push this portal instead.
And the support by the Priestess that we've always been talking about. The Priestess has really parked herself, decoding Cypher at the center, and double portals to rotate to Graveyard. So this means that there won't be any basement being chat anymore. And F-Sign is still continuously chasing Capcoon right now. Will most likely not be getting the hit that easily because the Patroller got pellets. Okay, so right now the Hunter will most likely be getting the hit. But I believe Capcoon will be kiting it through using his flying wheel, extending his kite further. Oh no! Unfortunately, he did try to use the flying wheel to kite out the Patroller. However, Hunter immediately getting the hit afterwards. So getting Chet inside Graveyard. The next person that's coming for the rescue will either be Priestess or forward. Sorry, it will most likely be Acrobat or forward. I think is Acrobat coming?
It looks like it is going to be forward coming in for that first rescue. You really see here, something I wanted to highlight, you really see how that Dreamwitch buff is really important there. If Dreamwitch main body cannot take portals, which is, old Dreamwitch, that kite is so much longer. It takes the Dreamwitch a lot longer to catch up to that Entomologist in Graveyard. The portals are still there. You can easily go back to them. But the fact that the main body can simply just take the portals down and catch up to the Survivor so much faster, it's just so strong overall. We are going to see the camping with both followers here. This is why forward is actually very good against Dreamwitch. Forward creates pressure against Dreamwitch, and it forces the Dreamwitch to camp with both followers, because if you only camp with one, the forward stuns on chair, gets a free rescue, Dreamwitch misses out on getting an injury, and it allows the Survivor to rebound. We are going to see forward take the tram, actually, to avoid getting patrolled. It looks like they're not going to go for any rescue at all here, and the Dreamwitch probably knows this, and is going to go ahead and head away here. It's still... I mean, the position is technically drawn because you have, only one Legion play. It's going to get removed, which is the Entomologist when they're sent back to the manor, and you have everybody at full health. But still 3 Cypher Machines remaining. This gives Dreamwitch enough time to potentially go for a win here. Let's see how the Survivors are able to play this.
Cyphers right now is at almost 3.5 Cyphers left, 1.5 Cyphers left. It's really quite an interesting choice to actually just sell Entomologist. Usually against the Dreamwitch, you would come and rescue. But they probably made the choice because Entomologist no longer has any bees anymore. It was near to 0 already. So choosing to sell was a okay choice. Right now, the Hunter still has Patroller and still has his trump card. So Little Boy will probably most likely be taking the next kite right now. Hunter has leached at Acrobat. I believe Hunter will most likely be going for a Cypher map control instead of a very intense chase. Getting the hit on the Priestess. Priestess not deciding to fly. Not deciding to fly. Yeah, do you think?
I think he didn't want to flywheel it. The problem is if you flywheel there and then he misses the swing, then you try to vault the pal, he switches to blink and blinks to the other side of the pal, and you can get a terror shock from it. So it's really risky
True.
to go for that. It's a really fast interaction, but a good Dream Witch player can pull that off. So it's kind of a risk there. I mean, if the pallet was not thrown down, you can flywheel through the pallet, then throw the pallet down. But since both pallets are thrown down, if you flywheel and try to vault while the Dream Witch wasted their swing, then they can just switch to blink and blink to the other side. We're going to see him go for the Priestess in Graveyard here. Is going to go ahead and transition behind Graveyard. Still has Portal available. Can they put Portal before the Patroller activates? And it looks like no, he's going to get the Patroller here. And, you know, he could kite this out. I mean, let's see if he goes for the Portal. He's going to use that here. Still has Flywheel. He can Flywheel one of the Patroller bites. And the follower will get stunned on this Portal. He is going to Flywheel one bite there. And he can get to the last pallet. He can time out the vault. And he will be able to kite out the Patroller with this. One Cypher Machine about 85% of the way done there, so they have a lot of progress to work with, and the last one is about to be started here. So the Dream Witch needs to... The goal for the Dream Witch here is you cannot commit to the Priestess too long. He's going to switch to Blink right here, probably to down this Priestess. No, he switches to Blink there, does go for the Blink, and does get the down on the Priestess. But you have to make sure you pressure this last Cypher. What's going to happen here is the Dream Witch is going to chair the Priestess. He's going to leech the Priestess, camp the Priestess Cypher, the Priestess chair, with her leech, and then bring the spawn follower to the last Cypher Machine to pressure it. But this is where Ford becomes really good. Ford going for a stun there. I'm not really sure what that was. He's going to just football away, and ends up being a waste of a football there. So maybe a little bit of a misstep from 481.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I totally believe that it could have been a potential tree escape if Forward has a lot more ball than that, because doing that actually helped nothing. Hunter's not gonna put down the Priestess, there's no way, because he's not even near a wall to be able to get stunned. So quite a strange choice on their forward side. Maybe not trying to get a free hit, but was the usage of the ball really necessary? I think that's the question that. Yeah. But however, Priestess trying to kite it out here. I'm not too sure why forward is here as well.
The Cypher Machine's almost fine. I think he's going to Force Heal, or Force Heal. That also works as well. Yeah, take the hit. They're going to pop the Cypher Machine. And this is exactly why Ford is such a strong character. If there's no Ford on this team co-op, that Dream Witch easily just brings the spawn follower to the corner house. Cypher forces the Acrobat away from it, and then, you know, the Ford can go for a rescue, but he's going to take a hit. But because if there was only one leech camping it, which he was forced to keep both there, so Ford doesn't get a free rescue, he's going to use the blink to down the Priestess. Then it would have just been, then he's not able to pressure the last Cypher, which is exactly what happened here. The biggest problem here, Chocho, is that Forward's still here. So he's going to leech Priestess. He's going to be able to chair the Priestess with the Forward's leech, and he can use that main follower to chase down the Forward. Now the question is, can Ford beat the follower to the corner house gate? That's going to be the big question here. We're going to see the Dream Witch try to make it there beforehand, and it's really just a foot race at this point. Ford trying to push it, and the follower is close behind. This is really just a foot race. It's going to come down to can Ford actually make it in time, and it looks like there is Acrobat here trying to slow them down, but the follower gets around them and gets to the other side, and Ford does not have a lot of football left. This might be a three-person elimination if used properly here.
Exactly. Right now, Forward is just trying to mind the Hunter right now, not trying to change the leash because he's scared that he might be able to like run away with the ball. Getting the blink hit, fortunately, and right now F-Sign is will be having a tree elimination in the first BO1 first half of the match. Wow,
excellent job there from the Dream Witch. Yeah, the dungeon was in middle. I think the Ford was trying to turn around and go back towards that dungeon in middle, but it doesn't matter. The follower was already there. The Ford's leech did follow him from behind there, so he was able to get the trap in, had the spawn follower waiting on the other side, and it was just it was wraps at that point. What has to happen in that situation, as soon as they pop the Cypher Machine, the Ford needs to immediately push the corner out gate. The Forward took too long to leave. I'm not really sure why he hung around for so long. That was kind of the big game changer there. As soon as they pop the Cypher, you just got to push that exit gate immediately, and that was definitely a factor there. This is a great start for BL. Now the question is, you did get a three-person elimination, but now again you're playing into Gaje's hand. Gaje's going to have a very good map for most likely Breaking Lore Sculptor. We have seen him be very effective with both hunters, so it's going to be tough, but BL does have the start they want with at least 3 survivors down here, which kind of gives them a little bit of an early lead.
I mean, I believe Chichi was trying to go for the safe gameplay over here. I mean, choosing to sell the entomologies. I think this kind of like prevented a possible double down if a rescue does happen. So good on GH side. But however, I think the biggest mistake, because when Priestess was down, I saw that Priestess will most likely have portals during the late game. Forward had 100% ball. Acrobat has all 3, probably 4 because he decoded one other cipher. So it could have been for me it looked like a possible tree escape, at least a tie, but the late game, I felt like it wasn't handled very well. Forward I mean, not too sure because I believe the ciphers was probably enough even without the force deleting on the forward
Force
side.
Siege. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And maybe if forward could have gone to the gate, maybe it could have been a potential tie. Yeah, so very unfortunate because GH they're known for their very good cooperation, especially towards late game. It's very strong late game for them. So, uh, just very yeah, it's kind of upsetting, especially for GH fans right out there, to see only a one escape on GH Survivor side.
Yeah, yeah, excellent job from the Dream Witch. I mean, again, he was in a situation. This is why Ford is so good against Dream Witch. Ford holds the followers at the chair. Again, we talked about this a little bit. In that situation, any Dream Witch would have just chaired the Priestess with the Priestess Leech, camped her chair with the Leech, and brought the main follower to corner house, pushed the Acrobat off of the Cypher, and just camped the last Cypher with the main follower. You can't do that if there's a Ford, because Ford just stuns the Leech, gets a free rescue, they de-Leech, and they do a new Cypher, and it becomes a tie anyways. So it forces them to keep both followers there, both at both points. Selling in Graveyard, I think, is actually okay because Graveyard's so isolated from the rest of the map. I mean, it's very difficult to get a rescue there anyways. And on top of that, you also have the Patroller onto the Ford. If the Ford gets patrolled from that far away, he's not making that rescue. So I think that's kind of that was kind of the idea there, and I think that's totally fine to not go for that rescue. But yeah, again, just in that situation, they had a drawn position, but Ford just couldn't get to the gate fast enough. I mean, the Dream Witch played the endgame perfectly. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. If you're able to down the Priestess fast enough, leech them, get them on share, and then get the follower to the exit gate, which is exactly what happened, then you're able to get an extra kill. And that's why Dream Witch's late game is so good, because you can really push for that. So that was definitely a big game changer there. And yeah, looking into the second half of this first round, how do you come back here if you're GH? Again, the BL survivors, they're gonna try to tie, right? You just have to tie here. Now the question is, what kind of characters do they bring into this? The few tie characters we've seen get utilized a lot in many regions is things like Mechanic. They could even go something like Embalmer if they really wanted to be in a tie situation. But the problem is Embalmer is weaker to Breaking Wheel. So the question is, what do they expect Godjay to actually play? If Godjay's not playing Wheel here, then Embalmer would actually be a great character for going against a Sculptor on a receiving town. But since Godjay's probably going Breaking Wheel, I think it actually makes sense for them to stick to something like Mechanic and just play for a tie and just try to win round number one.
Actually, you're right. Actually, Mechanic could be a possible choice. Not really meta anymore because of its slow decoding. It could be like killing the bot and then it just can't decode anymore. So, if they're going for the tie, from what I understand from BL survivors, I think it would not be as likely to pick a Mechanic because for them they want to gain as much advantage as they can during BO1. That's their goal. And right now, F Sign, their hunter, has managed to get a 3 kill, which is a total of 3 points. So if BL survivors can actually take advantage of that and push for more objectives, then that would be better for them. However, this kind of, the risk of doing so, you might even get a 4 kill because GH Godjay's data 4K at the start of each match is 100% win rate. So not too sure how is it going to turn out actually.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I'm suggesting a tie is because they're going into this matchup at a disadvantage, right? Going into this matchup, GH has the advantage. They have more experience. They've had more experience in the past. And, BL, a lot of these players are newer to the BL team. So this is really just, you're playing against a well-seasoned GH team, as BL being slightly newer with some of these players at least playing together. So I think going into this matchup, they're disadvantaged. So if they're able to just win round number one, then that's the goal here. For BL here, if I'm BL, I'm not trying to gain too many extra points. I'm just trying to secure the win for round number one, considering that they are disadvantaged in this matchup. So I don't know. It's interesting as well. I mean, as you mentioned, maybe Mechanic's not a character that they would typically go to, but a lot of regions, especially over in China, we've seen over, in China IVL, a lot of teams would play Mechanic in this sort of situation just to try to secure a draw, just to try to secure a round number one win. So I don't know. I mean, obviously Southeast Asia region, it's been a lot different. We've seen Magician and Enchantress against Dream Witch in round number one, which I'd never thought I'd ever see, but it's just anything's possible, I guess. So here we go. What can Godjay do to come back here again? Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, both on the table. What does he ban first? Probably we're gonna see Seer get banned first if he's trying to play Breaking Wheel. If he's trying to play Sculptor, probably we'll see Priestess. So that'll definitely define what character we'll see him use.
Exactly. Godjay, he actually did do a Priestess ban back in Hospital in BO1 in the match against another team. So yeah, it's definitely possible that he might ban a Priestess first, but yeah, like you said, these two teams are veterans. Yeah, these two teams are veterans hunters and as well as survivors. We can actually see that, Eli, you're spot on. Priestess got the first ban over here, and we can see that the survivors are probably most likely picking this year as well as forward over here, which is pretty standard picks. If okay, these three survivors are pretty standard. Whichever you ban, they're gonna pick this two for Ever Slipping Town. So nothing too surprising here. We can see, yeah, as we've talked about it before. And I believe most likely Panda will most likely be playing the forward. Unfortunately, on Friday, he wasn't able to perform as well as he could. And hopefully today we'll be able to see what he can really bring to the table tonight. And right now we can see the second ban on the Patient. And they will most likely be picking a Acrobat. Acrobat most likely will be played by Mini Blue. Mini Blue is actually a ex batch a Acrobat, and from this recent this current tournament, we can see that his acrobat is definitely something really impressive. I mean, I was on the live chat on Friday, and everybody was like, "Oh, Mini Blue, overpowered, OP is very good." So I'm hoping to see what maybe Mini Blue this time around will be getting the first card, and we can see what kind of potential an S batch acrobat can really bring tonight. And we can see that the third ban on GodJ's side would be Mercenary. So right now, I believe survivors will be picking another Kaito or support corrector. Wait, what is that? Is that a lucky? Oh no, that is an Embalmer.
It's an Embalmer. Yep.
Eli, you're spot on again.
I think, yeah, Embalmer is just in preparation of the Sculptor. He's playing Wax Artist. What? In a situation where you need to win, Wax Artist is such a tie. I mean, it's Wax Artist is a great hunter for tournament, but it's such a tie hunter. Like, I mean, it's really hard to win with Wax Artist. So, wow, I did not expect this at all. This is a very interesting pick here, especially going into Embalmer. I mean, Embalmer, Seer, like, this is just such a... I mean, I guess GodJ is just maybe trying to tie and minimize the damage, but going into this comp as Wax Artist, this doesn't really work for GodJ if he's trying to win. I mean, it's so hard to win again. I mean, the best hunter for winning against an Embalmer is probably a Breaking Wheel. I mean, the problem is, like, you know, it's hard to play Sculptor against this, obviously, because Embalmer against Sculptor is very, very easy to tie for survivors. Especially on a map like Eversleeping. But that goes the same for Wax Artist. Wax Artist doesn't have the map pressure to get to an Embalmer coffin quickly like a Breaking Wheel does. So this is really interesting. On top of that, giving Seer, I mean, this is like, I don't know, I'm very surprised by this. GodJ has a lot. This makes a more of an uphill battle for him for sure. Of course, the forward being there is totally fine. Wax Artist doesn't struggle too much against forward. Every time forward goes for a stun, they do get 50 wax. It allows them to freeze them a lot easier. So I think that but just the Embalmer versus Wax Artist here with the addition of Seer, this is actually looking pretty good for BL on paper.
Definitely, and especially with the debuff on this tourney server that they're using right now, the wax has already been decreased all the way to 800, my bad, 800. So this is really not ideal for GodJ. I mean, we've seen in IVL hunters like Wolves, Alex, the next he got was a tire actually at the Emulate River Park. This is also the Eversleeping is also a big map, so I'm not too sure why GodJ really wanted to pick this character when he really needs to get at least 4 kill, so that it's kind of tight in first BO. Get a 3 kill to really tie it up. And right before that, let's give a short shout out to the people in the audience. We have Bambi, Sam, Vanilla Kin, Cetaquil, hi Cetaquil, Nico, my seatmate yesterday when I was in the audience as well. Aka, Miyu, NTT, our fellow caster, right? The Beastness, Ayana, I believe, and Sam right at the front. So yeah, I believe NTT. He's just at a corner. I didn't actually see him. It's so small, but yeah.
I know it's
okay. I think we'll yeah, I didn't expect to see them there. But yeah, we'll be going right into the match. This is Chocho as well as Eli going casting for the second half of BO1.
Absolutely, we're going to see the corner skate spawn from the Wax Artist. Interesting route going towards the bad palette, bad corner here. It is going to be location of the forward, so this is actually a good start here for the survivors. With forward getting found first, he's going to immediately break that palette, and this is where the rotation starts. You never see a hunter go this route because only one survivor spawns in the area, and if you find the rescuer, you're in a bad spot because you got to change targets. He does catch sight of Potato here, which is the Embalmer, so not a bad find. But when you find Embalmer first, you put yourself in a tie position because you're gonna chase down this Embalmer. It looks like he actually does have teleport, and he is gonna wax off the wall there, so Embalmer can't go through it. But he still has so much. Look at that distance. I mean, this is gonna be very good here. Godjay, of course, can vault the window through the wax if he wants to. He's trying to mind game around here. Embalmer actually lost that. He could have made a little bit more distance there, I think. But Godjay missing all the wax here. This is not looking good for him so far. Already a great start for the survivors. Embalmer has that coffin out and ready. The Seer Owl is still online and waiting. This is looking, very good for BL again. If they only need to tie here, this is exactly the position they need to put themselves in.
Exactly, and I mean, if it worst comes to worst, because Vex Artist second skill is still pretty scary. Worst comes to worst, they just sell and just go for the tie. So this is really not good. I mean, Vex Artist, you can't map control. You can't, especially when they're kiting inside graveyard, you can't go out and just put Vex in ciphers. Especially now, they are not even decoding the ciphers that is even in the vicinity. And then we can see Acrobat already finished his first cipher, moving on to his second cipher. Currently, 4 ciphers being decoded.
Yeah, the Embalmer has to be careful here. He does have a high wax amount there. He is able to avoid that. He needs to try to dodge this to let it run out a little bit, and it's going to go all the way down for the most part. Embalmer does continue to make distance here. Already such a strong position. The trim is in the air. Can he make the trim in time before he gets waxed up completely? And he gets on the trim at the last second. That is such a huge game changer here. This forces Godjay to teleport. He's going to be able to get the down on Embalmer, but this gets the teleport out of the way, and this turns into a 3-cipher kite because of this. I mean, this is not only a tie position, this is a winning position for BL. He's able to get the down right here, but the coffin still in play here. Forward is available to rescue, is available to harass as well. So this is looking really good, for the survivors. It looks like he may... is he going to use Coffin or they're going to go for... It looks like they're going to go for a rescue first. It's actually safer to go for the rescue first because he's not full presence yet. It's harder to rescue a full presence Wax Artist. It's better to use the Coffin in that situation. So we'll probably see Forward come in for this first rescue. It looks like that is going to be the case here. Still 3 Cypher Machines remaining, but they have enough progress for a win here. Looks like Forward getting all the way in for the save here. He's going to go ahead and go for that hit there. Maybe try to go for a double hit onto the onto the Forward. Looks like no. And the goal here for the Embalmer is just... No, he's kiting to the Coffin. I was going to say the goal for the Embalmer, kite away from your Coffin so you can actually use it when you get down. But he's not. He's kiting to it, which is very interesting. I don't know if I agree with that. I guess he's trying to die away from Cypher Machines. But look at that, Chocho. 20% on the last Cypher Machine. They actually have enough progress to go for the win here.
I mean, Forward can come in OB as well, so really, there isn't really too much... There really isn't any 4-kill potential at the moment right now. Not too sure how it's gonna pan out right now. If the Wax Artist, if Godjay can manage to deny a rescue, both survivors is coming for rescue, that could be possible. We can see that only a half... Oh no, we can see the Coffin... Panda is gonna come in OB after Potato gets this hit. Acrobat and Seer is forcing the Cypher. The Cypher right now is at almost 90% already. I believe that Cypher can just pop, Forward can just leave this area already.
Yeah. Forward needs to... He's going to go for... Forward wasting a little bit of football there. Yeah, Forward just needs to leave the area. We don't want to see a situation come up that we saw in the last round with Forward being stuck in the area, getting an extra kill because of it. Teleport is back online here. Now, the goal for the Embalmer is just stay alive as long as possible for the exit gate to get opened here. He's going to see him push this window. He's going to be able to get that speed boost with broken windows. Transitioning around, just break line of sight. That's the goal here. He's going to go for the wax at the window. This should get the down on the Embalmer. Is able to do that. The exit gate's already 50% of the way done. If Godjay stops a chair here, they're going to have time to get the gate open. And that is going to be a 3-survivor escape. He needed to teleport immediately if he wanted to go for a potential extra kill there. But it doesn't matter. The survivors needed to tie anyway. And they're able to get 3 out the gate here. Excellent start here for BL. And again, going into this matchup, we talked about GH on paper is definitely favored, but BL right out the gate, 6-2 lead. That's a huge lead for them here. It looks like BL just is definitely more prepared going into this one. And again, begs the question, why the Wax Artist? It doesn't really make sense here in this situation. I mean, you're trying to go for a 3-person elimination. Wax Artist, not only does Wax Artist not have a lot of win potential, you definitely don't have win potential against something like an Embalmer. So I feel like Godjay should have just taken the chance with Breaking Wall. That would have been the best bet for him. But Wax Artist here, unfortunately, not working out, and that's going to be an excellent start here for BL.
I mean, you were talking about the Breaking Wheel. I think a possible reason why Godjay didn't pick a Breaking Wheel is because of the Flying Wheel, the current meta of Flying Wheel.
Yep.
It's just really difficult to counter Flying Wheel. Every time you open second skill, it's almost non-existent. Almost like you never didn't open your second skill. So Flying Wheel, your second skill, and especially when BL survivors are such veteran players already, they're not going to make mistakes such as almost like a failed Flying Wheel multiple times. Probably once, twice, but not many times. So it's hard to get the chance on Godjay's side. So maybe a Sculptor could have been a better choice also. Sculptor, 100% win rate on all his BO1s. I mean, it's also an ever sleeping town. Not too sure why he didn't pick Sculptor also. We could actually on Friday when sorry, on Saturday or Friday or Saturday, there was this hunter Yu. He brought out Sculptor and managed to get a 3 kill against Ziki survivors. So it just shows that it really depends on what your perspective of your own hunter and how confident you are to take out the hunter that you know you can play. So I think this on GH hunter side is more of a loss picking Wax Artist for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a
Yeah.
terrible hunter, and he got 3 escapes. So
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. Obviously, we saw the decline of Breaking Wheel. I mean, almost no Breaking Wheel in IVL playoffs at all. For the most, I don't even know if we saw one just because of Flywheel being so strong. But I think that the problem is that in the situation where you have to eliminate 3 survivors, I think you just have to take that risk. I mean, you don't have Wax Artist is just it's just so conservative. It's not a risky character in a situation where you're down points. You have to play a risky character to try to get the 3 kill. Again, Wax Artist does not have that potential at all. So that's just an interesting choice. Again, 62 lead for BL. I mean, even as you mentioned, Sculptor has more win potential than a Wax Artist. So, of course, going into this matchup, Sculptor against this team comp is difficult, and Bomber's a great tie character for going against a Sculptor. But, yeah, in a situation where you have to win, Sculptor would have been better. I still think, even with Flywheel being out there, Breaking Wheel, it's a character that's very strong against Embalmer. And it's also a character that that has that win potential. So I think taking that risk would have benefited them because again, you saw it was a 3 survivor escape. So even if Flywheel is very effective against the Breaking Wheel, I mean, even if you still lose, you still tie with Breaking Wheel. You're still losing the round, right? So you have to. There's no reason not to just take a risk by playing that character or at least playing Sculptor. But yeah, the Wax Artist not working out here for GH. An excellent job from BL here. An excellent start. You saw beautiful rotation overall. Gajay heading over towards the fake gate area instead of going towards middle. We see a lot of hunters with that spawn. They go towards middle, then they go left towards Geisha or Corner House because two survivors spawn over there. But he actually went a different route, found the forward first, and then got rotated because of it. And that was exactly what BL wanted.
exactly. But also good job to Panda on Panda's forward. Nice rescue as well. Honestly, that really depend on the mind game, and luckily, Panda managed to get the rescue. If that was a terror shock, that would have changed the game entirely. It would have, because even though ciphers were enough, the somebody has to come and rescue, and then he could do like a balloon hit and everything. So, but luckily that did not happen. A very safe rescue was done by Panda. So I think that was really crucial on BL's side as well. Also, a very long kite on Potato's side, 130 seconds. So that's for a first kite, and as well as second kite afterwards. So really nothing. I mean, BL survivors really stood out this time around for BO1. Kun with only 39 seconds or using an entomologist against a Dream Witch. Not a especially long kite, especially when you have portals to transition to all the way to graveyard. But fortunately, the beast also used up really fast, getting hits left, right. So yeah, I mean, it seems like BL is having a better and higher advantage, and also the condition of their survivors and hunters right now is definitely higher compared to GH survivors and hunters. So we have to see how GH is gonna calm themselves down and try to see what they can do in their BO2 to really get the advantage, because right now it's 1-0. BL having a leading with 1 point, one entire big point. So either they have to tie it first or get the advantage to move on to BO3.
Yep, definitely. And again, it really goes to show how a lot of these hunters that are typically known to be Breaking Wheel players are really just getting brought down so hard by Flywheel being added. Again, if there's no Flywheel, Gajay can just play Breaking Wheel, and you're in a pretty good spot. But because Flywheel, as you mentioned, it just nerfs that. It literally nerfs a hunter without actually nerfing the hunter. It's so weird how that works, but it brings them down so much to a point where you can't even really play it effectively, and it's just like it's really interesting to see how these players that rely so heavily on Breaking Wheel are starting to struggle because of this. I mean, Gajay is one of the best hunters in Southeast Asia, like just hands down. And you saw him struggle so much because he couldn't go Breaking Wheel because of Flywheel. I mean, he could have, but it's so much difficult. It's so much more challenging to play, right? So that's really interesting. And now the Ever Sleeping Town, it actually worked because it worked really well for BL's hunter. And Gajay, who could have played Sculptor here, went Wax Artist, and Wax Artist is okay on Ever Sleeping, but there are better maps for it. So it's just like, it just worked it worked so well for BL survivors, and Flywheel is just being such a strong trait. It changes the meta without changing any of the characters. Just one little trait being added to the persona web. It's amazing how that can really change that. And we're seeing how it affects this tournament here. We're seeing how it affects China IVL as well with the lack of Breaking Wheel. So I think that it's just it's an uphill battle for GH now. Now that Breaking Wheel is a character they're probably not going to see played. The big advantage here for GH is that GH now gets to pick map. That was BL's map selection. BL did win on the map they're able to choose here, so GH is now able to work it into their favor, being able to select the map that they want. But it's just a 6-2 disadvantage here is going to be very challenging for them to come back from.
Right now, GH really has to play aggressive. If they decide to be conservative, they might not really get any points advantage in the next BO2. Right now, we are also not too, because right now this time around it will be GH picking the map, right? GH picking the map and BL banning the map. So right now BL really has to ban a map that GH will most likely be picking for their advantage. And I would recommend Secret Hospital because they have been getting a God J at least has been getting a 4 kill at Sacred Heart all the time, 2 times in a row actually. So, and also it is a survivor sided map, and we don't if BL they wouldn't want GH to really gain advantage through maps, survivor sided map, and making their hunters suffer with the hospital building and everything. So I would suggest a Sacred Heart Hospital ban on BL side, and maybe what map do you think GH will pick to their advantage, Eli?
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting because, again, we see Breaking Wheel not getting utilized as much. We also don't really know what the second round hunter is going to be for BL's hunter. We talked about we don't know too much about them. We saw them play Dream Witch, of course, in the first round. Dream Witch will get banned now. So what are they actually going to bring out next? That's something we don't know. We're going to have to find out. So I don't know. What really benefits GH here is, okay, well, we do have the map selection. It looks like it is going to be, Sacred was banned, yeah, just as you called here, and that is going to be Chinatown selected here from GH. So Chinatown is smart for GH because, as we talked about, Breaking Wheel isn't a character that GodJ necessarily wants to play because of the flywheel, but it Chinatown's a great map for Breaking Wheel, so it still leaves that as an option for him, and it also opens up Soul Weaver. That's a character GodJ does have in the back pocket. Soul Weaver very strong on Chinatown. It's slightly less meta, but it is a character that can really work effectively here. Now, the only issue with Chinatown as well is that if he is trying to play Sculptor, Chinatown Sculptor is not that strong. So that's going to be the big challenge for him. Now, what are the survivors actually have to ban? Chinatown is a little bit better for wax artists than Eversleeping because it's more open. It's harder to dodge the wax in those open areas, but you also play right into the hotel loop as well. So that's something you have to watch out for. So I don't know. We'll have to see, what they're able to pull out here. But the Chinatown map here is definitely something that GH has prepared for. And again, we don't know what BL's Hunter's second round pick is, so that's gonna be very interesting to see.
I mean, this time around there isn't any change in members, so I believe both teams are pretty set with this team comp right now. And right now we'll be seeing them. BL Hunter will be coming out first again, followed by GH Survivors. So, F sign. Most likely we're banning his Dream Witch.
Yeah.
His Dream Witch.
Yeah. Let's. Definitely gonna be banned Dream Witch, I think, especially after that last round. What characters are we going to see banned here? Depending on what he opts to play, probably Seer Priestess or Forward. Okay, Forward Seer, that works as well. But 50% is still close enough. Anyways, we're gonna see Dream Witch probably get banned here. And the 2-star lock-ins, I imagine, are Mercenary and Priestess. Those are probably going to be the most standard here. If it's not Mercenary and Priestess, then I will resign as a commentator because I don't know what I'm talking about. No, it is going to be Mercenary Priestess. Oh my god, I thought they changed for a second. Okay, no, it's Mercenary Priestess. We're good. For the next ban here, we'll probably see... I mean, we did see Patient get banned in the last round. Also, you have an option to ban Acrobat as well. So those are both... definitely, he's going to be Patient as well. So really trying to play around the Patient. Of course, Patient's such a strong character for Chinatown. There's very strong hook areas here that can be very challenging to deal with. So I don't know. We'll have to see here again what Hunter's opting to play. I'm actually very interested to see because again, a lot of Hunters would love to go Breaking Wheel here, but with the addition of Flywheel, it's a lot more challenging to play. We're going to see Acrobat being locked in as well. So yeah, let's see what this BL Hunter has available.
Because actually I was thinking about it. When I saw the Seer and Forward, but I thought that he might be picking a Breaking Wheel because Breaking Wheel's not scared of Priestess portals. So that's why I thought. But after that, I saw the Patient ban, which was kind of interesting. So I'm thinking right now it could be a Clark, especially with the Entomologist ban now. So is it? Oh wait, we see a Mechanic pick on GH Survivor side. GH has never. I don't recall them picking a Mechanic in their matches in IVC at the moment. It's
Yep.
F Science Exploit.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've talked to you before, Eli, and you said that X-Boy does have 4K potential.
It does. Yeah, definitely. And that's why we see the Entomologist get banned here as well. Entomologist is such a strong character against Axeboy. Typically, we see Entomologist get banned as the third one instead of the Patient, but I think they were I think they were just baiting on the fact that GH would lock an Acrobat over Entomologist, and that was a very nice call here from the BL Hunter. So we're going to have to see exactly how this works out. Yeah, before, as we talked about this a little bit earlier, but Axeboy is a character that does have 4K potential, but now that GH is actually playing Mechanic, it's harder to go for a higher kills because Mechanic does have that high potential for the survivors, which is really interesting considering that, GH is down. You literally mentioned this before, Chocho. GH has to play aggressive. They have to try to win these next rounds. They can't really afford to play passively going for a tie character like Mechanic. So this is a very interesting decision from them to utilize this character here. The forward ban is curious. We actually don't see we don't see Axeboy ban forward a lot because Axeboy can actually deal with forward quite easily because of how fast Axeboy is. You can push the forward away and then get back to the survivor, pick them up before the forward's able to return. And that's something we see happen a lot with forward. We actually see Mercenary be a more common ban. It could be that this hunter was trying to play a different character and they kind of saw how the team comp played out and wanted to go Axeboy, but I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, Axeboy is a character we don't see utilized a lot. The biggest issue here for BL is that Axeboy struggles heavily against Flywheel. You can Flywheel the Flame so easily. It's really easy to dodge, and I don't know how that's actually gonna play out here. I feel like it's similar to Breaking Wheel. It's just a character that struggles so heavily with the addition of Flywheel.
And especially this team, they know the meta, Flying Wheel, and F Signs, like you said, they're probably gonna bring Flying Wheel, and we have seen Zhao Kan with his amazing Flying Wheels. I'm not too sure if you guys remember back in IVA June. Zhao Kan actually played forward against a Breaking Wheel Experiment through the portal, and Zhao Kan's amazing Flying Wheel as a forward, and it just saved the game from a possible tie to a win actually. So we'll see how it goes. Zhao Kan's kiting ability is also not weak, so but we can see Zhao Kan being the nearest to the hunter right at the tofu stand.
Yeah, and it is going to be, I believe that's the Mechanic. So this is going to be a pretty nice find for the Axeboy here if he does chase this target. So looking around in this area, trying to find. He does have Tinnitus, so we know someone's here, and he does trying to mind game here, and it actually does work out a little bit. He gets a little bit closer to the Mechanic here. Goes for that flame. Oh, he hits the flame! A really long snipe here. That's a huge hit onto the Mechanic. What a beautiful start. Normally you're able to dodge that, but Zhao Kan just unfortunately missing out here. We're going to see the Acrobat go for the slowdown bomb here. Priestess does have that portal set up, so he's going to be able to create some distance, but this is something we talked about a little bit earlier, Chocho, is that GH with that over support, two characters not decoding with the Mechanic not decoding as well. The only one decoding at the current time is going to be that Mercenary. So the support, of course, is there for the survivors, but you lose a little bit of decoding in the process. We're going to see Mechanic try to just keep distance as long as possible. And he does have the purple flames now surrounding the Mechanic, so this is definitely going to be very strong for Dex. But can he hit this snipe here onto the Mechanic? Goes for the purple flame. No, he's just going to pull it. Does he go through the pallet? Goes for the flywheel, dodging the hit there, and gets the pallet stun.
Amazing.
Play. He does still have Blink available, so he should be able to get this down. But a portal is going to keep him alive even longer, and the Axeboy didn't take the portal, so this gives more distance, and another one getting him all the way past the theater building to the back of Hotel here. This is an excellent start here for GH.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is a lot of support on the GH side. Like you said, right now Cypher is actually not as fast as it's supposed to be right now, because right now it's almost 2 minutes into the match. So I believe Zhao Kan will be having a down over here already, and Little Boy will be the one nearest to him, most likely coming for the rescue. No, most likely not, because it doesn't have tide. The people that have tide is the Mercenary as well as the Acrobat. But not interrupting Cypher's, Little Boy now has to rotate to another Cypher decode, which is gonna even slow down the decoding process even further.
Yeah, it's amazing how one trait can change the entire game. We were literally just talking about this, but Flywheel turned that kite into another 60+ seconds. I mean, if there's no Flywheel, that Mechanic's just dead. I mean, that Mechanic's gone down a long time ago, and this is a really good position for the BL Hunter. But now it's so much more challenging. The one Flywheel into the pallet stun, into the two portals, it really changes the game here. Let's see if the Mercenary is able to get this rescue here. Has to dodge the flame. Does he get hit?
Nice.
No, he's able to dodge the flame. The portal is set up as well, so Mechanic's gonna be able to take it. And we see the Acrobat coming into harass as well. I don't think this is really worth it.
Yes,
I mean,
you're right.
because he goes through the portal. I mean, he's going to go through both portals. By the time he catches the Mechanic anyways, the flame's going to be worn off. So I think this is just another example of GH over-supporting unnecessarily. But we'll have to see. Does Mechanic is he actually able to kite this out here? Blink is online. He's going to be able to, no, looks like he's not going for Blink, trying to conserve it a little bit longer here. And he is able to go for the flame, close the distance, and down the Mechanic here for the second time. And this is probably looking like, it's interesting. It's kind of a drawn position, but I don't know. We're going to see him get placed on the rocket chair here for the second time. Of course, the doll still is in play, so it's going to allow for some Cypher Rush. The next rescue is going to have to be clean here if they want a chance. Getting placed on the rocket chair again. And we'll see who actually comes in for the rescue. I imagine it's going to be Acrobat with that Tide Turner. And the question is simply, oh, but he dies near the bot Cypher Machine. He's going to be able to down the bot, which means the bot cannot pop that last Cypher Machine. So he is able to get a free rescue in the process. The question is, can he down the Mechanic? Oh, he's going to teleport closer. This is really smart. Can he down the Mechanic before they pop all 3 Cyphers? If he's able to do so, he is able to secure a draw, and that is definitely going to be put BL in a strong position.
Changing his skill from a blink to a teleport, kind of doing the mid game already. Oh, able to get a body block. Yeah, okay, so this prolongs Zhao Kan's kite. Right now the ciphers are at 50 as well as 70 right now, but the 50% cipher is not being decoded right now. So right now Acrobat's trying to support. Oh no, unable to go into the long portal that has been placed on the priestess side. So right now dying at the last cipher again. But this Zhao Kan will be dying on chair right now, and I don't think Hunter will be pushing for more objectives, trying to play safe over here. So nobody's coming for OB also. Nobody can come for OB actually. So chairing Zhao Kan, getting the first elimination first. Right now we can see the last 2 ciphers are at 75 as well as 60%. Nobody is decoding at the moment. Except nobody's decoding at the moment. Mercenary is just removing the tree. So I believe Mercenary will be finding someone to heal first. Little boy is getting nearer to Mercenary right now. Hunter probably didn't see Mercenary, so Hunter will be going straight to the flower area, and Zhao Kan is exactly there.
Yep. It looks like oh, Captain Kun. Okay, so he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna try to hit the slam here onto the Acrobat. Excellent dodge there. He knows he can't leave these ciphers. If you leave these cipher machines, that allows for a draw here, of course. The teleport is currently on cooldown for another 15 seconds. We're going to see him go ahead, just grab another branch here, head back to one of the cipher machines that are almost finished here. It looks like Acrobat's going to go ahead and start a new cipher machine. This is totally fine. And now he has to chase a priestess in a pretty bad area. I think he's... is he actually going to commit? I mean, he's got to commit to someone. He's going to take down these pallets. Mercenary is going to be able to get some free decoding progress here, I would imagine. But it looks like he's trying to find a target. Acrobat cipher already 40% of the way done. That's so fast with that accelerated decoding. There's not much the Axeboy can really do to try to push for a win. The goal is just secure one more down survivor here, go for a draw, keep BL in the lead. If you're able to get a draw here, that's obviously fine. I think that's actually ideal for the BL Hunter because you still hold the lead. You still have, in terms of points at least, you would be up 8-4. So I think that just really begs the question of why does GH even play Mechanic here? It's such a tie character, and that's exactly what's happening. GH needs to try to be aggressive. They need to try to win. Playing a tie character is not what they need in the situation.
Exactly. It's just too safe on GH side. I believe they're trying to get their Hunter to get the advantage, but I mean, as we could see just now, the picks on the Hunter side was just very confusing. Right now we are seeing for Bobby getting the hit right now. Oh, and a failed elbow pad. It's really unfortunate. I mean, they have decoded another cipher. One of the ciphers is prime already. The other one's at 86%. Most likely unable to pop. Oh, the last cipher is at hotel, so yeah, we'll be seeing Acrobat popping the cipher, coming for the rescue, and Priestess decoding the last cipher at the one of the dungeon area. But we can see that the dungeon actually under. Oh, they would just pop immediately.
Pop the cipher. Is that
very interesting?
Yeah, I think that's a mistake because Captain Kun didn't leave. If they were trying to pop the cipher machine, Captain Kun would have left a lot earlier. But because he kind of stuck in the area, it looks like he was surprised by that. So I think that's a huge mistake from GH, actually. I don't think that was intentional. I think that was a mistake there. And we're going to see if that actually makes a difference here. He does have teleport. So this is not a situation where the trait's on cooldown. You can just open the gate and both survivors can get out. This is a situation where this gets scary because you can have one survivor push to the gate. It's actually Acrobat who's going to pressure the gate. Priestess is going to wait to the other side of this building. Priestess can actually portal straight to the chair here.
Yes, exactly.
If he goes around, but the teleport's online. If he sees the Priestess go for a portal, he's going to teleport back to chair here. Does he see it? He's going to teleport back to chair. Can Little Boy get the rescue off in time? And no, he has to go back through the portal here. He's going to push the exit gate, and I actually think it's going to work out for GH. Barely. He's going to be able to go... No, Little Boy's not going to gate. He's going for the rescue. He still has a portal, so he can potentially go for this. Desperate fight for the Axeboy will activate, so the stun's going to last very shortly. He's going to be able to get the rescue here. But the question is, what Axeboy needs to do is he needs to try to flame the Mercenary or just down him here. I guess they're really trying to play aggressive, hope that Mercenary can maybe kite to dungeon with 2 elbow pads and then the Priestess can make it to the gate. I don't really know. I think that's kind of the game plan from here. He's going to pull the flame to close that distance. Mercenary goes to the elbow pad. He messes up the elbow pad again. A second missed elbow pad from 481 here. We are going to see Little Boy be able to make it out the gate, but another unfortunate miss up for the Mercenary, and BL is able to still get the 2 points that they really need right now.
I mean, it was a good fight on GH Survivor side. I mean, Little Boy with that rescue as a priestess, he tried to rescue twice, went one round and another round. So, good job to Little Boy's priestess. However, I believe that Mercenary seems to be very what's that word say? Stingy with his elbow pad. Yeah, he's too stingy with his elbow pad. I mean, the moment when, especially the last one, the moment when he was pulling the fire, you know that the hunter can't hit you at that point in time. That's the moment you have to elbow pad already. What were you waiting for?
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, it just was quite strange. Also, that Cypher pop was very unfortunate. Yeah, this is not looking too good for GH for sure.
Yeah, it's not great. It's definitely not great. I think as you mentioned, is they just try to go for a tie, and they're kind of hoping Godje can win. But after that first round, it doesn't matter. I mean, they can just play Balmer again. Like, you can literally just play Balmer again. You can ban Breaking Wheel, you can ban Sculptor, and it's just like, what is Godje gonna do? Like, I mean, if they honestly, I know Breaking Wheel isn't great because of this because of Flywheel, but they can ban Breaking Wheel, play Embalmer, and Godje doesn't have a hunter that can actually win against an Embalmer, unless the survivors make a lot of mistakes, right? Because Sculptor struggles heavily against Embalmer, especially on this map, because you can just coffin away. If the Sculptor doesn't have teleport, the Embalmer's going to be able to rebound. He's forced to change targets. Also Wax Artist as well. We saw in the last round. I mean, Wax Artist a little bit better on Chinatown, but still against an Embalmer, it's such a tie character. This BL can just play the same strategy they did in round number 1. It works the same way. Like, this is no different here. I mean, maybe they don't ban Breaking Wheel, maybe they just ban Sculptor. That also works as well. But then, it's harder to play in Bomber, because if you get in a situation where you don't ban Breaking Wheel, and I know Breaking Wheel struggles against Flywheel, but Godje has to play. He has to take the risk. I mean, GH Survivors, they're not taking the risk, so Godje's going to have to be the one to do that now. Now that they're down points, they're still down. Obviously, if you tie this round, you go into the last round down 4 points. It doesn't really make sense. I think the only logical explanation for Mechanic is that GH is trying to tie, and they're hoping that Godje can 3K. I mean, that's really the only thing that would really make sense here. But Chinatown, it's so hard to win for a hunter because there's so many, Hotel is such a strong looping area. The map is so big. Big maps like Chinatown, it's very hard for hunters to push for wins because it's so much harder to pressure the ciphers. You saw in the end game there, or towards the end game, the survivors were, if that's a smaller map like Arms Factory, the exploit can easily maneuver between cipher machines, pressure each of the ciphers, and prevent them from popping. Because the map's so spread out, they were able to pop those last ciphers so much faster because the exploit, he just can't pressure them as easily. And that's kind of the same thing here for Godje. So I don't really know what they're expecting to play here. I mean, maybe we're gonna see. Maybe there's a small chance Seichu comes in and plays something like Geisha, but it's just like I don't know. It's really an uphill battle here for GH.
Yeah, but right now they can't really change Hunter, so it will be Godje, and I feel like it was kind of illogical on Survivor's side to actually be aiming for a tie and asking their Hunter to 3-kill, because it is a Survivor meta with the flying wheel. Your Survivors should be trying to get the advantage for your Hunter, attempt to tie, because it's so difficult for Hunters to even tie this time around. Getting a 4K is like difficult unless Survivors really give a lot of chance. So yeah, and just talking about F-Sign's gameplay, the first fireball was just immaculate. I just don't know how to explain that. His flames are so accurate. I think it really was surprising for Zhao Kan as well as GH Survivor side. Like, wow, this Hunter first fireball and managed to hit on Zhao Kan, and Zhao Kan is a very known person to kite very well. So yeah, and also question I want to put out there to you, Eli. Do you think the support was a good trade-off to Mechanic's kite?
I think the Priestess support was. I think the Acrobat pushed a little bit too hard there. I think what happened was that the Acrobat went out of their way too much to try to bomb the Hunter. That was completely unnecessary. I mean, when they get to Hotel, the slow bomb at the door is okay. I mean, it buys a little bit of distance, but it doesn't really end up mattering too much because there's a double portal set up anyways. The Mechanic's making a bunch of distance. The Priestess support on this map is crucial. That was excellent. That's not to put that out of the way. But I think the Acrobat support was completely unnecessary, and I think that was a big game changer. If Acrobat pushes Cypher Machines the entire time there and doesn't go for any support, they probably have those Cypher Machines primed. Because with the Priestess support, the Mechanic's kite was long, and then also the bot being in play also added to that Cypher Rush. So that was kind of the problem with Acrobat not decoding. They were a little bit behind, and that was enough That was enough for a tie, and that was all it was. I mean, the firebomb, it didn't really make sense. Firebombing when there's no portal setup is great because then the Axe Boy can't go for flames. It allows the mechanic to kite for free for a little bit. But when you have a double portal setup, the flame's gonna wear off by the time the hunter actually goes through the portals and gets unstunned. So there's no point in going for that. The slow bomb in the doorway to hotel, it's okay, but I mean, you're still taking a portal as a mechanic. You're still getting stunned. It doesn't really gain as much distance, so it really doesn't make sense. There's an argument for the slow bomb, but the red bomb is just, I mean, the Acrobat went way out of their way to go for that one. It doesn't work. It just loses too much decoding progress. And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. GH is a great team. They have a lot of skill. They have a lot of great communication. They have a lot of great support, but the over support is what's hurting them right now in this matchup.
Yes, exactly. Totally agree with what you just said. But right now, do you think BL on their Survivor side, do you think they should really push for more objectives, try to like 2-0 them, or just just keep it cool, tie, choose a tieable team com, and just to see how it's gonna go and stuff? Because God J, I believe, okay, if I am on BL Survivor side, I will most likely banning the Sculptor. Yeah, for sure. Breaking Wheel, Flying Wheel, crazy. So
Yep.
it's very crazy for it's good for the Survivor side, not so good for the Hunter side. But I mean, I think it's best if they ban the Sculptor. I don't think there is a need to really respect ban for the Wax Artist after that BO1.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. In this situation, there's argument for a few things. I personally would still ban Breaking Wheel and just play Embalmer because Sculptor, not only is Sculptor not very strong on Chinatown, Embalmer is just incredible on Chinatown. It's such a strong tie character. We talked about, do you push for objectives, try to go for 2-0, or do you just try to tie things up? I think BL just tries to tie things because you're on the map that your opponent's team picked. So if you're able to tie this round, you're already putting yourselves in a nice position because you already have the lead. You're tying on a map that the opponent's team picked. And additionally, going into the last round, you're still up 4 points. You still have a great advantage. And the idea for GH playing Mechanic, we talked about this. GH played Mechanic because they want GodJ to 3K or 4K. So if you're able to get a tie as BL, you're already outplaying GH's strategy. So I think it's totally fine to just play for a tie here and just try to even things, keep things flat, keep things tied up, and just win the long game in round 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think currently we've only seen his Wax Artist, his Sculptor, as well as Spider against a team SKG that time. Godji actually brought out the Spider at a Arms Factory and got a tie actually. So, I mean, if he's really going for a tie, maybe picking a Bon would be great.
Yeah, but he can't afford to tie. I mean, he has to try to win here. I mean, because you're down. You don't want to go in the last round down 6-2. I mean, that's horrible. That's such a hard place to come back from. So it's just like Godj kind of has to try to go for a win here. If not, then you're in a really bad position. Maybe Godj plays Soul Weaver. I mean, Soul Weaver does technically have win potential on this map. You could potentially go for a 3K here as a Soul Weaver, so maybe that's something he's going to consider. But I mean, yeah, just already on the back foot, we're going to see Priestess and Seer get banned here. So Priestess and Seer indicates. I actually don't really know. I mean, I think if he wanted to go Sculptor, he probably would have banned Forward Priestess. But the Seer ban here, I mean, the Seer ban here also works for that. We'll see what BL locks in. Definitely Forward. I don't know what the second character is going to be. We'll have to see that in a moment. And I still think they just play. I still think they just play Embalmer. I mean, you can just ban Wheel play Embalmer. Godj can't win against that. I mean, maybe he can, but it's so hard. It's so hard. It's so easy for BL to tie. Statistically speaking, BL is going to tie way more than they're going to lose in that situation. And I mean, you can give Breaking Wheel and just rely on your Flywheel, but it's still risky because Breaking Wheel is so good on this map overall. Let's see what BL actually has to go for. I don't know. We'll have to see again. It looks like we are going to see Ford as one of the characters, as we mentioned. And I think that's a Patient as the second one. Still waiting to see the Hunter.
Is that a Prisoner? Sorry, Patient, my bad.
I think it was a Patient, yeah. Still waiting on the Hunter band. I don't really know what's going to be. Looks like we're going to see, Patient and Forward. So the Patience there is Patient can counter Wheel, can counter Sculptor. Still don't know the Hunter band. We'll have to see.
I mean, right now we're waiting. Let's give a quick shout out to the audience right now. They have changed. People have changed. Okay, we see Maney, Nightmare, Magic C, Anya, hi Anya, hi Kino, Bammy, Sam, NTT again at the front seat. B Nest, just now we've seen you before, and LYR Lear, yeah, that. So welcome. And just support the teams that you guys are rooting for right now. BL and GH is the current matchup right now. In the BO1, GH actually got a 2 point while BL with 6. So in the the rounds wise, BL won. Right now, BL2 will be moving on to second half. For the first half, both of them tied. So right now we can see the Embalmer Bin. Wow.
Yep, that's really smart.
Yeah.
I really like
Mhm.
Embalmer Bin here. Embalmer Bin is great because, again, we talked about Embalmer's a very good tie character, and Gaje has to try to win. It looks like it was actually a Soul Weaver bin. It doesn't get shown on screen, but it was actually a Soul Weaver bin, which is, again, totally fine. I mean, Soul Weaver... Oh, he's going to play Wax Artist again? I don't get this.
What?
I don't understand.
I don't understand.
There's no way. I don't get that. I mean, there's no win potential. I mean, you know, you still have... I mean, Embalmer getting banned, but now you have Postman, which is another good decoder here. I really don't get this. Could it be that that GH, even if GH loses this, are they still secured for top 8?
Yes, they are. They are.
Okay, so maybe
actually.
maybe that's why they're just kind of this is just kind of a trial match, I guess. I mean, strategically speaking, Wax Artist here doesn't really make sense, but I guess maybe they're just already secured, so they're just trying to just practice things out at this point.
It's kind of strange because okay, so okay, we'll talk about that later on, but this team comp against Wax Artist, I really don't know how GOT is gonna manage, especially. I mean, we've seen Wax Artist just currently just being a terrible crit. Sometimes just getting a one kill, it could suffice the hunter's happiness already. So, not too sure why. I mean, the BPs on the hunter sides are amazing. It's great, but the characters picked, it's just so strange. And also, we actually see that BLs didn't lock in the hunter bans for their side. Actually, yeah, they skipped their bans. Yeah.
It was
but-
Soul Weaver. It just doesn't show up.
Yeah,
on
it
the
was.
screen.
Oh, is it Soul Weaver?
Yeah, it was a Soul
Okay,
Weaver ban.
so yeah, they did study GOT. They know his Spider could be quite crazy during late game, because Spider, you can actually, even you have a very bad late game, like maybe you unable to get your first hit that fast, the Spiders that you accumulate is gonna like instant down a survivor. It's possible. So yeah, it was a good choice to ban Spider. And yeah, right now we'll be definitely be going in soon. And yeah, like, do you want to predict what result is gonna be for this round?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, going into this match, it's just, I mean, there's no way. I don't think there's any way Gaje really can win here, as long as the survivors don't really make any mistakes and play this very effectively. This is a tie or a win for the survivor side. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I know it seems like Gaje is probably trying to have a trial run here and just kind of, you know, since both these teams are already secure, they're just trying to practice a little bit here. But BL, I mean, if BL plays like this and Gaje continues to play Wax Artist, I don't know. I mean, going into the playoffs, BL is looking very strong here. GH is really going to need to step it up if they want a chance at the top 8. We'll have to see how this plays out. Maybe Gaje has something planned that we don't know. You know, with the Embalmer removed here, it does give him a chance to potentially play for a win. It's going to be harder for the survivors to get a guaranteed secure draw, but the Postman being there just allows for that excellent Cypher Rush with the decoding letter. So overall here, it's still a very favorable team comp for BL.
Right now, I mean, the person that he's most is probably gonna chase and should be chasing will also be Postman, but I can see that he's moving towards Ram. Ram at the near flower area. Ram is playing the character Postman. Exactly what we've been talking about. So, oh wait, no, Gaje will not be seeing Ram at all. Ram has already rotated away. Tinnitus is off right now, and Potato is just really waiting a double story just for the hunter.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, already rotated the upstairs area. We see a right-left build, which is actually fine, considering that Gaje has to go for a win here. This is a win build. Left-right is always... it's a very aggressive build. You know, you don't have the tension, which means your endgame's not going to be as good. But it's basically saying, you know, I'm going to try to win before we get to an endgame situation, just try to get a fast 4K. And that's what Gaje does need here. I mean, he does need to win here to put GH in a good position. We actually see a little bit of a late rotation from the forward. Will forward use football? He uses no football at all here, and he is going to take a first hit because of it. So, yeah, kind of a big misstep for the forward here. And now Blink's online. He's going to have to use his football a little bit earlier than he wants to, just so he doesn't get blinked. And, yeah, this is a pretty good start here for Gaje, actually.
Right now, I don't think it would be an instant down for sure. I mean, the distance that the hunter is, the forward is having with the hunter right now is too hard. Too large for the blink to happen. So, yeah, I believe the ball will be used again. Yeah, we're rotating one more time around it. And also him dying at this location is not going to affect any of the ciphers nearby. So, they might even opt for a sell if it's necessary. But yeah, in the down didn't. Oh, a pellet stun on the forward side. Very well done. But I believe he will be down still because the wax. So, yeah, I think that's Yeah, it's a almost 3 full cipher kite actually. And the fourth
Yeah.
cipher is actually being decoded already. We see that the postman, we can really see the effectiveness of postman's decoding letters. This is his second
Yep.
decoding letter already. Postman done with the first cipher and moving on to the second one at already 50%. 1.5 ciphers, while the others are
Yep.
still at their first ciphers. So, yeah, Postman is a very useful character. I believe Eli was scolding me about the prisoner thing. So, yeah, Eli hate prisoners. So,
Yeah.
and yeah, but anyways, I believe nobody will be coming to for the rescue. We see that the only person that has tied is forward. The rest has already decided that they're gonna sell this. So God J probably already knows what their objectives are gonna be. So pushing outside. However, Cypher has already been put on Potato side. He has to can this out and then finding his next survivor.
Yep. Yeah, they're just not going to rescue. They're just going to go for a tie
Mhm.
here, and we're gonna probably see a round 3. But of course, the 6-2 lead for BL going into round 3 is great for them. And it's very interesting. Look at that last cipher; it's already 50% of the way done. And this is exactly what we talked about. Wax Artist does not have win potential
Yeah.
against a Postman, and actually, if anything, the survivors have a good chance of still winning because there's no detention. So there's still an option for a late game kite. Of course, with the lack of Tide Turner, there's no real option for a late game rescue, but. I'm actually very surprised. Either Acrobat or Patient could have brought Tide Turner here, and neither of them did. So that's a little bit of a surprise here. But single Tide Turner forward. It's just kind of a tie build. It's just kind of saying we're going to sell here and just try to push for, push for a tie in the long run. Excellent bomb there from Mini Blue that forces Gajay to walk through. It's going to slow him down here, allow him to create some distance. But the last Cypher Machine, already a new one, started at 30% of the way done here. And Gajay still has not reached full presence and will not have detention. So this is looking pretty good. Does hit the snipe onto the Acrobat here. Can he get this hit? And he is able to do it. Beautiful wax bomb there. It's going to get that first hit there. And already approaching the full presence. One more hit will do it. So he's going to have full presence going into the end game, which is going to be very strong for him. The goal here for the survivors is try to get a pop-off with the Cypher Machine, so everyone's at full health, which means you don't play around detention. Gets the bomb up before the wax bomb closes off the window, and Mini Blue doing an excellent job of just looping this area.
And yeah, I believe the down will be happening soon, but the ciphers are not primed yet. So Potato, we can see that he's rotating here for the rescue already. 3 hooks, totally possible. And how many bombs have Acrobat used? Out of the 4 bombs
He
that
still
he
has
has?
2 of he still has 2 left. So I think what's gonna have to happen is it's actually very good that they didn't pop, even if the Cypher Machine was primed. They want everyone to be full health so they can play around the no detention. So we're gonna see Patient get the rescue off here. He's gonna try to down the Acrobat straight up here. They need the problem is they don't know that he doesn't have detention, so they may just wait for him to take a hit, which is really not ideal. They want to try to pop with Acrobat being full health. Looks like Patient's going to body block, and they're going to go for the pop, so they are playing around this a little bit here. We're going to see him go for the wax bomb, and he does not hit it. He does get the firebomb. Gajay is able to walk around it here, but the wax is going to go back down to 0 because Acrobat's able to break line of sight, and no detention here. Chocho, this is going to be interesting. He's going to be able to most likely get the one hit on the Acrobat, but he's going to teleport right away here. Still no detention. The exit gate is almost open, and Postman is able to get the dog here, slowing him down, and that exit gate is almost open, so maybe if the Postman can distract long enough, someone else can go for the open, but it looks like they're just going to push the other gate instead. Does get the hit onto the Postman, but again, no detention. Postman's still alive here.
I believe this is most likely going to be a tie because the dungeon is actually a flower area, so there's really no way how Postman is going to rotate there right now, especially he's being stuck here at double story. Maybe a possible solution would probably be Ram running towards the flower after getting the first hit. That could have been possible. A slight chance. I mean, him going away from the dungeon, they were just settling for the tie. And we can see Potato opening the gate. Mini Blue, not too sure. Mini Blue will be going for the gate for sure. Okay, so yeah, it will be a tie. So actually, I was thinking about what you said just now, Eli. Then bring one more type, maybe an Acrobat. Maybe that could have been better. I think you were right because that tag could have prolonged it slightly more because the last cipher was actually at 50% already. So, and the ciphers were crazily fast. I'm not too sure if you realized they were actually at 4.5 ciphers done at the 3-minute mark.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's Postman. I mean, that's just Postman ciphers.
I mean, I feel like the ciphers could have been much faster actually if forward wasn't too conservative with his bow at the start, because once you get the first hit, the cipher decoding process will be slower slightly on all survivors. So that tie, and maybe if forward wasn't so conservative, but it could have been a 4-man during detention period. If there's no detention, my bad. During the late game, and then it could be a potential 3-run actually.
Yeah, I mean, what's kind of interesting, what kind of puzzles me is that BL could have won. I mean, what happened? What they could have done there is that Postman just kind of runs into 2-story and takes a hit in 2-story. all the postman has to do is draw the hunter away from the gate, and the patient just. I mean, the gate was 75%. I mean, the patient could have opened it within like 3 seconds. So a postman runs the 2-story, takes a hit, and goes up to 2-story, and then he loops back around and goes to the gate. Patient could have opened it and then body blocked it. They could have won the game, but BL
Mhm.
just played super conservative. They went to a new gate there. I feel like it would have been fine. I mean, with no detention, there's really no risk of them getting 3K'd in that situation. So I feel like they should have just had postman distract. Patient finishes to open the gate, and the postman
Mhm.
takes a hit, loops back around to the gate because there's no detention, and they just win that way. BL could have easily just done that. I mean, that's not even that hard to pull off, but ultra conservative from BL here, just trying to hold the lead here, and really just trying to, I guess, go into round number 3 here, trying to keep a 4-point lead.
Exactly. And like you were saying, they were playing very conservatively, very safe gameplay. I mean, we could actually see during late game, instead of just decoding one cipher, they decoded 2 ciphers, knowing that Hunter has teleport and they didn't want the cipher camp to happen. So, yeah, I guess BL was just being very, very safe, just going for the tie first and trying to just prolong to BO3. And if BO3 they could just tie it up also, then it will be a definite win for BL side. So, too conservative for sure, agreed. But nice kite on Mini Blue side. Managed to use the ball effectively to slow down and slowing down the hunter, so and prolonging giving the distance between the hunter so that it's not so easy to wax him. So that's great.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I mean, it was a great job overall, but yeah, again, going into round 3, it's just going into round 3, BL still has the lead. Exactly what they want. They're able to tie on a map that the opposing team picked here. I mean, you see a 10-6 lead. It really just kind of comes down to points now. I mean, GH has to win by 4 or more points. And, now, I mean, we've seen Gaje's Wax Artist in both rounds. The first round, just not very effective at all. The second round, really not that effective either, especially in a situation where the survivors they could have won if they tried to play more aggressively. So, yeah, it's interesting. Gaje keeps going Wax Artist. I guess, again, since if GH is already secured for top 8, they're really just trying to, I guess he's trying to practice it in a tournament situation, but so far it's not really looking too strong. I think,
Mhm.
once we get into the top 8, Gaje is going to have to go back to playing something like Sculptor. So I don't know. It's interesting. Well, again, we'll have to see. But yeah, going to this last round, if GH does want to try to have to win here, it's going to be, I believe, we're going to be back into BL's map selection, and it's just going to be. It's going to be tough. I mean, we're going to see most likely Sculptor's going to get banned, probably Soul Weaver as well, and we'll probably see a map get picked that's not good for Wheel, so it's going to force Gaje back to Wax Artist, I guess, maybe something like a Bloody Queen, but in a situation where you got to go for wins, I don't know. I mean, he just doesn't really have win hunters available to him at this point, so because the ban, 200 bans now available for BL, so BL looking at an excellent position to win here.
For the next map, not too sure which side will be picking the map. There won't be any bans for the maps anymore. We have seen the first one was Ever Sleeping. Second one was the Chinatown. I mean, mainly right now it has been big maps, and small maps have been banned. So I really doubt they're gonna pick Leo's Memory. So I am.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna cry with Leo's Memory also. Maybe Moonlit. I mean, I feel like they really love big maps for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know about the problem with picking Moon. I think since BL picked in round 1, I think it goes back to their pick here for round 3. I don't think that they're gonna pick Moonlit because they want to ban. They probably want to ban something like Soiver and Sculptor. But then if you go Moonlit, then of course Fly will be is a big factor. But that's so hard for Breaking Wheel. I mean, you're giving Breaking Wheel like probably the best map, so it's just really tough here. So I think the goal here is you're trying to make Gaje play a tie hunter, so it gives him no win potential. And I think you kind of just go with that and see what you can do. I mean, if you give him, hunters with win potential, it's not really ideal. So I think that they're probably going to pick a map that's not good for Wheel, and they're going to ban Sculptor and Soul Weaver. But I don't know. Again, we don't really know what the third round hunter is going to be here. So for BL, I mean, we saw Axeboy and Dreamwitch first. Typically when we see like Dreamwitch, and you would expect something like maybe a Sculptor, Bloody Queen, one of those characters being next, but Axeboy being second. I mean, that could be anything for round 3. We don't really know. We'll probably see Dreamwitch get banned, maybe Axeboy as well. I'm not really sure, but again, I'm actually excited to see what BL's third round hunter is going to be here.
I mean, you just said just now also saying that I say they were actually trying out, most likely be trying out God J's other hunters to see how it goes against veteran teams like BL survivors. So I think on BL side they're also doing the same because we've been seeing um, Liz, yeah, actually in BL's hunter for quite a number of times, and he has been consistently getting a giving advantage to his BL team with the 4 kill, 3 kills. So right now I think they're trying out F Sign also, and it seems like F Sign is doing not too bad. Definitely, even though it's not may not be good as Liz, but we can see that the first match he got a 3 kill as well. Oh, and we can see a change up in BL survivors from BL Panda to Chap Ha. So behind Chap Ha, we've seen him before actually. So against a matchup against TMX, Chap Ha actually came out first and he played the forward as well as postman. So I'm quite excited to see what Chap Ha is gonna bring this time round. Actually, BL servers actually is doing pretty good actually. So I'm not too sure why they wanted to change, but Chap Ha is actually Korupund, as known as known by the members. So Korupund he's a pretty good player actually. So excited to see how he's gonna cooperate with the entire team. Other than that, sorry, talking about F Sign just now. Yeah, they were trying out. So, but if they are trying out, maybe for GH side, maybe they could have let Seichu come out, maybe to just really let him see how it feels to go against a veteran team like BL also. So, yeah, it just seems like Seichu might not be having the opportunity to come out during the group stages as well. So yeah, I'm hoping to see him later towards because right now they have already finalized their team in top 8.
Yeah, definitely. And again, both of these teams, I mean, they're kind of going into this matchup just playing some, I guess, trying to play some new strategies and just preparing for that top 8. So this is sort of just again, maybe this is not how this matchup would play out in a more intense situation like the top 8. We'll have to see how that ultimately shapes up, but. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, going into this last round here, we'll see if GH really just tries to turn things around and win here. If I'm not mistaken, I think BL's already secured top 8 as well, right? Even if they were to lose this. So yeah, so either way, I mean, both teams are totally fine here in this situation. So it's really just it's one of those situations where they're just I guess as you mentioned, just trying to play characters that they're really not used to playing with, different players that they're not typically wouldn't use. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Gajay will play, a hunter that we don't really expect as well. We have seen him start to play Bonbon recently, so maybe he'll actually play that just to get a little bit of competitive practice as well. That's definitely a good hunter to have too. And yeah, I don't know. Again, it's looking good for BL though. If they're able to play like this going into top 8 and continue this, the how well they've had with communication, the rotation. The teamwork, the competitive gameplay they're bringing to the table here. They're going to have a very good chance in top 8. I mean, going into this top 8, BL's definitely disadvantaged. Teams like ZT, GH are definitely going to have the advantage in a top 8 situation because of their tournament experience, because of just the survivability of their survivors and how well each of their hunters have played. However, BL, again, it's a team that's been around competitive quite often, has a lot of success making that, in the COA qualifiers. Although again, kind of like different players here as well. So I don't know. It's gonna be interesting, but I think definitely going into this, we can talk a little bit how the top 8 is gonna shape up. We are gonna have, of course, GH and BL. We're gonna have ZT as well, who's already been secured. That's gonna be interesting to see how ZT is able to play against a lot of these teams. We have seen ZT being very survivor sided. They're sort of like the wolves of Southeast Asia, right? They have a very good survivor side, but. That's gonna be interesting as well because looking at Liz, who is the hunter for BL, right, has been strong throughout this tournament. I don't know how well they're gonna be able to play against the ZT survivors. That's definitely an uphill battle for them as well. I'm actually interested to see how Gajay is gonna be able to play against ZT survivors as well. But ZT survivors have just been they've just been so formidable. They're able to take down hunters. We saw back in IVA they're able to take hunters down like Seichu, who are also very strong. So I think that going into the top 8 overall, I think ZT definitely has the best chance of going to the offline qualifiers, and then of course GH, BL definitely up there as well. I think those are probably the top 3 looking into this top 8.
I mean, we've seen actually Identity 5 is actually having some prediction for IVC actually, and I've seen a lot of the teams' names. So a lot of people are rooting for actually MP Mad Penguins to be the winner of this IVC, and
Interesting.
yeah, it's interesting because I mean I believe they saw the how they counted the Korea sorry, the Japanese hunter as one clerk actually. So I
Hmm.
believe the once they saw that, they were like, oh, MP, they know how to like counter certain hunters or certain
Yep.
in a very strategic manner that you've never thought of. So
Yep.
I think that is the main reason why people have so much hope in MP and so much fans also. Like MP fans is a huge, it's extremely huge. So yeah, whoever you're supporting this time around for IVC, just keep supporting. The top 8 will be finalized tonight, so just keep watching.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, tonight or like early the next day for me, because my time zone is really far away. It's almost 5 a.m. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I know. I'm trying not to wake up my entire family, because sometimes when I yell when I get excited, then everyone gets really mad at me because I wake them up. But anyways, we're trying to yeah, we're getting through this. We are gonna see the last map here. It is gonna be Arms Factory selected by BL. So it is BL's map selection. Oh yeah, I mean Arms Factory is actually great here. Can't play Breaking Wall on that, so that's gonna be really difficult for God J. And yeah, I don't. So we're gonna see. I imagine probably Sculptor ban. I don't think they're gonna. I mean, they played it well against the Wax Artists so far, so I don't think we're gonna see Wax Artists get banned. I don't think they're really scared of God J's Wax Artist. So I think we're probably gonna see Sculptor get banned, probably Soul Weaver as well, and just kind of take the chance with the Wax Artist.
Totally agree. So it will be Soul Weaver as well as the Sculptor. Okay. So right now we'll be seeing God J coming out first this time around for BO3 first half, as well as BL Survivors. We can see Chop over there already. And total of 5 ban picks for Hunters. He's gonna ban 3 first. What do you think the first 3 will be, Eli?
The first three would probably be Seer, Forward, and I'd imagine Mercenary as well. You don't have to ban Priest, obviously. It's Arms Factory. Those are the most standard, but maybe you have something else in mind as well. You never know. And for the BL Survivors, I think, again, you're banning Sculptor and Soul Weaver. I don't think you really need to ban anything else. But again, I mean, they're both in situations where they pretty much already secured themselves in the top 8, so they could kind of just go. We're gonna see Patient. Okay, so Patient's fine as well. Patient is a very good transition kiter, and can also double as a rescuer as well. So it's totally okay to get rid of the Patient if you are God J, but if it's not, at least Sculptor being one of the bans here, I don't really know what else they'd really opt to ban.
A Bloody Queen.
Okay, Bloody Queen.
I mean, Bloody Queen is a tileable character, especially in Arms Fact also. So I'm not too sure, because they have a acrobat, they have characters that can really counter BQ. So maybe the banning of the Soul Weaver might be better, because yeah, the instant down and everything, it might even result in a double speed and everything. So it might be difficult, but we can see the picks on Survivor side. It is the Mercenary as well as acrobat, very standard for BL Survivors.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Soul Weaver's not that. I mean, Arms Factory is one of the weaker Soul Weaver maps, so I mean, I guess it makes sense. Bloody Queen, of course, being a lot stronger. But I mean, in a situation where you only need to tie, you don't necessarily have to ban Bloody Queen, because Bloody Queen is a tie hunter, and GH needs to play aggressively. They need to try to win here. So they're going in Balmer again. I mean, this is fine. It's just they're just tying it out. As we talked about, does BL play aggressive, or do they just try to play conservative and tie things out? And that's what they've been doing so far. We're gonna see Postman be the last ban here. Actually, if Postman wasn't banned, they definitely would have gone Postman. Fast decoding plus Embalmer. Postman and Embalmer actually work so well together for securing draws, because you have fast decoding with the Postman, and you also have the self rescue with the Embalmer, which is making it a great tie character. So, I mean, yeah, what's God J play? Probably Soul Weaver. Maybe he just goes Wax Artist again. That's also a possibility. Or maybe he goes Bon Bon. I mean, that's also a fine character for this map. But I don't know how that's not as good against something like an Embalmer.
I mean, we see the Psychologist blend and a potential Mechanic pick. Oh, changing it back to Magician. Oh, will it be a Magician?
I hope not. We'll see. It looks like we're gonna see Magician. Yay! Okay, Magician is interesting. Magician actually works pretty well against something like a Soul Weaver. Be able to get in a narrow area, you can actually illusion in a pallet and block the Soul Weaver from going through it, which will actually slow them down. It forces them to break the illusion before continuing through. Magician also is going to get something like Bloody Queen, which obviously is not on the table anymore. Psychologist ban means probably no Bon Bon, because yeah, it's going to be Soul Weaver, so that definitely makes the most sense here. Yeah, Magician is actually not bad against the Soul Weaver if used properly, and again, as we talked about, Soul Weaver at Arms Factory, it's not a good hunter for this map, so With the Bomber in play, Soiver doesn't have as much win potential. So it's gonna be an interesting situation to see how this plays out. But I think Godjay, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know how Godjay wins here. I mean, Soiver on arms is just so weak. With Embalmer being a good tie character. I mean, to be fair, Embalmer's not as good on arms because it's a lot smaller. It's easier to get to the coffin, and there's not really any like strong locations you can coffin yourself to. But overall, it's just gonna be it's gonna be tough for GH here. So I don't know. Yeah, and we'll have to see. It actually begs the question of why he opted to ban Patient. Soiver doesn't really ban Patient. Because if Patient uses the hook, they can just drop a bunch of webs, catch up to the Patient easily, and get a hit on them. So an interesting choice to go with the Patient ban instead of the Mercenary.
I think this is panning out more towards the Survivors for sure. I mean, Acrobat can really gain distance. I mean, he can go over the windows, and Soiver has absolutely nothing to do. He can't do anything unless to rotate around it or just blink to get the hit. So. Yeah, especially with the Embalmer, after you're done, you're gonna get coffined. Magician with your wand, you're gonna block certain exits and entrances to prevent Hunter from entering, getting that hit, gaining more distance also. So this is really not a favorable for Godjay at this moment when I'm seeing it.
Yeah, it's definitely very tough here. So yeah, what do you think about Magician, Jojo?
Magician? I mean, it can block, but actually, it could be good. It could be good because when you're coming for the rescue, right, Hunter can't really see you. Yeah, it's really about the mind game right now, and so, not sure how Godjay is gonna go about doing this. But I mean, even though they have already secured their top 8 already, I believe BL still wants to win, especially against such a veteran team like GH. Also, this is literally the battle of the veterans, man. So of course they want to win also, and right now BL having the advantage. They're not gonna like just loosen up and everything. They still want to win. So at least a tie, and if potentially they could get a 3 kill, they would definitely try not to get a 4 kill, because if they get a 4 kill, GH will get a 5-0 point, which means the points that they had, advantage that they had in BO1 will totally be cancelled out, and it will be 1 point added to GH side. So yeah, they just gotta remain calm, tie things out. If they're willing to sell, just sell. There's no need to be too aggressive, because right now, if BL can just tie it out, it'll be safe.
Yeah. Just so you guys know, I don't actually have anything against Magician. It's just that there's somebody in the NAU region that I know who's like obsessed with Magician. He talks about Magician 24/7. He's like, "Oh my God, Eli, you should play Magician like all the time." And I'm like, "No, I don't want to play Magician." But yeah, so that's what I have against. That's kind of the thing with Magician. It's nothing actually against Magician. It's a great character. It's just that. Oh my God, we have a pause. Okay, that's a great way to start. It's nothing that I have against Magician. It's just that I don't want to have to hear it from him later. That Eli, look, I told you Magician was gonna get played. Why don't you play Magician? And then I'm gonna have to actually like play Magician, and then it's just like it's a whole thing. So. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna have a pause here to start the game here, so we'll have to see. Obviously, we want the players to have the best possible playing conditions. Hopefully, nobody's lagging, because lagging is not good. Yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like the Sliver did spawn. I actually didn't see where he spawned. I think he spawned over near Shack Gate, if I'm not mistaken. So he's gonna immediately rotate towards middle, probably. May check out the No Man's Land area, head over towards Front Gate. He'd also go right, head towards Factory. Soiver is the one character that actually likes to chase in Factory because, it's very narrow, it's easy to place a lot of webs, it's very easy to catch up survivors. Factory Loop doesn't really work against Soulweaver here on this map. So I think that might be something that Godjay will go first. Go to 3 pallet, then head right, head over to Factory, and see if we can find a chaseable target there.
And right now, we actually saw that the pause happened. So, right now, what the BL servers need is to play stably, to sell if they need to, and tie it out, and try and do their best to not get 4K. So I think as much as possible, both teams want to win, but actually from BO1 and 2, we could actually see the Wax Artist on Godjay's side, and it's seriously not panning. It's not making me feel that GH is attempting, because they already confirmed that spot in top 8, so they just want to just try things out. But it's quite strange, because if you want to try out a hunter, why would you try the same hunter twice? You've seen a result on the first one, and then you decide to try it again in the next one. Like, you should try something new, a geisha, something that you're not so familiar with, and it's meta. So very strange on GH side, but GH, I have to comment on their BPs. It's amazing. It's amazing. Their bans on their hunter side, their hunter when they ban it, it makes a lot of sense. But just the picks itself, the pick the hunter brings into the match is just not the most ideal one.
Yeah, definitely. I think it would have been if God is trying to play new hunters. I think it would have benefited him to play something actually like Anne. Anne's really good right now in the meta because Anne is the one kind like the one hunter that like is a direct hard counter to Flywheel because Flywheel
Mm-hmm.
it literally does nothing against Anne. I mean, the thing is like you force all these survivors to bring broken windows when you play Anne. You can play around Flywheel a lot easier. It's just like when you stun a survivor, you can't Flywheel. I mean, it's just so hard to deal with an Anne using Flywheel. So. And Anne on Arms Factory is also very strong. That's why we've kind of seen Anne come back into the meta a little bit. A lot of people I know were asking about that earlier and questioning, why are we seeing Anne being utilized more? Because Anne is a direct counter to Flywheel, and Flywheel is such a prominent trait right now that it's been released into this tournament gameplay. So Anne is definitely a hunter that he could have potentially brought out. The problem with Anne is Anne has very limited win potential. I mean, similar to something like a Bloody Queen, it's so hard to actually win as Anne. So in a situation where you really have to try to win, Soul Weaver definitely makes the most sense. Godjay wants to at least eliminate. The problem is that if Godjay gets a tie, the
Mm-hmm.
GH survivors have to get a 4 survivor escape because they'd still be down points. Even a 3 survivor escape, they still lose. So Godjay
Mm-hmm.
needs to at least try to eliminate 3 survivors here because if you eliminate 3 survivors, then the GH survivors can get a 3 escape and tie things up. Or if he's able to eliminate 4, the GH survivors can then just go for a win by getting 2 out the exit gate. So I think that it definitely. Godjay has to push for at least 3 survivors eliminated and doesn't really have win potential. I think that's kind of the idea behind playing Soul Weaver. But Soul Weaver and Arms Factory, again, not very good. So it's an uphill battle for him here.
True. Actually, today we've actually been watching the BL survivors. Actually, comparing today's condition compared to the last few ones that they had with other teams, I feel like today they just happen to have much better condition for some reason. This is actually one of their hardest and toughest opponent actually in the entire IVC at the moment, and
Yep.
them being able to perform this well today really shows that. I mean, could it be improvement? It could be improvement, or like the mentality that they bring into the game right now is really good because I mean, also them getting the 3 kills and a tie afterwards against Godjay's Wax Artist, it's probably gonna give them more confidence to really do much better also. And Chop Hair is being brought inside right now, and actually I kind of record something. So Chop Hair actually is Korupun. So Korupun actually is um he he is a type of survivor, right? Like during competitions, he wants to be like, I want to play, I want to play. So I believe because of of him saying that, so I believe Panda kind of agreed to swap out and just let him have fun. I mean, because they like you said, confirm top 8 position. So if he wants to play, it is possible. But yeah, and today Panda did an amazing job compared to on Friday. Friday it wasn't a very a beautiful match for him. Like it was, I'm not sure if you remember, he actually got an instant down against a Drumwitch. So I'm very glad that today he managed to get very good rescues. Even though the kite wasn't the most in the second match wasn't the most ideal, the team still managed to get the tie, which was already not too bad against the Wax Artist.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's not bad. But again, it's still I still feel like in that round they could have pushed for a win if they played more aggressively. But yeah, I guess I mean again in a situation where you're already in top 8, you don't have to play so conservatively. I guess BL really just wants to say like we're a really strong contender going into this top 8. We can actually take down GH if it comes to that. So I think that's what they're trying to say by playing conservatively and just trying to win things out in the long run. But I still think they could have played aggressively and just won in 2 rounds. I really think it would have been very easy to just Postman kites away from gate, Patient opens it, Postman loops around back to gate, takes a hit, and runs out the gate, and they get a 3 escape that way. But yeah, overall, again, still waiting for to see how this match will play out here. It kind of comes down to which character does he find first, and also is he going for teleport or blink? A lot of Soul Weavers would play blink here because Arms Factory is a small map. But then if you play blink, you play right into Embalmer. If the coffin's set up on the other end of the map, it's very difficult because then you can't teleport to the coffin. So that's also something you have to keep in mind as well. And overall, this team comp is actually pretty good for going against a Soul Weaver. You have Acrobat, which can drop slow bombs. You can drop the flame bombs to prevent them from using those webs. So if Acrobat flames flame bombs the Soiver, they actually still build up webs. They just can't use them while they have the flame on them. So that's actually
Mm.
Soiver is still not bad against Acrobat in the situation, but if you're able to get in a narrow area, you can prevent them from dropping webs, and that could be potentially useful. And again, just Bomber is a very good tie survivor against a tie hunter like Soiver. I think that's definitely going to be perfectly balanced for BL. I mean, all that has to happen here is that if BL survivors get a tie, their hunter just needs to eliminate one survivor, and BL will win on points.
And now that we have some time, right, I'm just gonna talk a bit more about the what will happen after top 8, right? So actually, Group C first and second place will be versus Group D's first and second place. So Group C's first place will be versus Group D's second place. So vice versa on the other side. Yeah, and if it is what we predicted, if BL gets first place, he will be versus Group D second place. Currently, the second place in Group D is ZT, and the first place is Noor. But it might change after tonight's matches, after this. So, really hard to say. If it comes to a point where ZT reaches first place for Group D, and GH loses this round, they will be fighting each other to see who will enter the upper bracket and who will enter the lower bracket. And also this is okay. GH is a veteran team, and ZT is actually an up and rising team actually in this year's IBAs and currently IVC. So expecting a lot from ZT to see how they're gonna go against such a veteran team. Each of them having their own ability to really strive for good objectives, tie and above kind of matches. So I think it might be quite a sight to see GH and ZT just versus each other.
Yeah, definitely. That'd be we saw that matchup play out in IVA, and ZT did win a long best of five, I believe. So that was definitely interesting, and that's definitely a very exciting matchup. So obviously, arguably the two best teams in Southeast Asia going at it would be very exciting. But that's also something that you kind of hope to see would also happen in the finals. I mean, I think that would be a very exciting finals matchup as well. But again, I mean, it looks like GH and ZT are the two best, but BL is on track to beat GH right now. So, I mean, BL is really, it's kind of a surprise too, because, BL has always been that second COA qualifying team, right, for Southeast Asia, but they've always been like slightly behind GH, because GH is usually able to instant qualify by winning the past IVCs. And BL has to go through the COA qualifying process, which is more challenging. And so it looks like the lobby has been reset. We will be resuming the game in a moment here. But yeah, BL, really coming out here and is sort of put themselves in an advantageous position. And it looks like they're becoming potentially stronger than GH. I don't know. We are back into the game here. It looks like, oh, wait. Oh, okay. Well, I lied. It was looking good for a second, but the McDonald's Wi-Fi has come back, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. Hopefully, no more McDonald's Wi-Fi, but you never know. So.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Today's Wi-Fi is just not so good. Not exactly McDonald's Wi-Fi. Yeah. So yeah. So we will be seeing later on, most likely not so soon, because I mean we see the first pause, so right now it'll be second pause. I'll be like
yeah. I don't know. You know what? This is giving NAEU ping vibes, is what this is giving. So I don't really know. Yeah. I think maybe Gaja accidentally connected to the NAEU server and has really good ping, like everybody does, but. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, if there. Hopefully, we'll have a fix here. So what we were told is that one of the BL survivors disconnected and wasn't able to play, and then now Gajay's pausing, so maybe Gajay also disconnected. I don't know. Double disconnect. That's not ideal. But yeah. So what were we talking about again? Bad ping or something? McDonald's Wi-Fi.
In instant qualifying.
Oh yeah. So we were talking about how so GH is a team that has always instantly qualified through winning IVC, but now that you have newer teams like ZT, which have been very, very strong, that's not maybe going to be as easier. It's not as easy for them anymore, right? So you got to watch out for ZT in top 8, and then also GH is a team that BL is a team that's always been the second team to qualify, but now that BL's actually doing better than GH currently, maybe it's the other way around. Maybe GH is on the decline here. We're really gonna have to see them step up if they want to win this IVC.
I mean, GH, especially God J. God J has been playing. I mean, I've noticed him since COA2. Was it COA2? At the time
Yep.
when the Feaster was like a meta character and he was playing that in COA. So, yeah, I mean, at that point in time, God J was a amazing Feaster player. But of course, because it's off meta right now, he is keeping up with other characters that is newly coming in right now, like the I mean, there'll be a new hunter soon, right, Hamid? Have you tried it out, Eli?
Yeah, I don't even know what he does, so no.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know.
Antiquarian, and yeah, but
Yeah, I was
Antiquarian
gonna
is
say.
a new.
Yeah,
You
go
can
ahead. Sorry. No, you go ahead.
Okay. You okay? So Antiquarian is a new survivor that has already come out, and many people have saying that she's a S tier character, but I kind of want to ask Eli, what are your thoughts about Antiquarian being in the tier list?
Antiquarian is, you can kind of bait her stick really easily. Like I was playing Hunter earlier today, and we played against Antiquarian, and I would just kind of walk up to her and just kind of take a step back, and she just swing and miss, and then you just swing and miss again. And it's like, okay, I'm just gonna hit you, and then yeah, that did nothing. So Antiquarian's kind of like, I don't know. She's the problem is you can still like use abilities as well. So it's just kind of like, I mean, certain characters she can be strong against, but certain characters like it's just not. I don't know. It seems like her stick is very easily baitable, but I think what you kind of have to do is you have to double back into the hunter and swing at them so they can't juke it. But then the problem is also if there's another survivor in the vicinity, the stun lasts so short you're gonna get hit anyways. So it's just she's kind of inconsistent. So I don't know. It's very interesting to see how she'll come into the meta. I don't really know. I mean, that's not going to be for a little while as well. And then also the new Hunter Hermit as well. A lot of people ask me, it's like Eli, what do you think of the new Hunter Hermit? And what I tell everybody the same thing is that when a new character comes out, they're not going to be allowed in rank for about 2 weeks after their release. So you have time to learn them then. And then they're also not allowed in competitive for like multiple months, after it comes out. So it's just like from a competitive standpoint, learning a character early on doesn't really benefit you. It's better to focus on the current meta and then just try to see a new character as it, as you have more time, as it, kind of progresses, and becomes into the competitive scene. But yeah, so I have no idea what Hermit does. Maybe I'll watch a video later. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm just waiting for you to come up with a Hermit gameplay clip. Just like how you did for Antiquarian.
Yeah.
I actually learned how to play Antiquarian by looking at your clip.
Oh really? No way.
No, I actually did. I didn't know how to use Antiquarian at all. I was like a lucky guy just with a stick on my hand, so...
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so, I mean, I feel like watching is not the same as actually trying it out, because even though I watched your clip, I tried it out and, like, it didn't work out, because I was literally like a lucky guy with a stick, basically. So, like, what you have to do is... you have to like try with either the bot or like a hunter that and just really get used to the Antiquarian thing. It's not something that you want to play and you can play immediately. Playing it well is another factor also. Antiquarian right now, okay, for me, even when it comes out until now, I still strongly believe that it's still not S tier yet. Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, even though it can like hit the hunter left side, hit the wall, stun him, he can't hit you, right, up down. Yeah, I feel like haven't really seen something that really makes me like super duper impressed to make it like an S tier as of yet.
Yeah.
Like, and what do you think about Antiquarian's support? Like, is it possible to OB with Antiquarian? I feel like it's quite difficult because you have to go so close to the hunter and it's just so
she's
risky.
not a great supporter because I mean they intentionally made her so she can't really support that well, because when you stun the hunter when there's a survivor nearby, the stun is not the stun, but like the time where the hunter can't swing is going to be shorter. We are back into the match here. It looks like the Wi-Fi has been fixed. So we're going to see the Soul Weaver looks like rotating towards away from factory. Actually, is going to go ahead and go towards looks like the sandbags area here, trying to find a survivor in the vicinity. It is going to be the acrobat. So not a great place to get found here if you are acrobat. You'd ideally be in a stronger kiting area. Is able to use that slow bomb right away, slowing down the Soul Weaver. I actually think a red bomb would have been better there, because the slow bomb, he's just going to use a bunch of webs right away to catch up here. How can the mine... Oh, he does straight that pallet down here. Gajay using a lot of webs to try to catch up here. And it doesn't work. He used all the webs for nothing, and the Acrobat is able to use the bomb and keep transitioning away here. The goal for the Acrobat is kite away from the webs. Oh, he's actually going to kind of kite into no area, though. Oh, misses the swing. Can he get the bomb back on time and go for a bomb here before he gets hit?
Nice flying wheel!
Beautiful flywheel, has a red bomb available, and he's able to kite a little bit longer here, and we're going to see him get slowed down because of that. Goes for the pallet bait, doesn't get baited by it as well. And this is a great start here for BL.
Yes, absolutely, because the website right now is really little, 18% only, and the blink is up. Oh, he gets the basic hit right now, and most likely will be having the blink soon. Oh, what was the slight hesitation on Gajay's side? Afraid that he's probably gonna go against it. But we can see that the mini blue is actually unable to run too fast because of the webs that he has already eaten. Mini blue with another bomb hit, unable to get the cancellation of all the skills right now. But Gajay trying to mind game Acrobat over here, but Acrobat not getting baited that easily. However, because of the speed right now, Mini Blue is unable to rotate as fast as possible and getting the immediate down about 1 minute 44 seconds into the match. So right now the ciphers, the thing about BL survivors, they decode very, very fast. We can see the Magician as well as Emblema cipher already popped. The third cipher, unfortunately, was quite slow at only 50%. I believe it's the Mercenary cipher. So the last 3 ciphers have already been decoded. A basic rescue on Potato side, and going back to decoding his own cipher should be about it. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise here. I don't think there'll be a double down. Oh, there is a double down on the Mercenary side. Oh, very unfortunate.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep on that rescue from the Mercenary. Against a Swaver, you want to try to get hit right up against the chair so you can immediately rescue. Goes for the pallet drop vault there. Almost got hit by the web shot, but he wasn't able to hit that there. So Gajay trying to mind game in this area, but it looks like Acrobat was not fooled by this. Does have confined space, so he might have an up-down blink build, which actually doesn't make sense. I mean, he needs to try to go for a win here, so up-down blink. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense in this situation. It's a tie build. It's not a win build at all. We're going to see Gajay drop a couple webs here, trying to catch up to the Acrobat. Is able to get there. Of course, he does not have any more bombs available. If Mercenary does not get double hit, this is a win for survivors. But Mercenary did get that double hit, so it's going to be a lot harder to do that. Someone's going to pop a cipher here and probably go for a rescue. It looks like it is going to be Magician, I think, popping and probably coming in for... it looks like actually we're going to see Embalmer come in for the save, I believe. And we're going to see Mercenary try to self-heal and go to the last cipher machine.
We'll be seeing Chaphe coming for the rescue right now. Oh, trying to be safe, just in case he can't get this rescue. He'll be able to get the coffin hit and then after get coffin and then get this rescue again. Oh, but able to clutch that rescue actually, and Mini Blue trying to survive much longer, but I believe he doesn't get any balls on his hand. So Mini Blue right now is basically a lucky guy with like flying wheel right now. We'll see if he'll be able to prolong this with excellent flying wheel, because right now the ciphers are at 80%, both at 80%. So right now the ciphers are at 85, 90 soon. Will he be able to prolong this? Because he unable to predict the blink. Unable to predict blink.
But he can force
heal.
He can force heal. Bomber's here. He can go for the force heal. Goes for the pallet drop as well. He's going to break the pallet. Will they pop the cipher machine here? And they pop it in time. And he misses the swing. He misses the swing. Acrobat is back up here, and he's going to be able to push for the end game here. Gajay trying to pick up some speed boost with the webs. He's trying to mind game around this area. Acrobat is going to run in the open, but he blinked. He doesn't have trait. The survivors know this. They're going to be able to get 3 out the exit gate here. And I believe that's it. I think that just secures the win here. 3 survivor escape here. Even if GH gets 4 survivors out the exit gate, they're still going to be down on points, if I'm not mistaken. So I think this actually, this secures, BL does get the win here. 3 survivor escape. Gajay no option to trump card. And that's going to be it. BL taking a very convincing victory over GH here.
Yeah, it was okay. It was an amazing kite on Acrobat's side. He didn't eat the hit very fast into the early into the game, so it really resulted in them decoding so fast, which really explains why Embalmer as well as the two fast decoders can really decode the ciphers that fast. And there will be a second half actually. So because this is about round points right now, group stages, so there will be a second half still. So it will most likely be a performance kind of game right now for GH. So. Yeah, good luck, have fun is their motto. So we'll see what kind of team comp GH Survivors is going to bring to the table in this last round for them. BL taking the win this time round, and we'll be placing first in the Group C stages right now, and GH following second right after.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So that actually is very important for seeding as well. So we'll see how that plays out. Actually, that means that if ZT wins the next round, I think that means ZT and GH play first, right? If I'm not mistaken,
Mm-hmm.
for the playoffs. So that's gonna be it's gonna be definitely an uphill battle for them. So that's actually kind of, I mean, both these teams already securing their place in the top eight. But again, it's important for seeding. You want to try to be the first seed. That way, you play against one of the second seed teams. You don't have to play against one of the first seed teams in top eight. So that means that because GH losing this round here might mean they have to play against ZT if ZT is able to win the next round against Noir.
Mm-hmm.
And again, ZT being the strongest team on paper in this tournament, that's maybe not something they want to have to deal with like right out the gate in top eight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just really impressed with BL today. Actually, on how performance-wise throughout the group stages, GH has been consistent. The survivors are not giving any chance, but this time around, BL really stood out for me. With this 3 escape followed by a tie and 3 escape again. Even if they went aggressive on BO2 like we've said earlier, much earlier, it would have just been the 2-0 for BL. And yeah, I'm kind of proud for BL. Yeah, because they haven't been performing too well actually. So kudos to them. Yeah, this kind of concludes BL and GH matchup between the veteran teams. So like this, I'm still gonna be expecting quite a bit from the GH survivors. I mean, if they can get a 4 escape, that will be impressive. So we can see the match statistics on BL Ram's side with 221% decoding. Actually, Ram didn't actually kite this today, actually. Just today, in fact. So yeah, just really unfortunate. Maybe we can see it maybe during the playoffs, yeah. And Chapha coming with the we can see the very long kite. Actually, right, Milo kited 151.5 seconds, but when we were watching it, it didn't feel like 151 seconds for sure. Like, did it feel like 151 for you, Eli?
Yeah, definitely not. It's amazing how that adds up so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, something I was actually just thinking about that was interesting is the embalmer. The embalmer. What I feel like the embalmer should have done is, I'm not sure how much time. I can't remember how much time was left on the chair, but I feel like the embalmer should have actually let himself get stuffed and then used the coffin to waste more time and then get the rescue after that. That would have wasted more time and allowed them to prime the cipher. Have it being closer to being primed. I don't know if he had enough time to do that and also still get the rescue. I'm not sure how close the acrobat was to dying, but what Embalmer could have done, because you saw he put his coffin right next to the chair, so he could have he could have actually let himself get stuffed, use his rebirth ability, and then get the rescue. Of course, it's 8 seconds plus getting out of the coffin and then getting the chair, probably about 10 seconds. So it's a risky play because maybe acrobat dies there, but it wastes more time. And as you saw, they almost did not have enough time to prime the cipher. So then maybe something that Embalmer could have gone for. But yeah, ultimately they did have enough time, and Gajay missing that swing on the acrobat was, of course, very important. And him not having trump card, he had an up-down blink build, which it's not a winning build, right? It's a tie build because you don't have trump card, you don't have teleport, which means you can't get it. You can't get a quick kill end game teleport to the exit gate. You can only blink someone. He wasted blink towards the end there, and the survivors knew they could easily just escape out the gate because there was no option for him to reach the gate in time.
I mean, just now you were talking about the how much the chair was, right? Actually, I was taking notice of it. When he put the coffin in front of the chair, actually it was quite distance actually. The chair was actually already at 80%. If Godji were able to hit him, he downs, he wouldn't have enough time to get coffined out and run to go and get the rescue. So that rescue was actually a clutch rescue. If that rescue didn't happen, it would just have been a tie or below. So yeah, good job for the rescue. And you're right, that swing, that missed swing, then yeah. I mean, even if he didn't miss that swing, I felt like it would still have been a 3 escape. So because the blink was already used, there was no trump card. Yeah, but
I was gonna say, then if he didn't have enough time to use the coffin, then I'm actually curious why he even put the coffin near the chair in the first place. Because like what happens that what that did is that allowed Gajay to hit him and then like almost get the stuff of the rescue. Because if Embalmer just runs in a straight line, runs straight to chair, he takes the hit, runs straight to chair, gets the rescue, then there's really no chance of Gajay stuffing the rescue. But because he stopped to place the coffin, that slowed him down and almost gave Gajay enough time to catch up and get the stuff on the on that rescue. So yeah, just a very curious decision. He also ended up wasting flywheel as well. which ended up not really mattering. But yeah, I don't know, just a curious decision there overall. If Gotcha gets the hit on the Acrobat, I mean, there's still a chance he could actually down Embalmer because he had so many webs in the area. If he runs to the webs and catches up to Embalmer and downs him, there's still a chance. But yeah, I don't know. I think overall, Embalmer should have just left his coffin on the other side of the map because even if even if he does, let's just say hypothetically, he does make the rescue, but the coffin's on the other side of the map, and then Gotcha does get the hit on the Acrobat, and then downs Embalmer immediately after. If his coffin's on the other side of the map, then he can just immediately coffin and get out the exit gate anyways because he doesn't have teleport. So I think that it doesn't really make sense to set up the coffin there. So an interesting decision from the Embalmer, but yeah, BL is just at the end there a little bit shaky, a few missteps. That's something you don't want to have happen in the playoffs. You really want to perfect that strategy, and hopefully they're able to play it to max perfection in the top 8.
And just now you were saying that the Spider was actually bringing a tie build, right? So
Yep.
it's kind of strange because like in BO2, you were saying that the Spider was trying to tide and allowing Godji to attempt to get an advantage. Then this time around, it's like Godji going for the tie and probably trying to get the advantage. So I believe GH strategy was most likely not about what meta and then Savara getting the advantage. It's about which map is more favorable for either side, and then that the side that's kind of weaker, they will go for the tie, and then the side that's stronger, they go for the win. So I think that's the best prediction for me and prediction for GH strategy at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I don't know. It's still just
It
like
doesn't-
it doesn't really make sense because they need to play aggressively. Like I get like it's like okay, you're relying on the hunter to get a win in a survivor-sided meta, but then you're asking your survivors to get a 4 escape. I mean, both of them never really work out. So it's just I don't know. I just don't agree with GH's decisions today, and it's really coming back to hurt them as well. So I don't know. Again, maybe they're just kind of accepting that they don't care if they win this matchup a lot or not because they're in the top 8, but it still gives them a likely chance of playing against ZT round 1. They don't really want that. So I don't really understand why. Yeah, I just don't really understand it. I feel like it's better to try to win, give yourself a good seeding. Giving yourself that first seed is a lot stronger. So, I mean, maybe they're thinking that, ZT is going to lose to Noir, but on paper, of course, ZT will have the advantage. Noir is a great team, but ZT is just heavily favored going into that matchup. So, I don't know. It's going to be, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me at all. But, you know what? Southeast Asia every single time has done something I don't expect. So we'll see how this the trend of Eli getting things wrong will continue in this tournament. So
I think a possible thing that GH is thinking right now, right, is that they are purposely trying to go against ZT, and the reason being because if they lose to ZT, they don't get eliminated from top 8. They just go to a lower bracket in the playoffs, and in the lower bracket, it's people who are usually they lost their opponents, so they might feel that it's easier to probably get closer to top 4, top 2, if that's the case. So I think that could be a more logical explanation, a more strategic plan on GH side.
Yeah, but that also doesn't really. But it still doesn't make sense because, like, even if they get paired against a team that's easier to. I mean, why wouldn't you just try to get paired against a team that's easier to beat? Like, I don't know. Like, either way, like if you're first seed, you play against a team that's second seed, which is probably going to be a team that's maybe easier to beat, right? So like either way, I mean, it's still the same situation. It's just I don't know. It's interesting. We're gonna see. Still no Liz here. We're gonna see the same hunter for BL here. Yeah, I mean, it's already secured. GH has already secured the win. So we'll see. BL's already secured the win. So we're gonna see GH just kind of come out and just try to show off what they can do with their skills here.
And we see F Sign again. I mean, he has played the BO1 Dream Witch, BO2. What was it again?
X-Boy.
Yeah, his X-Boy. So not too sure what he's gonna bring up for BO3 as usual. So, but we'll most likely be expecting pretty standard bans that you've said. Maybe most likely Seer Forward as well as Mercenary if it's the standard ones that they're picking. So, and the bans for Survivor side will probably be X-Boy and
Okay, I don't even know what that is, but I mean again, it's already. Well, I mean, again, it's already like secured. BL's already secured the win, so they're kind of just having fun right here. Uh,
Yeah, good luck, have
yeah, no
fun.
luck. I feel like they were gonna play Lucky Guys, so damn. So
Oh my god.
unfortunate.
Once
Unfortunate
in a
for them.
lifetime kind of BPs over here as you're seeing here. Um I mean, even in performance wise, some teams really do take it seriously, but it's fine lah. I mean, BL and GH. I mean, good luck, have fun. So have fun, have all the fun you
Yeah,
want, and we see the ban on the wild thing, and
yeah.
yeah, these BPs being picked are definitely yeah, much faster. I mean, less thought of having fun. So yeah, we can see the postman over here most likely be played by Zhao Kan, I believe, because Zhao Kan, he plays amazing postman, especially with the dog. So I think the last, yeah, it's hard to predict because right now they're just having fun. So F Sign's last character pick would be happening soon, and we can see the forward acrobat as well as postman being picked right now. Do you think, what kind of hunter do you think F Sign is gonna pick if he wants to counter this current team comp right now? Lawyer.
I mean, the thing is he's kind of giving every meta character available here, so it's not really. I mean, maybe he'll just play Dream Witch again. You know, it's not banned, so you know you can play Dream Witch again, get more practice with that. Maybe he'll play Axe Blade. Maybe he'll play a third hunter that we don't know, just to get some practice. I mean, the problem is Dream Witch, it would struggle heavily against this team comp. Of course, Psychologist, Acrobat, great counters to Dream Witch. Postman is a good Cypher Rush character forward, good against Dream Witch. So maybe he'll try to play Dream Witch just to get extra practice in here. Maybe they'll play a character again that we don't really expect. Okay, that's not a Dream Witch, so I lied. No Dream Witch. Yeah.
Yeah, so going into this team comp, I think the best chase for him will most likely be the postman, because I mean the acrobat and his ball. But at the same time, right, if acrobat uses his ball, he can make use of the time that he's rolling or wherever he's jumping to really use the foggy blade to get the hit on the acrobat. Psychologist wise, 3-hit character, you're not gonna able to instant down this character unless you Terra Shock. So
Yeah.
yeah, so that's about it, you know. Nothing too cray, but I mean, this is the first Ripper that we're seeing in the entire IVC. So I mean, actually, I think this is the first Ripper in the entire, like, it's been so long since I've seen a Ripper in the Southeast Asian competitions. So interesting pick. I will be quite surprised if he manages to really pull off some insane foggy plates or stuns here. So yes, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we'd see Geisha, but no Geisha. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Anyways, yeah, so yeah, definitely the best chase target will be that postman, of course, the postman being the main decoding character of this team comp with that that decoding letter is very important here. And yeah, just overall, yeah, I mean Ripper, the problem with Ripper's very fragile. He has, I mean, one of the worst hitboxes in the game. Also, it's just like, it's just kind of, you know, I mean, Ripper's is inconsistent. If you miss a Foggy Blade, it's kind of, to win as Ripper, you kind of have to hit like pretty much all your Foggy Blades. If you miss one Foggy Blade at the start of the game, you're probably just gonna tie, because the problem is Ripper is so reliant on getting a hit through a Foggy Blade, or you know, still somehow getting a basic hit. And your Foggy Blade having a 20-second cooldown, I mean, 20-second cooldown for an ability, that is so long. I mean, you look at something like, you know, even like a Game Hook, it's like 14 or something. Like, 20 seconds for an ability is so long, to a point where it's just like, it's so slow. You have to hit every ability to win the game. If you don't hit every ability with a 20-second cooldown on your ability, you're not winning the game. And that's why Ripper's just so weak, because his early game, it's just not that strong. He gets such a slow early kill. And then, you know, such a slow kill early in the game. And then you have to build up your presence as well. Ripper's a hunter that can't afford to bring insolence, because you need to have the tension, and you kind of need to have trump card, because map pressure, it's not that great. I mean, he's fast, obviously, but his map pressure isn't that great. So it's just like, it's kind of a difficult challenge for
And we are seeing the COA skin on the Ripper. Okay, yeah. Anyways, we can see also he's at 3 battle right now. The first chase would going to deep sandbags, and the little boy is playing the postman, which is most likely the best chase basically. And you can see also
trump card in confined space.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. F-Sign is just walking around, trying to find people, and we can see Capcoon Sakaji is getting chased at the shack area. Capcoon rotating around shack or moving towards front gate area, thinking that most likely will be a better kiting area for him against against the F-Sign. But yeah, playing around the shack 3-peller right now. I think F-Sign is just trying to just get the Foggy Blade instead of a basic hit on Psychologist, but Psychologist is not giving the chance to actually. And miss the Foggy Blade. And
Yeah,
getting the unable to get the basic hit, he fell out
yeah,
stunned, the Hunter.
and this is why we don't see Ripper ever in tournaments. I mean, not only is Ripper's hitbox just so bad, if you miss the Foggy Blade, you're in a bad spot. But Flywheel's but he still gets to hit miss Flywheel from Captain Kun here, unfortunately, and he does actually have Blink, so this is not one of those Peeper builds. This is actually Blink. The Ripper also has no detention, which I can't say I've ever seen that before. That's kind of like Bloody Queen not bringing detention. I don't really know. Oh, beautiful Foggy Blade dodge to avoid that there. Does go for the Blink. He's able to get that hit there, and he does now have his presence, so he does have the invisibility. This is where Ripper's chase gets a little bit stronger. But you want to know how to counter Ripper invisibility is literally just drop every pallet in existence, and then they have to break it, and then they lose their invisibility, which is just really not that good. We're going to see him try to mind game this area. 4 goes for the stun and does not get it. It's really hard, obviously, to hit the Ripper while they're invisible. You can't really see them. He's able to get it down here, but 4 goes for the stun. He kind of just lets him get that one off there. I don't think that he necessarily expected that. And just like that, Captain Coon's continuing to kite here.
And I'm not sure if you realize a slight detail that F-Sign did with playing the Ripper just now. When he blinked on the Psychologist, like right before that, he put a Foggy Blade over there. So he blinked over and he was on the Foggy Blade. That's why he was able to get the instant invisibility into the match so that he can walk faster and chase faster. And Psychologist may not have the exact location of like which side Hunter is standing on because of the red light. So yeah, F-Sign with his details on the Ripper. I don't think this is something that a baby Ripper actually does. So yeah, good job, F-Sign side. And right now we'll be seeing 481 forward coming for the rescue.
Yeah, looks like Ford is going to come for the save. Goes for the football to chair, but he's just going to get foggied because of it. Is able to get the rescue. You also see, there's another example of why Ripper is just not that strong. I mean, you can't stuff a rescue as Ripper. I mean, the problem is that you hit the Foggy Blade, they can still get the rescue off in time. You know, obviously he's able to get the double hit. But he's not able to stuff the rescue here. We're going to see Captain Coon kite back kind of in the open here. I guess just trying to die away from Cypher Machines. Is able to get that hit there. They actually have a lot of Cypher progress. Almost enough to actually to win the game. But because Ford did get double hit, I don't... Oh, no, they actually have enough. I mean, they have 2 Cyphers at 70 and 90% here. And, I mean, the first kite... It was pretty good, but again, you just see why Ripper just very, very limited Cypher control, and even with his speed, it's just so hard for the Hunter to actually do anything here. And we see the Acrobat coming for the rescue. Goes for the Foggy Blade snipe. He is able to dodge it there, and he is able to go for this rescue. And this is probably going to be a win for the GH Survivors. However, of course, BL has already secured the win here.
Oh. Well, the rescue was so fast because of the letter by the postman, and I couldn't even see the rescue happen. But Psychologist getting that hit right now. I believe once the distance is about right, this Cypher is gonna be popped at I'm not too sure where, 98% right now. Waiting for people to probably station themselves at the gate first before popping the Cypher, so that it would be a definite tree escape. Oh, perfect timing on GH side.
Yeah, misses that. I think he was trying to predict the Cypher pop and go for the Foggy Blade there. And they popped it a split second after the Foggy there. So we're going to see Captain Coon try to kite in this area a little bit longer. Trying to mind game with the red light. And he's going to flywheel the Foggy there. Oh, but he does go for the blink. That is going to secure the down. Beautiful flywheel there. That was actually quite impressive. Another reason why Ripper is never really seen in tournament is his swing recovery is so slow. So if you swing and miss at a Survivor, he like kind of stands there for like 2 seconds and doesn't move. And it's just kind of like, what do you do as a Ripper there? But he was able to still secure the down with the blink, getting at least 1 kill. And it doesn't matter, though. BL is going to win here, and they will be the first seed in their division.
Rank number 1 in Group C, followed by GH at number 2. Good gameplay on both sides today. Although it was unfortunate that GH didn't win against BL, but just now, just that split second, if Hunter did not have Blink, it could have been a potential for escape, like I thought it would happen. But yeah, it's okay. 3 escape is fine too, and BL having the a huge point advantage because of the winning 1 BO1, because BO2 and 3 they actually tied it with the 4-4 again, just like BO2. So Yes, congratulations to BL for BL as well as GH for advancing and BL getting the first place. Um, but right after this, we'll be seeing pretty intense matches for between ZT as well as North to see who will be in the first and second place for Group D. The determining factor to see which teams will be versing which against Group C's first and second place.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it's too big of a deal, obviously, because both teams are in, but it is actually a huge deal because, again, the top 8 here, it's going to be very important to see, how that plays out. And also, the top 4 teams will be going to offline finals as well. So you definitely, as these teams here, you want to be one of those teams. So getting yourself a good matchup early on is so crucial. And, we talked about it a little bit. GH here, they didn't really seem to play like they're kind of playing like almost like a practice match here, but because of that, they're giving themselves kind of a weak seeding because of it, and that's really not great for them. So I think BL definitely is looking a lot stronger here going into these playoffs. It's going to be I guess GH is they're kind of just putting their backs against the wall here, but I mean they're a very strong team going into this event here. Definitely one of the top 2 along with ZT in terms of who expected to be successful here. So I think they're still fine, going into this going into these playoffs.
Definitely. We can see the cipher progress pretty exact, 200, 200, and 100%. Didn't decode, didn't over decode. We can see the very long kite on Capcoon this time around at 138 seconds. In BO1, he got a 39-second kite against the Dreamwish, but this time around, he fully redeemed himself with this Psychologist kite. So, kudos to keep Capcoon. I'm hoping to see more intense and great play on GH Survivor Side because I've watched them play before last week and for Survivor Side they didn't make a single mistake that I could point out, and so I'm not too sure what happened today. Maybe not in a good mentality or something, but it's okay. We will still see them in the playoffs. So yeah, all the best to GH and BL as well. Don't also not to be complacent, always try to push yourselves and try to improve each other towards and try and practice a lot more towards the playoffs, which will happen next week, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting to see which teams are gonna be advancing here. So we went in with 128 teams going in this event, and we're down to we will be down to the final 8, I believe, right after this. So after today, so this is going to be yeah, I mean, again, depending on how this bracket will shape out, it's really important to I mean, I cannot stress this enough. It's really important to get a good seeding, but GH is having all the confidence in the world here going into this, so I think yeah, it's definitely gonna be an intense playoffs. But I'm really excited to see, because I mean, I think we talked about this a little before the match here. On paper, GH is heavily advantaged going against BL, but BL was able to win pretty convincingly. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's I don't know how if this will play out like this actually in the top 8. I think GH obviously will go in with more of a competitive mindset, but BL, I mean, it looks very convincing, and of course BL, their hunter, they used a hunter that they typically would be a substitute hunter, and still were able to secure a win against a team like GH. So that's going to be it just looks really well. It looks BL looking really strong here.
Yeah, just good job to BL and GH. Like today, it's intense match. Prolonging the match all the way to BO3 and gaining advantage in BO1 as well. Yeah, but I believe after today, maybe. Sorry, who's the hunter? God J, yeah. God J will most likely not be bringing out the Wax Artist anymore.
Probably not.
And yeah, most probably not. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what other hunters God J is gonna bring up, because right now it's only Sculptor Spider. I'm hoping to see something more. Something either maybe like getting a Knight at 4K. I mean, right now in IVL, we could see Knight with 4K potential, BQ2. So, yeah, it's nothing.
Yep.
Everything could be unexpected. So right now we'll be seeing the MVP for today. Best deduction will be BL Potato. Many might know as Ram as well. Eli, explain.
Yeah, definitely.
Why?
We saw in the first round. We saw in the first round Potato. Excellent rotation against the Wax Artist, of course. The big game changer, and the reason why we're seeing Potato as the MVP here is the big game changer is that when BL is able to take an early lead against a team like GH, they're able to keep that momentum and then just kind of tie things out. That's exactly what we saw happen. If it wasn't for Potato having an excellent, beautiful rotation and a 3 Cypher Kite against the Wax Artist in the first round, that allowed for BL to go for a win in the first round and win the first round, and then just kind of tie things out from there. The way a team like BL is able to take down a very strong team like GH is they're able to win round number one by having a strong early round from their Hunter and a strong early round from the Survivors, and that sets the tone for the rest of the match so they can kind of play conservatively and tie out the last 2 rounds, which is exactly what we saw happen. So that first kite, that 3 Cypher Kite, allowing the BL Survivors to get a win, that kind of sets up the victory. That one kite from the Embalmer, it doesn't seem like much, but that sets up the victory for the entire round.
Mm-hmm. And the stats will average out from all 3 rounds. But just whoever missed it just now, actually, BO1 for Potato, he actually kited the Wax Artist for 113 seconds. So it's a pretty long kite. It was a 3 Cypher Kite. So yeah, I mean, also BL Survivors, I have to emphasize this again. BL Survivors, the strong point about them is their fast decoding. They decode super duper fast for some reason. Like, crazily fast. 4.5 ciphers in 3 minutes. Like, what other team comms can you can do the exact same effect without postman? Yep. So yeah, this yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna be going on a short break, guys. ZT and Noir coming up next. Stick with us. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, You taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me. I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What's a she-hulk to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge. Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up Rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our second match of today, ZT versus Noir here, and we're down to the final two teams to determine who, well, actually, they're already in top 8, but determine the seeding for top 8 here. This is going to be very exciting. Of course, we did see BL actually getting the victory over GH in the previous round, so BL will be the first seed and GH the second seed out of those two teams, I believe, from Group C going into the top 8 playoffs. And now we're going to have, again, ZT versus Noir, two very strong teams out of the Southeast Asia region. ZT, definitely the most I guess, like, advanced team going into this tournament here. We did see them win the previous community tournament of IVA for Southeast Asia, so it's going to be very exciting to see how they're able to play against the Noir team. Again, another well-seasoned team here. My name is Elio, joined here with Chocho for our second match. Chocho, what do you think about these two teams, Noir and ZT?
I mean, they're both very. I mean, Noir has been here for quite some time, since last year actually. So, I mean, I used to be an ex-member of Noir too, Noir Square, when it first became like a team. So, I know the members, half of the members right now, because there has been a shift of members. So, right now, I mean, the current people right now is the Night Owl, Aurora, Oxygen, and is there anybody else? I'm sorry if I forget you. Okay, we'll see later on. I'm sorry if I forget. Okay, Night Owl. So Night Owl has been a character supporting kind of person. So I mean, that time together as Nor, I think the highest we ever gotten was a top 6, I believe, in IVA. So,
Mhm.
yeah, so I mean, unfortunately, afterwards, when there was a member change, they weren't able to achieve much more afterwards. So that's really unfortunate. Maybe this time around they will be able to. And for ZT, it's a baby monster, I would say. So right now we can see the hunters actually. So from north side, we'll most likely be seeing BO1 Oxygen, a very well-known Southeast Asian hunter for its pollen, but we see the end here, and Kuga for its S-Bash Dream, which actually Kuga recently, actually, not recently, maybe like this month actually, he got an S1 Dreamage, I believe. Yeah, there were like people talking about it. His dream, people saying that his dream is really scary, map control, cipher control, and just really getting the tie and above kind of situation when he plays Dreamwitch. So really something to look forward to. And for Oxygen, current meta, this is the updated meta already, so it is the flying wheel meta. Breaking wheel will be heavily counted, so I don't think it's an ideal for Oxygen to pick Breaking Wheel. But if he wants to be hot headed, just want to go for it, sure. But we'll have to see how it really goes. So, and that's
Yep.
about it for the hunters actually. But ZT, we do know they have another hunter called Emilia, but same like Seichu hasn't come out the entire time for the IVC tournament. Um, Actually, Nor used to have another hunter. This is called Xuan or something, and yeah, unable to really. Oh, sorry, the hunter is CCC, and yeah, right now it will be Oxygen. And moving on.
Yeah, moving on to the survivors here, we do have Night Owl not on Noir with that listed as Embalmer, which I don't know if we'll actually see Embalmer utilized at all today. And then we also have Rune from ZT as well. I'm actually really excited to see the ZT team play. I'm one of those people that really enjoys to watch good survivor teams play. And that's usually, that's what a lot of people get drawn to is survivor teams working together to make some very strong plays against hunters. And I think that definitely ZT is one of those teams. So it's going to be really interesting to see how ZT Survivors are able to play against Oxygen. Of course, Oxygen has been very successful in the Southeast Asia region in the past. However, I do think that the ZT team is just so strong here. I think the ZT Survivors probably are the strongest Survivor team, at least in terms of recent events into the tournament. So it's going to be. I really cannot wait to see how they're able to perform here. It looks like it is. Noir did ban Arms Factory first. And we did
Mm-hmm.
Sacred Heart Hospital, which is almost unheard of for a round one pick. The only time you really see that is if you're expecting, sometimes we'll see players who opt for Clerk go Sacred Heart Hospital. Clerk doesn't mind Sacred as much as some other hunters, and you force the survivors onto a weaker map. But I don't think Kuga really plays Clerk that much. So going in here with Sacred as the round one pick is a very interesting map for ZT. With how strong the ZT survivors play, they might have actually just picked this map for the survivors rather than the hunter.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you can actually see NR's Kokwa. Actually, he has been having quite a number of badges on his side recently, like S-Bash Enchantress, S1 Enchantress, S1 Barmaid, S1 S2 Coordinator, S-Bash, everything. So this guy, he ranks pretty often, so in terms of skills and character pool wise, he's definitely not lacking in any ways. And then for now we can see ZTZ coming up again as the main lineup. However, we've been seeing Z unable to really just show his fullest potential actually during the on the Friday's match, I believe. So hopefully he'll be able to show it this time around, and knowing that he is a very support heavy kind of teammate that really wants to help out his members during any kite. We might be able to see some amazing stunts on Zed's side. I mean, he is an S-Bash forward this time around as well. So this is a battle of whoever's forward will be stronger, because another member of Nor right now that is playing is not the next one, it's okay, but we will see Aurora in the main lineup. Aurora's mercenary actually. So Aurora have been playing the psychologist as well as Little Girl, so we might be seeing it. We might. And for ZT Shadow, we see the Enchantress here. He also plays the Entomologist, Prestige, so he's very versatile in terms of characters character pool. Aurora's side, we have seen her amazing elbow pad in the Chinatown. I just can't forget about it. In this tournament, she played the mercenary in Chinatown, and that one elbow pad, I seriously felt that saved the entire match. If not, if she got that hit there and then, it would have been an immediate 4 kill against, I believe it was Sugar Team Cerberus, I believe, Poland. Yeah. So yeah, the fact I remember it so clearly it also means a lot. So yeah, all the best to Aurora also. Aurora also yeah, has been a bit when I was in Nora as well. She has been a manager and has been really very attentive to everyone. So yeah, moving on, we'll be seeing DDD. Eli, do you want to continue?
Oh yeah, DD. As we see on the batter here, we actually see batter become quite a prominent character in a lot of these team comps. Batter was actually in there a lot to counter Breaking Wheel. With the lack of Breaking Wheel, though, Batter did get weakened a little bit because, obviously he's not quite as strong against some other hunters. But Batter's also very good against Geisha, which is something that's very interesting to see. And actually, Batter with Flywheel is a very good character as well because it allows you to harass continuously with Batter. If the hunter would get ahead on the batter, they can Flywheel and save their balls to continue to harass with it, which is very strong. We also have MX on the last side from ZT. I think MX, if I'm not mistaken, recently on BL has moved over to ZT as of recently. And MX is obviously known to be able to play Thief. Unlikely we'll actually see that get utilized. Of course, Thief in tournament is very bad, but who knows? Maybe we'll see that come out if we ever get to a sort of a fun round situation. You never know. That could potentially be something that MX wants to play. But yeah, in reality, of course, Thief is just not very good. We'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if DT is in a winning position, we might be able to see ZT's MX Thief just like on Friday. So yeah, pretty much that's pretty much it for ZT and Nora's players introduction for BO1. Just to consolidate, Nora survivors, Nora survivors will be Aurora, DDD, Coco as well as Night Owl, followed by Hunter, which is Oxygen. Oxygen actually has a number of fans. We usually see many people just cheering for Oxygen actually. So yeah, all the best to Oxygen as well. And for the ZT survivors, we have Z, Shadow, Run, and MX, Mengxing, followed by the Hunter, Kuga. And we see the Nor's side banning the Arms Factory, followed by ZT picking the Sacred Hospital, which is a server-sided map, and we have seen this week alone, ZT getting 4 escape in this map.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see how this really pans out, because this is looking more favorable to ZT, because ZT has amazing survivors, and picking a survivor-sided map just means that it's gonna be extremely difficult for Oxygen to just to probably get a tie actually, because Kuga actually is a very strong hunter as well, a tieable and above hunter if survivors give a lot of chance. So it's just the battle of who will be able to really, I don't know, because it's really difficult to see which maybe survivor is more stable, I would say. Yeah, which server is more stable, because both hunters really relies on chance to really get the advantage. So yeah, I'm excited to see what ZT can really play out today in the Sacred Hospital.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we talk about a lot of how maps are selected for these teams. They pick maps that are usually good for their hunters, but again, ZT is kind of a team that picks maps that are good for their survivors. I mean, I don't know anyone who goes into a match and says, "Yeah, I want to play Sacred as a hunter." I don't think anybody actually says that. So I don't think that's really something that that Kuga really necessarily wants to have to play on. Maybe it's something that doesn't mind playing on, but this really is just relying on the ZT survivors to just play very, very strong here. It's gonna be it's gonna be interesting. I mean, obviously, ZT survivors are gonna have a very, very great time playing on Sacred. They're a very good survivor team and a very good survivor-sided map. The pressure's on Kuga as well. Kuga really needs to try to live up to that, raise the bar, live up to that potential, and play on Sacred effectively. It's such a hard map for all hunters. I mean, Kuga maybe will bring out the Dream Witch in round number 1, but Sacred, it's not a great map for Dream Witch. I mean, it's so hard to trap in survivors with the leeches. It's very easy to cut up patrollers here. There's so many pallets you can work with. There's just so many different ways you can cut up patrollers. You can avoid getting trapped with leeches. There's so many ways to cut a Dream Witch here. And Dream Witch also, the map pressure on this map is it's not as strong for Dream Witch as well because the Cypher Machines are so they're kind of more spread out in a circle around the map, around the hospital, and that's a lot harder for a Dream Witch to pressure those because they're so, they're so spaced out. It's hard to pressure those Cyphers endgame. So yeah, Dream Witch, if Kuga wants to play that round number one, it's Sacred's not a great map for it either. So while this may be very, very beneficial for ZT survivors, it's not going to be very strong for Kuga.
And I believe ZT strategy, right, when playing against other teams is for Kuga, why do I keep mixing Kokwa and Kuga at the same time? Kuga to get the tie, and the survivors of ZT get the advantage, so they overall they would win the BO. So I think that is a great strategy because definitely ZT survivors are much stronger, and they are more coordinated. So definitely that. And I was talking with the Nor. Wait, let me think. I was talking with Nor survivors, I believe, one of the Nor survivors, and yeah, I think right now I feel like both sides do have chance, and it really depends on, because it's not when it's unfair to compare ZT survivors and Nor survivors like that because they have different hunters with different skills. So if Nor servers are able to really counter Kuga, then that is another issue. And okay, now I remember what I was what that member told me from Nor already is that Kuga's character pool actually, whatever team comp that Nor survivors are gonna pick is gonna be one of Kuga's hunter is gonna counter that team comp. So it makes Kuga very flexible in terms of what hunter he can pick.
Yep.
Yeah, and that is the pros of Kuga right now. So I'm really not too sure what kind of team comp Nora's gonna pick up because they even brought out a Weeping Clown. Just yeah, and I said something very weird like a double stun, which that's not even existent, but yeah, that's that. We might be seeing another Weeping Clowns, strange team comps, but that is the thing about Nor. They really come up with weird team comps that really stands out. In terms of execution, is debatable, but at this point in time, I believe they should be picking something that's more stable, especially against such a baby monster team that would soon be veteran. But we're not too sure which side will be coming up first. So the map was picked by ZT, so Nor has the advantage, has the chance to pick which side they want to come up first. I would say Survivor first. Because Survivor, if they're able to get like probably a tie or a 3 escape, then Oxygen will have a lesser pressure and just aim to get a one kill or 2 or tie against ZT survivors. Yeah, it's not logical for them to bring Oxygen out first because what if Oxygen gets 4 escape? Then it's gonna bring a lot of pressure onto Nor server side, and Kuga is known to be a very tieable hunter. So he is gonna focus on objectives for Kuga, and then things just gonna go from downhill from there. So hoping Nor will be able to make the best decisions for themselves, and if so, do their best to really secure a good sitting in this Group D first and second place.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm gonna do a quick prediction of what characters we're gonna see. It's probably gonna be completely wrong because the Southeast Asia meta has completely baffled my mind throughout this past few weeks. But if he is trying to play Dream Witcher in round number 1, we're probably gonna see Seer banned first, followed by a Ford Priestess lock-in, Mercenary banned second, and then we'll probably see Acrobat get taken, Psychologist banned, and the last character will be I actually don't know. I kind of want to say Gravekeeper. The problem is playing Graves. You play right into a Sculptor or a Bonbon. So it's less likely we're going to see that. More likely we'll see something... actually, Embalmer would be really good on Sacred, especially against a Dream Witch. Embalmer is a very good character for playing against Dream Witch, but it's a little bit less likely that we'll actually see that get used because, again, Southeast Asia has surprised me, to say the least. But... maybe we'll see Enchantress against Dream Witch because you never know. Anything's possible. I don't know. It's then again, Kuga also has the option to play Sculptor as well. Sculptor is technically a little bit better on Sacred than Dream Witch is because if you do want to loop the hospital area, of course, it makes it easier to play statues. You have those narrow areas we can place the statues quite easily and get chips on survivors. You also have Peeper Bonbon available. Bonbon Peeper is also not too bad for this map as well. So Maybe those will be options. Looks like we're gonna have Oxygen on the Hunter side first, which is interesting. So we thought it was gonna be the other way around, but yeah, Oxygen going Hunter first here is quite curious. I guess Noir Survivors just having a lot of confidence here. We're gonna see Cereband first from Oxygen, and what does Oxygen play here? I mean, Flywheel meta with Sacred Wheel is just so weak on this map. Cereband, of course, first would make sense for something like a Breaking Wheel, but now you get Forward, now you get Priestess on Sacred as a Breaking Wheel player. It doesn't really work that well. So interesting choice here, again, to see Oxygen hunting in the first round. Patient Ban, again, indicating a Breaking Wheel. We're going to see Acrobat locked in second. And last ban, maybe something like Mercenary. I don't know. But this is tough for Oxygen.
I'm not too sure. Because definitely, I trust Oxy wouldn't be picking the Breaking Wheel because it's gonna be heavy counted, especially against a strong ZT Survivor team. So I am feeling that it's gonna be a Clark actually. I don't know. Just instincts wise and from experience, Clark has been able to perform really well here. And Oxygen, right? He's the type of hunter that can only play male characters, and the only character that he can play in female form is Clark. So I'm thinking it's gonna be a Clark, but I think he's gonna slap me in the face. Yeah, he definitely will be.
Here Wax Artist. Here we go again. All right.
There we have it again.
Yeah. Wax Artist. I mean, we saw Wax Artist actually get used in China IVL. I think it was actually Wolves Alex get 3 survivors elimination with Wax Artist on this map. So maybe Oxygen trying to do the same thing here. But Wax Artist he's not. It's just. I mean, it's a tie hunter. I think the idea here is Oxygen's going to try to play for a tie, and they're going to hope that the Noir Survivors are able to beat Kuga, or at least tie here. Because in a round 1 situation, when your opponent picks Sacred, I don't even think you're trying to win here if you're Noir in round number 1. You're just trying to tie this round. I mean, you don't want to obviously drop around here, but in a map where your opponent gets to pick map, especially on an interesting map like Sacred, I think you're probably just trying to tie this first round and just kind of have the advantage going into round 2 with your own map selection. So I think the idea here is Oxygen can try to maybe tie with Wax Artist, and then of course Wax Artist being a nice tie hunter, and then you just kind of go in for against Kuga, try to tie or win against Kuga, and just win the round that way.
I mean, if you really if you really like advances well, and like when he gets his second skill fast, then it could be possible. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, and not sure. Actually, I'm not too sure about Oxygen's how strong his Wax Artist is, because this is the debuffed one also. Don't know how it's gonna pan out. I mean, if ZT Survivors makes mistakes here and there, and it gives chance to Oxygen, it could potentially turn the game around from a 4-kill actually. So yeah, it's really hard to say to know what Oxygen is actually thinking at this point in time. Yeah, but not picking the Breaking Wheel on his side, he is smart enough to know that it's not gonna work out at all. So yeah, we'll be seeing how it goes into the match against the team form of a Postman, Forward, Priestess, as well as an Acrobat. But Eli, what do you think will be the best chase here?
Definitely Postman. Obviously, you get rid of the main decoder with the Postman. Obviously, the only kiting potential Postman has is with the dog to slow down the Wax Artist. And of course, Acrobat, just a very strong kiter overall. This is a very standard round 1 team comp for the current meta. This is about as standard as it gets. We see we talked about how the Southeast Asia meta can actually differ from a lot of the other regions. However, ZT has stuck to the global standard meta, and it has been very, very strong for them. So ZT really kind of making a statement to Southeast Asia here. If you want to play at this at this global level, sticking to that well-rounded standard meta is really going to be beneficial. We're going to see if we head towards Shaq first, going ahead and block out that window. Priest is going to portal into Shaq here, dropping that pallet right away, and already Shadow positioning himself very well here. Slow pallet breaking speed, obviously, from Oxygen. And that window is blocked off for the time being, so Shadow's unable to go back to it. Oxygen's going to go ahead and block it off a second time. We are going to see the long portal. Goes for the portal trick, but doesn't fall for it. And he's going to go through right after the Priestess here. Trying to get the Wax here, does get that vault off, and slowly building up here, 80%. He should be able to get the freeze on the Priestess right here. Is able to do that and can get the first hit. But Chocho, all the Priestess has to do is... Oh, gets the pallet stun. He's gonna be able to transition towards hospital here, and now Priestess, when she enters hospital, that's gonna be a difficult chase for Oxygen. But already a lot of wax building up here. It's approaching 100 very quickly, so Oxygen a very good turnaround here. But I believe that's the forward that can potentially come and harass. Is able to get the down here, and that is the forward though who can go for the stun. Oxygen is aware of this, though. He's gonna try to push the forward away here as much as possible. Goes for the pickup. Will Forward go for the stun? Does go for it, and does get the stun. But it's not an instant stun, so it's going to be a farm here, and Forward has a lot of wax on him, so he cannot go for another stun, or he will immediately get frozen.
Exactly, and a good stun on Zed's side, yeah, and it managed to prolong a bit more time for the decoding to continue. And unfortunately, it'll be a basement. I don't really recommend rescuing it, even though it's not a second skill yet. This rescue is gonna result in a second skill, and we're not even sure whether. Oh, but we can see a stun rescue, almost failing the stun rescue though, but successfully doing that, able to bring the Priestess and get a free rescue without any hits. So even if Priestess downs afterwards, it's not gonna be a second skill still. We can still see Oxygen with the blink as well. Is he gonna blink? I believe so. Yeah. Pretty standard right now.
I don't know if Priestess going for the pallet drop speed boost was a good idea, because I mean they kind of know that they know he doesn't have excitement, because he would have excited the forward earlier on. I mean, I guess they're kind of assuming maybe he has teleport, but Priestess, I don't know if Priestess was able to see the slow pallet breaking speed, which indicates probably no trump card. So it's really interesting to see that Priestess went for that play. I mean, they know Blink probably was still available, so he's gonna actually wax off this Cypher as well. I mean, Oxygen, he's on track to tie. I mean, this is exactly what Noir wants to happen. I mean, ZT, they can't. I don't think they can really win from this position. It looks like they may go in for a rescue. What's gonna happen is Postman's gonna dog, and we're gonna see him get the rescue. Does he get the farm? No, he does get the body block.
Oh,
he gets into hospital as well, and we're gonna see the Acrobat actually be the one to come in for the stun here. This is actually a perfect example of Acrobat support. This was very nicely done by ZT.
Yeah, very nice support.
Loop around. They're gonna loop around right back to the God palette, and it did shut off the wax for the time being.
I think Princess wanted to portal all the way to the birdcage area, but unfortunately unable to do so. Portaling nearing to the basement stairs area, so still prolonging its Kai. Forward won't slightly be OBing at this moment, because Forward is not half blood, he is full blood right now. Getting that hit, Princess is running away right now. I'm not sure if Princess will be able to run away outside right now, and we can see that the Cypher is almost done up already, 75%, the last Cypher. And will he be able to see Priestess? He needs to down Priestess before the Cypher is primed though.
Yeah, and I called this way too early. It looked like it was going to be a tie. This is not going to be a tie. This is definitely a winning position here for the survivors. The trait is on cooldown. He's going to go over the last Cypher, but it doesn't matter. It is prime. They're going to pop it right away before they're able to wax it off. And just like that, pushing for the end game. No trait available for Oxygen. Now the goal is just at least get one kill. But yeah, I mean, ZT has played this beautifully. We're going to see Acrobat try to transition. Dungeon is not in the area, so MX has no chance at actually getting Dungeon. This should be a guaranteed one kill, but it is going to buy enough time for them to get this exit gate open. 3 survivors will get out the gate here for ZT momentarily. And this is, I mean, ZT, looking like they were on the back foot that entire round. I mean, it was kind of just like basement early on. The forward stun rescue there was very, very crucial. And then on top of that, just going for a second rescue as well allowed for the Priestess to rebound, and it really shows why they picked Sacred. On any other map, Priestess might not even rebound. And what's actually really interesting is that they were able to get the body block on the Priestess when they went for that rescue. If there's no body block there, if the Acrobat isn't able to body block that, then that's it. That's probably a tie, right? Because the Priestess is dead on share, but Acrobat's able to get the body block, get the flame there, get the Priestess into hospital. All they have to do is just they keep cycling. They keep getting Priestess into hospital over and over. First rescue, stun on chair, Priestess back in the hospital. Oxygen was not able to share basement. He shared right. The problem was Oxygen shared on the hospital chair. And if you chair a Priestess there, they just portal in the hospital and they're gone. And that's exactly what happened. And she was able to kite until the Cypher was primed.
Exactly. And yeah, just ZT survivors, they know exactly what they were doing. I mean, I think right now the best thing is to just ban Postman, because right now Postman is really a big threat. I mean, in terms of decoding, it is doing crazily fast due to the Postman's decoding letters. Support wise is good on Acrobat's side. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just very well timed play. And we're going to see the match stats here. Of course, excellent job from the Priestess. 116 seconds overall containment time. And it's just, I mean, how does Oxygen come back? I mean, his start was so strong. I mean, he got a pretty quick down on Priestess. He got Basement. He got another quick down on the rebound, and then the second one was just so long. It goes to show how Survivor side this game actually is. When you're able to play well as with teamwork, these Survivors just plays the Cypher Rush. And this is why we see Postman get utilized a lot, because Postman has that incredible Cypher Rush potential. And you can have short kites and still win games. Because when you send a letter as Postman, you increase your decoding 20% and the person you send it to by 20%. And people ask why we don't see characters like Mechanic or Prisoner really get utilized. It's because Postman is just so much stronger. Not only is Postman Cypher Rush incredibly strong, he also can support in other ways like dogging the hunter, using it for kiting. His better kiting potential. He has the best kiting potential out of any decoder in the entire game, and he has some of the best Cypher Rush and support overall with rescue letters and dungeon letters as well. I mean, this is why we see Postman get utilized. Not only, of course, was the Priestess's rebound kites very strong, the forward and acrobat support very good. The Postman Cypher Rush was game changer there, and ZT just, an incredible start, looking like a tied position, still able to win, and this is exactly what we would expect from a team like this.
But it's like, what do you think the Xbox artists could have done to really get to really focus on to get the tie actually? Because right now it seemed like a tie, then it turned into a 3 escape.
Yep. The only thing there's two things. So what he tried to do is trying to chair Priest's basement, and then he realized he couldn't make it, so he chaired outside a hospital. As soon as you chair outside a hospital, you lose the game, because you save Priestess, you portals in a hospital, and she loops hospital until the Cypher's prime. So what he had to do is he needed to either chair away from hospital, so there's no way for her to get into hospital after being rescued, or he needed to just chair basement again to prevent the rescue from happening. Those were his only tie conditions. So yeah, but the problem is he honestly, Oxygen shared it the one chair on the whole map that you cannot afford to chair at. Actually, there's two. There's that one right near the entrance, and there's also the one kind of closer to Birdcage. You can just portal into Birdcage and escape that way. So those are kind of the two chairs you don't want to chair at, but he chaired at one of the kind of just the chairs you don't want to chair Priestess at. That's true. She was able to get back into hospital. He needed to chair either basement or away from hospital.
Yeah, totally agree with that point. I didn't really notice that, but it's good to point it out. Also, the ciphers that was being placed in the map, one of it was in double story also, which was also favorable for ZT side also. So just the map itself and the ciphers and also Oxygen chairing at the chair that he shouldn't be chairing at really resulted in from a tie match turned into a 3 escape due to the cutting potential of the Priestess with his bottles.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, but
yeah, go ahead.
But nice support on the acrobat side though. What ball did he use to was it to slow down the hunter?
I used the red ball there. I think I don't know. I think the red ball there was fine because there was some. I think there were some points where he could have, I guess, waxed him when he had the red ball. I'm not really sure. I'd have to look back on it, but I think the red ball there was fine. And of course, again, what's nice about ZT is when you look at teams like GH and ZT, both are very, very strong survivor sides. And then we talk about GH over supporting a little bit. ZT doesn't over support. That's the thing. You saw that Cypher Rush was incredible. I mean, those ciphers went by so fast, and they still had so much support happening at the same time. They support without losing Cypher Rush, and that's what makes this Survivor team so incredibly strong. Is that they're able to support at a China IVL level, and they still don't lose out on Cypher Rush because they go for they support single characters at a time. That's the big game changer. As you see, Ford harassing in hospital, that's a single support character. Ford stunning on chair, single support character. Acrobat rescuing and then bombing the hunter, that's a single support rescuer, and then also a single support character. And also, if the Priestess was able to kite near the postman can dog the hunter while they're kiting, and that's also a single support because the other two survivors are still decoding. So it's just like these little single support situations means they don't lose Cypher Rush, and they're still able to support and allow that Priestess to rebound kite longer. So here we go. Who is actually going to ban Forward first? I actually have no idea what this indicates at all, because I guess this could mean maybe it could actually mean Clerk. I think Clerk. Well, the reason why I say this is like Clerk's the only hunter that would really ban Forward here, because I mean, if you're trying to play like Sculptor or Bonbon, you could just ban Priestess. If you're trying to play Dream Witch, you'd ban Seer. So Forward ban here, I mean, really only indicates Clerk. I don't really know what else that could be.
And actually, I heard from someone that actually Kuga, sorry, my bad. Kuga is actually practicing wax artist recently. So, I mean, if he wants to try it out, he can totally try it out today. I mean, no harm actually, because his survivors are actually getting the advantage. And if anything, they just get it back. And also, actually, Kuga is actually a SS Bonbon as well. And what he needs is a tie, exactly that. So, a Bonbon pick might be good, actually. To get a tie actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other reason why we see forward ban, I guess, the only other way we see a forward ban and it's not a clerk is that forward is a character that does have that can shift games into winning, sort of like a winning situation. So forward's a character where he's just banning forward to kind of prevent them from having any sort of win potential at all. Because again, you know, with forward, it's like you can forward's a character that brings games that are usually losses or ties for survivors into wins because of very good support, right? So banning the forward, he's just kind of trying to push away all options Noir has to go for a win, so he can at least just get a tie and win this round number one. Because again, Kuga's a good tie hunter, and that's kind of what the goal is here. We're actually going to see Enchantress get locked in as well. I think this is kind of in there to get to counter the chip hunters, just kind of getting rid of the Bonbon and Sculptor options, or not getting rid of it, but trying to push Kuga away from it. But the problem is, this plays right into Dream Witch, so I don't know if this is something that Noir really wants to invest in. And if he does go Dream Witch, it's going to be tough. We actually see Seer get banned last, which means that he may actually be considering Dream Witch. Now, they can actually just go Psychologist, though, or Acrobat, and that actually would help counter Dream Witch and also still give themselves a good matchup against the Chip Hunters as well as Geisha.
Exactly, and we can actually see the Psychologist pick as well. I believe they're trying to counter both the Dream Witch as well as Bonbon. Bonbon wise, Enchantress got cursed and stuff, but Enchantress against the Dream Witch is just gonna be pretty much unable to really prolong much curse. It's just gonna eat the leech hit. You got no curse for that. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult if Kuga actually picks Dream Witch.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like it is going to be Dream Witch here, so we're ending the Wax Artist streak, finally. We're going to see a different hunter here, which is always nice, always refreshing. It is going to be, of course, the Dream Witch from Kuga, and, you know, still ends up being not a bad comp for Noir. I mean, you know, obviously they're trying to cover all grounds here. The Enchantress, of course, to cover Geisha, Bonbon, and Sculptor, and the Psychologist in there just to cover Dream Witch. So that's kind of the idea behind this. And they're still able to get a pretty decent comp. 3 out of 4 of these characters are very, very strong against Dream Witch, especially on this map. Psychologist, as we know, is great against Dream Witch. Mercenary, great rescuer. Priest is a great support character. And then, of course, Enchantress is terrible against Dream Witch. But, you know, if you're able to rotate well, position yourself well in Hospital, Enchantress still can be effective. Again, Noir has to go for a win here if they want to tie round number 1. So, yeah, just a lot of pressure on the survivors. We have seen Noir survivors, you know, be effective in the past here, but with an Enchantress versus Dream Witch matchup here, Kuga definitely has a nice position for himself.
Exactly, and right now let's give a quick shout out to the audience. Right now, that's in front of us. We have Maney, Nightmare, Magic C, Alina, Kino, Bambi, Sam, NTT again. You're always here. LYR and Business. Business, you're always here too. So hi. Yeah. Okay. So that's all for the shout outs right now. And yeah, I think we'll be proceeding inside as long as Kuga focus on objectives, which is a tie and above, then that'll be good. Yeah, I mean, it is a secret house, so that's pretty small map. Map control and cipher control wise, it will be much favorable to Kuga. And what North survivors need to focus on is to prevent the Bermuda Triangle from forming actually. So yeah, not to give free hits as well. Free hits maybe a maximum 1 because it's Psychologist can heal you once. But other than that, yeah. Just stay focused, do your best, don't get free hits, Bermuda Triangle, yeah, and just, you know, for objectives. Both sides have objectives. Nor wants to hopefully get day 3 escape to balance it out. ZT needs the tie. So we will see how this match pans out in a few minutes time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Sacred Dream Witch, we talked about this earlier. Sacred Dream Witch is not that good. So, I mean, ZT did what they wanted to do. They picked the map for their survivors, and it worked. They're putting themselves in a position where they are leading because of their survivors playing well in Sacred. But now this is where things get. This is the one downside to the Sacred map. You're about to see right now why that comes in, and we'll see how Noir survivors can play against. Of course, Dream Witch is the best hunter in the game. So she can technically be played on any map, but still Sacred Dreamwitch is not great. So we're going to see him go ahead and go to her track first. That is location of, I believe, the Mercenary. So, oh no, not the Mercenary. I think that was actually, is that Psychologist? He actually leaves Psychologist. He's really just trying to sing out that Enchantress. Does find the Enchantress here. Enchantress needs to push for Hospital right away. And no, she's going to kind of veer off away from Hospital. So interesting route from DDD. Oh, and running right towards the follower as well. So already a good start here for Kuga.
I believe Enchantress should have probably hide it out in the hospital first before, just coming out open, because he is the prime target, the most optimal target for the hunter. And we can see a pellet stun, a flying wheel, perfect flying wheel that allowed that pellet stun to happen. DDD rotating towards the hospital right now, attempting to rotate right now, and Hunter trying to corner Enchantress, rejecting her from going there actually. So Cypher right now is panning towards almost one Cypher already, 1 minute into the match as well.
Oh, he stuns the follower Patroller. He stuns the follower out of the Patroller there. That was a really great play from the Enchantress, but he might give a free hit in the process. It ends up not being worth it, yeah. And the follower, and he does not stop the follower. Enchantress did not stop the follower here, and it's going to go down right away. You have to stop the follower when you take that hit, and you get hit by a spawn free. You got to double back into the follower, make sure it stops. And there was a portal set up there as well, so unfortunately a huge misstep from DDD here. It was a nice thought, a nice idea, of course, to go for that Patroller cancel. If he was able to get that, that would have been very, very strong. But and he did get that, but he kind of just ran in the open. You have to go. I don't really understand. I mean, Enchantress could have stunned and just continued to kite out those two pallets. They're very strong pallets. But on top of that, Enchantress didn't stop the leech and ran, took an interesting route. So just an interesting route there from DDD is going to cost a fast down here.
We shouldn't be seeing a Terra shot over here. It's gonna be absolutely detrimental for the Survivor side. No, oh my god, a Terra shot, amazing mind game on Kuga's side actually. So this double down is Mercenary has the body block for the Enchantress right now. Enchantress using up all her curse, and Kuga will most likely be leeching the Mercenary right now. Nobody has the leech removal, so if Enchantress downs right now, it might be a double. What do you call it? Double
down.
Double sharing actually. Yeah, double sharing actually.
Yeah.
Double sharing.
Yeah, we're gonna see Enchantress has made it into Hospital, so this is where things get challenging, right? We talked about how Hospital. Oh, Priestess might give a free hit. No, is able to portal away. Okay, so we talked about how free hits are really important. And he was did not give a free hit there, so that's important. Oh, Mercenary. Oh no, Mercenary's still down. I thought Mercenary got back up for a second. Okay, Mercenary is still down here. We'll probably see Psychologist. If Priestess, sorry, not Priestess. If Enchantress can position themselves well, they can get a heal off an Enchantress. We see the Psychologist using the whistle here. Can Enchantress get the heal off in time? And they do. And what we're seeing here is we're seeing Sacred being a hard map for Dreamwitch.
This might be a game changer, because right now with this Psychologist heal, Enchantress won't be that easy of a chase anymore, because eating the leech, then what else? Hunter has to come here to leech and get the chase, but he will be able to get the rescue. Hitting the chair, amazing mind game, but unable to get the rescue right after getting the chair hit. A bit of a slow reaction on Night Owl's Priestess side. But the idea was there, but the execution part wasn't the best actually. So right now DDD is still focusing on decoding, because he can't come. The moment he starts coming here, it's gonna get hit. There's a leech in front of the chair. You won't even be able to reach near to the chair to even get this rescue. So turn on events again. Terra shock to a Psychologist heal, which looked better on the Survivor side, and then afterwards a failed rescue again. This might not be looking too good for North Survivors.
It's not looking too good. He's going to go for the blink here. Does get the down onto the Mercenary as well. Yeah, I mean, they honestly, as soon as they got the heal off on the... Mercenary's going to elbow... Mercenary, I think, was trying to rescue there, but, Kuga not letting that happen, of course. Yeah, I mean, as soon as they got the heal off onto that Enchantress, that was a winning position. If Priestess makes that rescue, they're in a winning position. The problem is, Priestess took an interest. She came from the side the follower was on. We're going to see Enchantress, it looks like, coming for the rescue. He's going to go ahead and use that stun just to try to last things a little bit longer here. Just kind of trying to buy things out as long as possible. Does take that hit there. Is able to make the rescue, but, at what cost? Mercenary on the ground here. And she vaults into the follower as well. Enchantress is going to go down, and this is slowly spiraling out of control for Noir. I mean, it was looking so good for them, and just a couple little missteps here and there from the Noir survivors are really costing them this match.
Kuga able to really keep the servers all very busy. So the cipher progress was really slow. At one point in time, there was only Enchantress, the only one that's decoding. If Kuga actually went to pressure the Enchantress cipher by putting her lich on that cipher, then there will be 0% decoding because one person's on, two persons on chair. Psychologist coming for rescue, but Enchantress has to find another place to decode because Enchantress has no deleach. I mean, no deleaching thing to help herself. So really unfortunate. Kuga able to really know exactly what the servers want to do and then eliminating that possible situation from happening. So good job on Kuga's side. We can see our attempting to come for the rescue, able to get the rescue using the portal, the force portal, and a miss blink, a nice Enchantress curse. Right now, nobody is getting hit right now. However, Night Owl running through open air is a bit interesting, sorry, but Hunter is focusing on Enchantress, the last chair actually. So if DD is able to kite this out, well, because the last cipher right now is at 70%, but however, Hunter is camping. So Psychologist, I believe she's trying to find another cipher to decode, I believe.
Yeah, he does get the down on the Enchantress. The problem is that there's 2 leeches in play. So 2 of the survivors that are injured that have leeches can't even decode because those leeches will just pressure them away. And then, I mean, Psychologist can obviously try to do a cipher, but it doesn't matter. Enchantress being sent back to the manor here, and, you know, 2 survivors injured. This is definitely on track for a 4-person elimination. And it works right into ZT's favor. I mean, you know, they were able to get a 3 escape with the survivors. Kuga playing this very well. Again, Noir had a winning position, and you were starting to see why Dreamwitch struggles on Sacred. But yeah, a little bit of a misstep, the stuffed rescue, and that is definitely the game changer. Priestess will probably go down here to this follower as well, and does miss that hit there, and is able to get down with the leech. All he has to do is find Psychologist, get that down, and that will be an 8-1 win for ZT in round number 1.
8-1. So I think Kuga, right, he really capitalized on opportunities made by the servers. Like, actually, this time around, there wasn't any too much of free hits, and also the Psychologist heal, and also afterwards the kite on the Enchantress side. However, just Kuga was actually creating opportunities on his side to really to gain an advantage for himself, because there is no Bermuda Triangle ciphers as one. Free hits are so little. So Kuga, I feel like this time around he knew exactly what to do to make the survivors busy at hand, allowing them to decode as fast. So at first ciphers were actually pretty slow already. I'm not sure if you saw when Enchantress was kiting, the only 2 ciphers out of the three survivors were being decoded. I believe Night Owl was giving portals. That's why there wasn't any. Yeah, this is what you mean, Eli, actually, about being too support heavy. Ciphers being slow at the start. So really unfortunate for Nora survivors.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. I think the Priestess support is fine. It's just the problem is just that the Enchantress, you know, what didn't stop their leech. Psychologist will go down. You have to stop your leech as a survivor. The only character that can really get away with not stopping their leech is an entomologist, because they can stop it with the bees later. But besides that, I mean, you have to stop your leech, or else the leech will just keep following you, and you're just going to go down. You're going to take the spawn follower hit, and the leech will be right there waiting, and down you as well. So, I mean, think about it this way, right? If Enchantress makes it into hospital, there was a portal there. She's kiting for a long time. She can easily loop hospital for 3 ciphers. We are going to see Priestess go down here, and that will be a 4 survivor elimination. Enchantress can easily loop hospital for 3 ciphers with Priestess support, with or without it. That's a very easy kite there. And it's just, yeah, I mean, just not being able to stop the leech. And Enchantress also, you have to, you know, you got to make sure you're kiting to areas where you're able to, because you don't want to give free hits, right? You have to make sure you're kiting in areas where you won't give a free hit to the main follower. So kiting over to 3 pallet is just, it's a really weak kiting area. So there's a good chance you're going to give a free hit, which is exactly what happened. She could have just stayed at those 2 pallets, you know, maybe forced a leech in and ran into hospital and taken the portal. She would have been fine. But, you know, it was just, you know, stunning the patroller out was nice. But yeah, besides that, yeah, not stopping the leech and taking a route to a bad kiting area, definitely a difference maker there. And on top of that, also Priestess is unable to make the rescue on the mercenary. If Priestess makes that a clean rescue there and the survivors get away, Enchantress is healed, they're removing leeches, they're healing up, it's great. They have a winning position, but as soon as Priestess gets stuffed, that it just goes to a loss from there.
I mean, ZT really placed themselves really at the top of the game today, especially against Nor. Pre-veteran team also as well. So ZT with the one score right now, gaining the big advantage in BO1. I mean, this is a map picked by ZT, so them gaining the advantage is something that is expected. And yeah, I feel like if Noah is attempting to try to win ZT, they're willing to win the big points in BO2 and BO3, and not to just tie and try to get a win afterwards, because it's really difficult. 8-1, you're either a survivor, either the survivors need to 4 escape, Hunter has a 4 kill, which is pretty difficult. Pretty difficult. So yeah, just just I mean, just calm down your mentality for now, and just try your best for the next round, because next round, Nora will be picking their map. Not too sure which one they will be picking, because they have a few selections. According to what they have picked last time, they actually picked the Ever Sleeping Town. Actually, Ever Sleeping is one of their best maps, and they did ban the M's Factory just now, so there's no chance M's Factory is gonna come out as well. Currently, small maps are being picked, and seems like ZT really likes small maps as well. Maybe a possible would be, like I said just now, Ever Sleeping. It could be possible. It might be a way
Yeah,
to
and
counter.
doesn't I believe Nora has another hunter available as well, right? That they could potentially switch to. So I don't know, but yeah, looking at the final match stats here, yeah, we did see. I mean, Enchantress overall a long containment time, but that's typically how it is with these Dreamwitch games. But yeah, just Kuga 5 points, and going into round number 2 here. Of course, we are gonna have. It's not Nora's not out of it, right? They do have map selection here in round number 2, so they can put themselves maybe in a favorable position with that, but. Just down 8-1 after the first round is that an 8-1 first round is so hard to come back from. So it kind of makes it so they have to win the next 2 rounds. If they tied in round number 2 here and they go into the third round, they're down 7 points going into the last round. So it's almost like Noir has to actually win 2 rounds in a row if they actually want a chance in this series.
Absolutely, and I believe that the main problem in the survivors for Noah right now is definitely individual kiting's decision making. Yeah, if decisions were made more logically, and like you said, stay around the 2 pallet area, it might become a much longer kite for sure. I mean, even if the leech or his own leech comes, he's gonna eat the leech hit and continue kiting, because he has the curse for the main follower. And yeah, the curse for your leech is practically useless because it disappears the moment it hits you. So I believe Enchantress had a pretty bad decision making, but if he was able, like you said, stop the leech, he will be able to transition successfully, safely into hospital, get into the portal, and then rotate a few rounds in the hospital, buy more time for the teammates to decode. That would have been much more favorable for survivors.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, if he's able to make it to hospital, he puts himself in a great position. We actually see Carol is going to come in for Kuga here, so this is going to be interesting. We actually, I don't think we've seen Carol play yet, right? If in IVC, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So, Carol was, of course, previously on the BL team, a very strong hunter for BL. But I'm actually interested to see what Carol's going to come out with here. I mean, we saw Carol known to be a Dreamwitch and Breaking Ball player back with BL, so it definitely gives some options here for this second round. I don't know, Chocho, do you have any information on Carol?
Carol, like you said, Dreamwitch and Breaking Wheel means he plays it very fiercely, and it's been a long time since he is competing. So he has been ranking, and that's about it. So this time around, it will be kind of like his comeback into the competition scene. Very excited to see what Carol is gonna bring tonight. Because it's been so long. We don't know what his skill level has, like whether it has increased so much to its potential, or he has stayed as strong as he was before when he left. So really excited to see Carol tonight for sure. And yeah, I think it was. I believe North servers are kind of like taken aback as well, because no, I don't think they expected Carol to be coming out tonight. So
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. They definitely might be surprised by this. And at this point, it doesn't really matter too much. Of course, an 8-1 lead in round number 1, it's so hard to come back from. So, I think and also you have to think about in terms of seeding. We're actually going to see Arms Factory is selected by Noir, which is actually interesting. I mean, maybe the idea behind this is they're going to ban Dreamwitch and then Carol cannot play Wheel, so it forces him to play maybe a hunter he doesn't necessarily want to play. Maybe that's the gameplay. I'm not really sure, but we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, of course these teams are already all in top 8. ZT is just trying to secure that first seeding here. Yeah, I think that's what they're. I guess that's what they're trying to play for. Actually, I think Noir might actually not mind being second seed, because as you mentioned, the first seeds will play against the second seed of other divisions. So, I think that they can actually, if Noir gets second, they can actually dodge GH first round, which might be beneficial for them.
I think going against BL might be, even though BL did get first place, I feel like Noor has a better counter kind of strategy against BL compared to GH for sure. Because I mean, they do know each other much better, also knowing each other's playstyle, it would be better. So getting the second place would be ideal. And ZT, I feel like regardless, they would still rock the stage in playoffs, so it probably doesn't really matter to them. So I just feel like today is just more of especially right now, it feels more of like a match that is sides really doing their best and having fun. And this time around, we are seeing like kind of switch of hunters also. I mean, BL with F sign a new hunter, and then it's now I mean right now Carol coming up. So yeah, I'm excited to see. Actually, I'm more excited to see what they're gonna bring during playoffs, because playoffs is where the top 8 teams are, where all the people that have been competing since the elimination stage till now are the final 8 out of the many teams. So expecting to see really awesome gameplays and yeah, I think definitely we'll have some expectations for certain teams as well as certain players. And yeah, I think we should just keep a lookout, especially for your favorite teams, right? Everybody that's watching right now. So yeah, you can comment on your favorite teams in the chat right now. Yeah, do exactly that. And just like, I mean, if you're supporting ZT and Nora right now that is currently competing, just give your fullest support, whether it's through a live chat, PM, DMs, whatever it is. Give it to your teams right now, because that's what they really need at this moment.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so just waiting for the picks and bans to get started here. Looks like we are going to get into that right on cue here. And let's see who's actually playing Hunter first. It looks like Noir is sticking to... it's going to be playing Hunter first here. So ZT actually chose to play Survivor first again. And as you mentioned, I think it benefits Noir to be Survivor first. Obviously you don't want to have a lot of pressure knowing that the ZT Survivors might have played really well against your Hunter. So I think ZT acknowledges this, and that's something Noir might have missed in round number 1. But overall, it really doesn't matter in the long run here. And as for Oxygen, what does Oxygen really play here? Obviously, known for the Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel, not a very strong character in the meta, and Arms Factory, can't play Wheel at all. Wheel definitely will not be banned. So yeah, I mean, what does the Oxygen even go with here?
I mean, there's 2 options for me at this point in time in my head. I feel it's either X-Boy or Gamekeeper. But most likely not Gamekeeper because it's against ZT. Oh, we see the banning. What is that? What's that?
That's Clerk. That's Clerk ban. So yeah, so Clerk ban here. Yeah, so Clerk ban here. I mean, Clerk is fine. It's Clerk is it's a very difficult hunter to play against strategy wise. It looks like we're gonna see Forward Seer is gonna be banned, which would actually be bans for Clerk. So maybe that is something that they're kind of taking into account here. Mercenary and Acrobat, of course, the 2 most standard characters getting locked in here. The second ban probably will be something like Patient. That's something we've seen a lot of these teams do before. Maybe even, okay, so Postman, just getting rid of that Cypher Rush. Obviously, you saw how fast that was in round number, in the first round. ZT Cypher Rush was incredibly fast with the Postman decoding letters. So eliminating the Postman there. Actually, Postman's a character that's starting to get banned more and more global as well. So this definitely is a logical ban here. They still have Batter available. ZT does like to potentially pull out that Batter in some instances, so maybe they'll opt to go for Batter. We're actually going to see Magician. Oh my god, yay, Magician. And for last character, I still think that Oxygen should consider getting Batter, because that's something that they could definitely play. Maybe Entomologist as well is a perfectly fine ban too, because again, that's another support heavy character, and yeah, he's going to ban the Entomologist for that last one.
Exactly. And the last pick, actually, could it be Patient? Could be patient. Wait, who's that? Dancer at the Arms Factory map.
Dancer and Arms Factory is good. You can set up the boxes in Factory. You can set them up with 3 pallet, the middle 3 pallet. So there's some places where the boxes can be very good for not only for kiting but also for support. It just kind of depends on what Hunter, Oxygen's gonna play. Yeah, I don't really know. Like Dancer can actually be good against things like Sculptor and Bonbon inside Hospital. Inside Factory. So basically, what you do is you set up the boxes inside Factory or inside 3 pallet. Is that a photo?
It's a Nayet. It's a Nayet.
Oh, it's a Nayet. Okay, it looks like a photo. I was like, that did not see. Okay, it is a Nayet. Yeah, I was like, I got scared for a second. I was like, no, please. Yeah, no. So basically, how that works is you set up the boxes, like slow boxes, fast boxes inside Factory or around 3 pallet, and the survivors can actually kite to them and use them almost like a priestess portal, right? It's just a portal you can set up and they can kite to them and use. However, Nayad counters this because Nayad can just loop the area where the boxes are and force them away from it. So Nayad is actually a character that's good against the Dancer support. So I think that's kind of the idea for Oxygen, is trying to counter that Dancer and just remove that as an option in terms of survivor support for ZT.
And looking at this team comp, kind of feels like, because Nayet is more of a tactical character, but in IVL we've been seeing it 4K, so not sure how this is gonna pan out, especially against such a strong team, CT survivors. Looking at the team comp right now, I feel like the best chase right now will most likely be Magician, I would say, because Acrobat can really use his ball to just gain distance away going outside of the water pool. Dancer can dance out. Yeah, but at the same time, it's just gonna be difficult because I believe the 3 other servers probably gonna bring Flying Wheel. Yeah, and Flying Wheel hardcore counters the water pool that Oxygen's Knight is gonna put out there. So unless survivors do give chance and it's the water, Oxygen can blink hit, get an instant down, that could be a possible scenario, but I will have to see when we go into the match. Also, the spawn location of the Hunter for Naya, I feel like it's not too important because the speed that you're swimming at the start of the match is fast. So yeah, finding your first level shouldn't be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think Dancer's also, I mean, it depends. Dancer's kind of a fine chase as well, because again, you can force them away from their boxes by looping the area where the boxes are. But then again, they can also use the spin to create distance. I don't know, it's kind of... I mean, you don't really see a comp like, Magician, Dancer. You don't really see them very often, so it's kind of hard to tell. We're going to see that Naya does spawn over the deep sandbags area, immediately going towards the middle here. Probably going to rotate either Factory or Shack, one survivor spawning in both of those locations. And it looks like he's going to go towards Factory, trying to see who is over there. It is MX the Magician, so this might be a kite he's going to commit to. Of course, Magician is able to make it to this window here in time. Factory is kind of okay. We actually see MX not going into Factory. He's going to go around this way, which is actually, that's actually really smart, because it actually makes it so he doesn't loop Factory. Instead, he loops a less, strong area, and we're going to see Oxygen. He needs to try to get water on this Magician before it runs off here. Going to use that Trident, going to loop Factory and just force him out of the Factory area. And we see MX just not going Factory at all. This is really smart, just acknowledging, I really don't want to go into Factory because, it's a really good place for Knight to chase. Goes for that illusion right there. He's able to avoid that hit there. Does Oxygen see where no, he did not see where he went for a second. And now MX can actually get this next pallet. He might blink right here. Looks like no, goes for the swing through the pallet. Does not get the hit. Gets the pallet stun. That's a huge stun there. And that means that this kite will continue. Fly wheel still available. And it's just, it's just really difficult. Blink, of course, still online, but the kite already so long here. For MX, and you see why Nayad can struggle. Does he? Oh no, he gets mind game dead. And now MX creates a lot of distance from it.
Exactly, and we can actually see that the ciphers are almost 3 ciphers up in total. Even without the postman, this cipher rushing in the survivor side is just crazily fast. If postman was actually in this team comp, it might even be a 3.5 or 4 cipher kite already. So I don't know if Magician. I feel like Magician's gonna have a 5 cipher kite in the nearing at the end of the group stage tonight.
Yeah, actually, Oxygen could have gone for a blink terror shock at that one window back there, and he actually didn't go for it. We're gonna see Magician go for the illusion there. Does he hit the Magician? Oh, does get the hit through the illusion. So that's a really nice job from Oxygen. Imagine Magician still got terror shocked when illusion. That would have been pretty bad. But He's going to go ahead and loop off this area, forcing the Magician away from the middle 3 pallet. And it's already just kind of a losing position. 3 ciphers already gone. Last cipher at 60, another one at 30. Still has blink. Does use the blink now to get the down, but at this point, Chocho, it's way too late. The cooldown's not going to be up in time. The last cipher machine's already almost done here, and this is a great position for the survivors here. MX does not have any items, but I actually would imagine Mercenary might try to bring him elbow pads. You could potentially use that for a dungeon kite. That would be a very intelligent play from ZT. It's definitely something we would expect from a team of this caliber.
Exactly. However, Run the Mercenary doesn't seem to be having this decision at all. Trying to wait for the ciphers to be primed and coming for the rescue. Probably won't be an over half rescue. I think right now it's looking like a 1 escape instead of a tie for sure. I'm not too sure how this is gonna, because I don't think Magician has the ability to really go for the dungeon escape at the moment because he has nothing on his hands. But the dungeon is situated at the factory
Oh no!
area.
Acrobat searching a chest for him. The Acrobat searched the chest. Oh, but it's a bot. Okay, well, not a great item there. Yeah, I think Mercenary should have been the one to search the chest because Mercenary can actually just drop the elbow pads for the Magician. So they have the right idea, but a little bit of a short there. He's gonna drop the bot. So you can actually body block off that area, and they might just pop the cipher machine right here. Yeah, they're going to pop the cipher. The bot is there to body block that door, but he actually body blocks himself from it, walking out of it as well. So that's something to keep in mind. And yeah, we're going to see the pop onto the Magician there. The bot, he did move the bot. Okay, so he's able to get past it. He's really trying. This might actually work. It actually works. He blocks the bot off. Of course, he can dash past it there, but is the gate going to be open in time here? Looks about 70% of the way done. He needs to loop around here one more time. Oxygen falling behind here. Tries to go for the dash. The gate is open.
Can he make it?
He needs to die on top of it. He does still have the flywheel available. Goes for the charge attack.
Oh, no.
Misses the hit. And now MX trying to push for the dungeon, and he does have it. Can he hit the swing? He gets hit onto the dungeon, and that's a 4 survivor escape just like that. What an excellent job there. You saw Oxygen try to bait out the flywheel by going for the charge attack, but Naiad's swing is so low. He's able to get the vault off in time there, and then Oxygen just didn't go for that swing as he ran around the pallet, and he's able to die on top of the dungeon and a 4 survivor escape with the bot. I didn't think that was actually going to work, but it somehow did. So excellent job there from MX, actually utilizing that bot perfectly to body block that door, and it bought enough time for him to get to the dungeon and get that 4 escape there. Beautiful job.
ZT, I feel like they can't go a day or a match without a 4 escape in a single matchup. So good job on ZT survivor side, getting a 4 escape on the Arms Factory map against Anaids. And a good. I mean, there wasn't really much of a support actually. It was just solely based on the Magician's kiting ability with its sticks and also his own kiting ability. And MX has been known to be one of the strongest kiter in the entire SEA region. Even back in BL, he has shown great potential. So yeah, it nearly became a 5-cipher kite, so kudos to MX also. Right now, it's looking very favorable for ZT right now. So ZT, Carol Hunter just needs a 1 kill, and pretty much settle up for the night. Yeah, it'll be an easy 2-0 for ZT. ZT placing first and then Nora second. But let's not draw assumptions too quickly. Maybe, just maybe, Nora survivors can actually return, get a comeback with a 4 escape as well at Arms Factory. Might be quite difficult because Hunter only has 1 main objective, which is one kill, which is pretty easy. Yeah, we haven't actually seen Nora survivors with a. Well, we did actually see Nora survivors with a 4 escape against what was it? TMX. SKG?
Yeah, so I believe something like that. We do see 208 seconds from the Magician, so excellent job there. No, I mean the rest of the containment time. Look at that, 13, 24, 12. I mean that's about as low as it gets, and the Magician just with 200. So yeah, just excellent kiting job. MVP really being MX here in these matches so far. It's just been really impressive to see. So I think I mean. The only chance for Noir is, I mean, get a 4 survivor escape and then try to win 8-1 in the last round. I mean, that doesn't seem very realistic. So I think here it's pretty much already secured for the most part. Again, Carol just has to get 1 survivor down. That will secure the win for ZT in and they will be the first seed in their division. But again, we talked about this. Noir might not even mind this. They get to dodge GH for the first round of top 8, and then we're gonna see a ZT GH first round, I believe, right? So that's gonna be a very interesting matchup. Arguably the 2 best teams in this tournament going at it to start, towards the start of the top 8 bracket.
I really like the optimism actually, Eli, actually. So yeah, so Nora Survivors, high pressure right now. Curl being CT's Hunter, low pressure right now. Not too surprising actually tonight's matchup, because ZT, even though they did get, it was a pretty difficult match on Friday or Saturday against another team, because of the 3 kill against one of those hunters using when their servers were playing. So I believe this was something that they wanted to really show to people that they can do it actually. They can actually get the 4 escape. And wanted to prove to everyone that they are one of the strongest Southeast Asian teams actually in the entire SEA region. So they really did show that, and yeah, having very high potential in probably being one of the champions this time around for IVC.
Yeah, definitely. Just great gameplay overall. I think the one thing that ZT could have done better that game, and I mean, so far they played very well. The one thing they could have done better though to really go to the next level is, and we pointed this out during the match, but it's better if the Magician has elbow pads, right? 2 elbow pads for the Magician endgame. It's so much easier for the Magician to get a dungeon escape. It's actually quite easy for the Magician in general. So with the flywheel, with full health, with 2 elbow pads, there's a very likely chance he's actually able to kite to dungeon. So what they could have done differently is Mercenary searches the chest and then drops the elbow pads for the Magician instead of relying on a random item from the chest. Because think about it, what if that random item was like a perfume or a syringe, right? Then he probably would not have actually gotten dungeon. So, it literally had to be either an illusion or an elbow pad or the bot in that case. If it was any other item, it probably would not have worked out. So I think that, so instead of taking a risk with a random item, ZT could have played even safer and even more consistently by Mercenary picking up the bot out of the chest, dropping the elbow pads for the Magician, and Magician using them for the endgame kite. That's the only thing they could have done differently. Besides that, it was an excellent match. Of course, you got to kind of pick out these little things to look at, but for the most part, besides that, it was pretty much perfect, and just an excellent job. 4 survivors escaped, even with Oxygen picking a hunter that could have been potentially strong against that comp, it didn't work. And Dancer, Magician, 4 escape, you don't see that every day. So 5 points again here for ZT, and they're now up to 13-1 lead here. So this should probably secure things for their first seed spot.
I mean, totally agree with what you said, what they have done differently. But seriously, kudos to MX though, being able to utilize anything that came out of the chest. Like, I mean, it could have been everything else, but it was a bot, and he manages to go to a place where it was really tight. Factory, blocking the Hunter being forced to really speed through the bot to get closer to him. So also him using the flying wheel, the charge attack on the Hunter side as well. I think the charge attack was meant to bait out the flying wheel and hit, but the terror shot didn't happen. So yeah, rotating around, and then after that, getting hit towards the dungeon, getting the dungeon escape, that was absolutely perfect on CT server side.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, here we go. So Carol's gonna ban Zero and Forward, just kind of standard bans here. Again, only 1 survivor needs to be eliminated. They're gonna ban Dream Witch, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, Carol. I don't really know Carol's hunter pool besides Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, but he could even play something as little as like a Bloody Queen or even an Anne, just to get 1 more kill. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You got to get 1 survivor down. Just play any hunter that has good detention game chase. Like for example, something like Sculptor is not quite as good for securing 1 kill because it's a character that can get kited to dungeon. We're gonna see Mechanic. Oh, Mechanic is a really bad survivor for getting 4 survivors out because Mechanic does not have endgame kiting potential. I think maybe at this point Noir's kind of I think give it up in this match and just probably using this as a practice match. Because in a position where you need 4 survivors out, Mechanic is not a good character for that because Mechanic has no endgame kiting potential. The only instance where mechanic actually can do that is if they do go for an item swap play. So in a situation where you need 4 out the gate, mechanic has to item swap with mercenary, else it's just not going to work out. And we actually see another dancer.
You're right. This is not. I mean, it feels like Nor really isn't aiming towards a 4 escape because, like you said, it's not ideal to pick mechanic in a situation where you need to 4 escape. I'm pretty sure Nor survivors do know that because Nor Night Owl he means mechanic and he knows that mechanic is a very tiable character. If you're in a situation you need to 4 escape, mechanic is not something you're gonna pick. I don't. Yeah, it's just not. It's like you picking. It's like the GH and BL and you picking Vexatis a second time when you already know it didn't work out the first time. I mean, it didn't make a direct relation to that, but yeah, it's just not it when you need a 4 escape. Picking a mechanic. Oh.
Yeah, definitely not. We actually see Barmaid as the last character here, which I'm not going to go into details about that because. But anyways, Barmaid's really in there Barmaid's a very good character for playing in something like a Dream Witch. Of course, we did see Dream Witch banned, so of course Barmaid doesn't really make as much sense here. But who knows? I mean, again, they're just kind of using this as a practice match. Dancer. Oh, we're gonna see Anne. So I didn't actually expect him to play Anne. I kind of just said it as an idea, but it actually works out. So nice. We are gonna see and get utilized here. Probably we're just going to see an up-down blink and detention blink just to secure that kill in the end game. Of course, blink also counters Barmaid very, very well. So I think that's probably going to be the case here. And the problem is that like Barmaid has no endgame kiting. Mechanic has no endgame kiting. Dancer does with item swap, but that's it. So in terms of getting a 4 survivor escape, there's 2 characters in this comp that don't really do that very well. And then Barmaid can't even item swap. So yeah, I think the Noir survivors are probably either just having fun or trying to use this as a practice match.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be the deciding factor already. Let's just see how it's gonna pan out right now. It seems like if Carol manages to get the one kill and above, it's just gonna be a 2-0 on ZT against Nor, and that pretty much settles today's matches actually. So all the best to Carol, and I mean, Anne is a very tiable character, especially with a very strong camping of the chair if Carol does it right. So yeah, so I believe that it shouldn't be too much of a problem because this character, so I don't really think they have much kiting potential against an Anne. I mean, the max you can do is, I mean, you gotta dodge the cat for sure, but if it's undodgeable, what could be the solution? Maybe Barmaid drinking the beer to get the speed boost. That could be possible. Dancer dancing away from the cat. That's totally possible. But against a mechanic, main body, you might just get an instant down actually.
Yeah, it's really tough for the Noir survivors. And Anne is also, Anne is very specific to certain maps, but Arms Factory is one of the maps that Anne can be very strong on. So that's definitely going to be very good for him. And Anne's also very good against Dancer in a lot of places. There are some places where Dancer can kite the Anne, such as like in Factory. But besides that, Dancer can kind of struggle against Anne in some places. So this is just a great character for this situation. And, as we talked about, Anne counters Flywheel. So that's really not going to be an option. All these survivors, if they want to kite, they're going to have to bring Broken Windows. So we're going to see the Anne, looks like going towards the sandbags area, trying to find a survivor worth chasing here. What does he actually find? Nobody's actually here. So Carol's probably going to leave, go ahead and head towards Shack instead here. And it looks like he does actually find the location of, I think that's the Barmaid. So this is not a bad chase for me. It looks like it is just an up-down blink build, as we mentioned.
Exactly. And chasing Koga, which is the Barmaid right now, able to dodge the first cat, but he will slightly be getting the hit right now. We can see a bit of the details on the hunter, getting the hit on, what do you call that? Like, what do you call it? Like, I'm dying. Like, yeah. The skill canceling for survivors.
Oh, another pallet stun here. I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna see him go ahead and go towards go ahead and go towards Shaq here. So Carol opted to cancel the cats twice, just to and try to go for a hit after, but it actually ended up costing him 2 free hits. Barmaid getting really taking advantage of Carol being a little greedy there, getting pallet stuns on both of them. So excellent job from the Barmaid, actually playing very well thus far. He is going to go ahead and down the bot, which means he's going to change targets to the mechanic. In any normal situation, this actually is a winning position for survivors. But the fact that they need 4 out the gate here seems very, very unlikely. He's going to go ahead and change targets over to Night Owl here. He's going to go ahead and jump to get a little bit closer, but he can actually cut out this cat as well. He's going to be able to use a blink. Flywheel to the pallet doesn't really make sense. There was no need to use the flywheel there. Actually, I'm actually surprised Mechanic has flywheel for some reason. I mean, there's no reason to bring flywheel against an Ant. I would have expected to see just a broken windows build, but actually bringing flywheel here is quite interesting. We're going to see the Dancer come in for the support here. Look at these boxes. This is exactly why Dancer can be good. Slowing this down so much here, and Mechanic actually makes enough distance because of those slow boxes. So an excellent slow box setup there. And Night Owl is going to keep trying to kite away from Cypher machines, going to the front gate area, just relocating here. And another box set up here. So the Dancer support actually being very strong here for Noir.
Exactly. However, it's
does get
actually
that
being
stun.
stunned over here. Yeah, it's gonna be a down. But right now the ciphers are looking very, very good. It's almost a 3.5 ciphers kite, almost 4 ciphers. So a normal rescue should be fine, and ciphers might be about there already actually. Yeah, but at the same time, right, they need a 4 escape. Mechanic doesn't really have any kiting potential towards late game, especially with the bot. Unless somebody can, like you said just now, maybe changing items, exchanging items, mercenary giving the mechanic elbow pads, that could be possible. Because, yeah, that could be possible, giving it... Okay, yeah, a basic hit, that wasn't a double down, that's fantastic. Right now, mechanic will be trying to run towards the corner of front gate factory area, trying to use the bot to block out the place where N is coming from, but unable to do so. Mechanic eating the hit right now, dying straight towards the factory corner area.
Yeah, it's going to be shared for the second time here, and Mechanic still has the controller, so it's, no items to work with. They have enough Cypher progress to win the game, but do they have enough to 4 escape? That's the question. He's going to be able to down the bot right here as well. This is a little risky. Small chance Mechanic can struggle from this. Looks like no, Mechanic is not able to struggle free. Last Cypher at 70% of the way done here. And it looks like we're going to see, I think that's the Mercenary who's hiding out. I mean, Mercenary has to get elbow pads. That's the only chance Mechanic's able to kite to dungeon. Mechanic needs an item to work with here. It looks like we're going to see the rescue come in from the Dancer here. Is able to drop a box as well, so that's going to help with the rescue. Is able to get the save off. Wow, very, very beautiful rescue there. And again, it begs the question, can Mechanic find themselves an item to work with?
Exactly. And right now we can see the Dancer probably trying to body block, but we can see that the Hunter is hitting, destroying the box right now. So Mechanic gaining distance away from the Hunter. Is Mercenary trying to exchange, trying to open a chest right now? Did he manage to do so?
I think so. Did he drop the? Yeah, the elbow pads were dropped for the Mechanic. Is Carol going to go for the swing here? Probably no. Just going to wait. They might pop the Cypher here. No, they're going to be a little bit more patient with it. Okay, there we go. We already see the Cypher pop here. I feel like they should have popped it as soon as... Oh, no, I guess you don't want to play into blink, so they're trying to avoid that. Does get the cat there. He has to elbow pad here. Tries to blink there. Can he get the blink? Does get the blink down onto the Mechanic, and that will be it. Mechanic needed to go for the elbow pad sooner. The survivors will actually get a nice 3 escape from this, but it's not going to matter. Mechanic is going to be sent back to the manor, and ZT will secure the win with this. Yeah, Mechanic needed to... not go for that vault in the pallet. I should have fake vaulted the pallet and then elbow padded away, or elbow padded when Carol used the cats to try to avoid them. That was kind of the only chance there. But Carol does get the bare minimum. Noir came close there. They came close to getting 4 up, but they still would have needed a 7-point game, a 7-point win in the 3rd round to even have a chance there. But yeah, excellent 3 escape from Noir. But ZT, of course, outplaying definitely in this one, and will secure the final win here, and they will be advancing as the 1st seed into the playoffs.
Congratulations to ZT, and also congratulations to Nor for making it to 2nd place of Group D. Also advancing together with Nor, advancing together with 0-2 to the top 8 playoffs. Also, looking at Bet, the last player, right? Like you said just now, should have elbow bet earlier. But also knowing that the Hunter is Blink, and Blink is really ready. Why would you vote the pallet in Shag? Because even if the cat wasn't being eaten by the mechanic, the hunter's just gonna blink it. So some kind of questionable gameplay on our side, but always, it's fine. You made it into top 8. Always look back at your gameplays and try to reflect and think about what could be a possible solution so that you could better your team, especially in terms of teamwork, cooperation. And today, I feel like BL and ZT really placed themselves in a really nice standing tonight. BL first place for Group C. ZT group place for Group D, and won't be meeting each other, thankfully. So yeah, and we can see that the match statistics over here, mechanic being eliminated with a 138 seconds kite, which is a very long kite for just a mechanic. So I mean, if actually Noir survivors are able to keep up with this kind of standards against such a top tier hunter like Carol, then they can totally make it into a better standing in the playoffs actually. So, but we can actually also see that Carol's hunter might not be the most stable right now, stable at this moment in time, because taking out an anti-able character, however, you only got a 1 kill, but at the same time it's a severe meta, so it's totally reasonable. And hoping to see more of Carol's gameplays towards the playoffs, finals maybe. So yeah, all the best to these teams. You can see a 4-14 between Nor and ZT. ZT, yeah, really making themselves prominent in this IVC this time around. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Noir definitely coming out here, and they're still able to play well. I mean, you saw the Survivor side playing very well. I think the biggest thing for them is going to be how well can the Hunter side play going into the playoffs. We're going to see the MVP definitely is MX there. With that, obviously that Magician Kite, is almost, for the most part, like a 5 cypher. I mean, it was just so long. Excellent illusions overall. There was one illusion where he was hit in that illusion form, but besides that, the overall kites were very long, almost 5 ciphers. Got blink out as well, and all the way was able to kite to dungeon. And also in the first round, just incredible gameplay overall from MX. As you mentioned, only one of the best kiters on the server, and we really saw that come into fruition here in this matchup. So, yeah, a lot of good things looking up for MX and for ZT here. I'm very excited to see how they're going to go into the playoffs, and I'm very excited to see them at the COA level as well against a lot of these global teams. Obviously the Survivor side it was almost perfect for the most part. Obviously, the first game was pretty picture perfect. The second game, very strong as well. Just slightly missed up with the item swap. But besides that, MX still made up for it by utilizing that bot effectively. And yeah, ZT, very exciting team to watch for sure.
Mm-hmm. And pretty sure many of you guys watching right now have your teams successfully enter top 8 right now. And I believe that we might be talking about, just announcing who the top 8s will be tonight actually, like at this moment. So yeah, just keep a lookout for that. And not too sure about the timings yet, but team fights wise is pretty obvious right now. So Group A's rank 1 is gonna be versus Group B's rank 2. So it's just gonna be like a cross kind of battle between first and second place of Group A and B, C and D respectively.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I think we will possibly see that on screen here in a second, if I'm not mistaken. So okay, we're gonna see the final results from today. Looks like BL and GH, of course, BL coming out on top in that one. And not a bit of a surprise there, actually taking down GH. So BL looking very strong going into the playoffs there. GH really gonna need to try to turn things around, step things up here if they want a chance in this playoffs, considering I believe they are going against ZT first. We see a ZT very convincing victory over Noir there. Final score of 14-4. Very decisive win there for ZT. So they definitely have the best strength going into these playoffs. So it's going to be very exciting to see all these teams play here. Of course, all 4 already securing a top spot in top 8. In addition to MP as well. Okay, we're going to see the final rankings here. Of course, MP and WP, the 2 teams from Group A going to the playoffs. Rio and SG. Rio, of course, is Sneaky's team, so definitely a lot of a great Hunter gameplay from that team. BL and GH and ZT and Noir, those are your top 8 for the Southeast Asia IVC.
Unfortunately, SKG, AX, Icon, TMX, this will be it for you guys in the group stages and as well as for IVC SEA 2022. However, don't be disheartened. Always try your best because there will be other tournaments that will be upcoming this year alone. So if you guys are interested in participating, get prepared soon because things are gonna get heated up already. So yeah, okay, so we can see that yeah, it's pretty intense. The top 8 teams that have already been finalized. Excited to see. I mean, comment on your teams that you guys are rooting for, or who do you think is gonna be good winner for IVC this time around. So, yeah. Hopefully you
Yeah.
guys enjoyed today's matches as well.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the matches. Very exciting overall. Yeah, that's your top 8. So we will have that coming up next week. Thank you guys so much for watching today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. As Chocho mentioned, a lot of exciting gameplay, and we will have more of that next week. We will see which teams are going to be going to the offline finals. That's it for today, guys. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, everyone, for your support. All the positivity in the chat, of course, is very much appreciated. Bye-bye for now, and we'll see you all next weekend.